Yo, how's it going, everyone? We're doing more Make a Good Mega Man level 3 today. Hope everyone is doing well. Good to see your rears. Hey, Vay, what's up? We're Mag Mammalin. Any Mag Mammals in the chat? Bon Nut? Bon Nut indeed. I'm doing good, though. I'm excited to continue this. How was everyone, though? Ready to head into the forest and see what we find? You know, Zoc, they say if you leave some robot snacks out, leave like some nuts and bolts, you might attract the bear of good levels. Or the bearer of good levels. Only in the forest, though. You don't want to leave it in like the gift shop. Got your dinner ready. Nice. What's on the menu? Yeah, I've just been messaging my girlfriend on the side. She's coming home early. She's not feeling. Nothing I can really do. She has the car, so it's just a case of like, oh, that sucks. Hope she feels better. Alrighty. Well, with that said, let's get started. I didn't really have a whole lot to talk about today. I didn't really do a whole lot. I set up my Kuso Grande first game. That was kind of it. That was really it. I didn't do anything. Hey, Pyronic. Nitro Man, Pharaoh Man, and Sheep Man are all standouts. Hell yeah, gamers. So, again, if you don't know the rule for Mag Mammal, I would play the level first. You tell me anything about the level afterwards. But, for hub NPCs, we talk to them the first time we enter the area, so I've already done that. The King's Lair. You know, the king from New Vegas. He's the king. He's Elvis. Hello, not Wispy Woods. Hello, little one, if you can help me, I need to ask you something. This is the Royal Man Castle. Yes, okay, thank you, sir. I'll say to him that I can't help him because I'm pretty occupied with some pink puffball. That's Kirby. This is a Kirby, Amazing Mirror enemy, so he's basically the equivalent of Wispy. Not as, maybe I need to check the map that he gave away. I don't think this what? Huh? Huh? Off to a strong start on today's stream. We're not playing co-op today, so I can actually just stop and write notes again, as opposed to last time. Talk to an NPC that is stationary and they flip around immediately. So Zach, how much have you played? What are you up to? I know Zeos has beaten the game. Lindia, I think you've beaten the game as well. Must be cool not having to stream this. I kid. Nothing on this level, which means I could have done this level last time, but this is a good starting level. This, so far, kind of just feels like Blade Man's level. And I think you guys know how I feel about remix levels at this point. They're fine. But, they're usually worse. I think this is well designed. Never played a Mag Mammal. Oh, you like Mag Mammal? Name every level ever. I'll wait. That's what I thought. It's like Montaru, who I ask him to name all the lore for Kirby. He will literally name all the lore. Oh my... I have had enough of this dude! Crystal Joe again? Why are you here? He's in every level! Hi, Allison. Hello. I hope the Stinky Moogles charity goes, well. I swear, every level in this contest, Slappy, has had this dumb Crystal Joe. I'm getting sick of seeing him. Your cursed image? Can you DM me the cursed image? I'm not gonna show it on stream, but I like knowing what it is. You haven't seen one in a while? That's good. Crystal Joe, you think it's a good stripper name? Slappy, have I ever told you about my friend who became a male stripper? He vanished and we didn't know what happened. And it turned out he moved to a different state and became a stripper named Maverick. Fitting Mega Man name to talk about. He had this alligator thong, apparently, that, I mean, well, you can imagine how that went. Sent it to me too. Let me see this cursed image. Again, I'm not gonna show it on stream. Hell yes. It's exactly the kind of image I expected. Did it go snap snap? Probably. I never actually saw him in it. But he told us that and I was just like, oh geez. Like, legitimately went to school with the guy. I was like, where'd you go? And he's like, I'm a male stripper in another state. I was like, okay. Good for you. It's just, that is a very shocking thing to just leave and return with. I don't think he does it anymore. Hi, Proto Man. Thanks. Magical Joe, I see you found my hideout. Anyway, there's something you need to ask. Who are you? Okay. History, the first one is a statue of one of the old kings, Power Piston. He won the contest of King for a Day. Okay. Is this a fucking Kimono Friends reference? God damn it. Kimono Friends showing up on my goddamn stream. Gotta add some stuff to my thing. Rich is still stalling. I'm gonna fucking go on his stream. I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna go yell at him if he doesn't start fucking streaming. Tell him he can't keep stalling when the children's lives are on the line. Fuckers try to raise money for charity and I will roast him for it. I already told him to raid me later because I was just like, yeah, just raid me. I'll promote your charity. I'm good at that. I like doing that. And then he was like, yeah, sure. But I'm just like, bro, if you stall, come on. Stalling for the children. Was the King for a Day thing a Silver Gunner reference? No, I was King for... Did a Ishishi drop? Based rare drop of like 0.1%. What? Hi, Kefka. Thanks for the sub. You gotta play the old NES games? You don't have to play the first one, it sucks. Allison, your life is much better not having played Mega Man 1. Hey, Rejax. How's it going? My favorite Yinglet. Although also you're the only Yinglet I know. I say that out loud and I'm like, oh yeah, I don't know any Yinglets. Or do you? Do I? Honest question, do I? Fuck. No, that's not true, Zoc. I'm having a serious convo because I'm like, you will not like Mega Man 1 if that's the first game you play and you're just like, this is bad. I know a lot of people that have done that. If you want to go back and play them after, that's fine, but if you start with that, that's not something I can recommend in good faith. Joking or not, I'm just like, no. Can't do that. Like, it's like Dragon Quest 1. Do I recommend you play Dragon Quest 1 or 2? Probably not. Are they cool historically? Oh, absolutely. Very interesting boss fight we got going on. I like you can't hit his crown. I'm a nerd and a fake gamer. No. Whoa! I didn't know you could do that. I mean, is Out of Placers even a good comic? I asked because I've never read it. I only looked it up after you were like, I'm a Ginglet now. I have a lot to say about that boss in my spreadsheet. Personally, before we actually give a score, I think this was one of the better Shield bosses that I have ever gone up against. Most of them feel very low effort and lazy, even in the main series, like Plant Man. God, Plant Man sucks. There's just nothing to that fight. He has a lot of telegraphed moves. And I like that his crown is armored, so you can't hit it. The King's Lair. Time penalty. Ooh. I could see this being late because of the boss. Typo! A medieval castle with cannons on the walls, cannons and axes in the stage. You saw sections of flying helicopter enemies and tri-castles and mid-boss. We're talking about Blade Man stage or this one? No touching the crown. Hi Mooch, did you want to hop in?
No touch the crown. No
Thank you
touch.
for the sub. We're talking about Blade Man stage or this one? That's the biggest weakness of this level. Full stop. It feels like a remake of Blade Man with a dash of King Knight. And that manages to be really boring. Really? I thought it was fine. I still don't really care for remix levels that much, but... First thing I could say about the stage design itself is that it doesn't expand on its concepts much, particularly with the enemies. I found they tended to be pretty samey in how they got used. The second tri-castle is also slightly frustrating, but that almost assuredly a result of my playstyle as a Buster snob. I mean, I've fought the boss before many times on its own, so when it comes to mini bosses and stuff, if I've already fought them and it's nothing different, I'm just gonna use them. Otherwise, the stage design is inoffensive, even alright. Does have a solid difficulty curve and all that. So, there's not a lot of advice I can give in that area. Maybe shorten it a bit. I thought that the length of the level was fine. Even then, most of the issue is just how uninspired it feels. That being said, there is one silver lining. Royal Man is such an interesting boss that I was floored by the difference between him and his level. I didn't give this level a score. We gotta go back and do that after Mick. Royal Man has all the creativity I was looking for, with an interesting variety that supports the length of his fight. He's also well designed, being a shield boss that isn't hopelessly tedious. I would replay this level if only to rematch him. I'm looking forward to facing him in the boss gallery. Hell yeah. Alright, I forgot to give a level score. The King's Lair. I think this is gonna be, for me, this is the best remix level I've played yet. I'm gonna give it a 22. Fun? Yeah, I like it. I had fun. Give it a 16. Creativity? Not very creative. I'm gonna give that a 5. Hey Yoshimala, what's up? Anyone else just getting here? Welcome. Aesthetic? I mean, it looks fine. The Shovel Knight stuff fits surprisingly well. I forgot to add that. Functionality? As far as I can tell, functions perfectly. Didn't run into any glitches. Minus the sprite. I don't think I would take off functionality for that, though. That's like... I don't know. Should I take off a point for that, chat? What do you think? Do you think I should take off 1 point for that? I'm either not taking a point off for that, letting it slide, or taking off 1 point because it's such a minor thing. No, it was the golem at the start, flipping. It was such a minor thing that I'm like, do I even bother with that? I feel like I don't need to. That's the kind of thing where I'm like, oh, I could let that slide. The judges mentioned it. I'll take off 1 point then. 38, 33, 53, 62. That's our best level yet, I think. No, it's not. Actually, never mind. Identity main is my favorite. Because it worked surprisingly well. Outside of general aesthetics and the end boss, I can't really think of too many noteworthy things here. Not a bad stage per se, it's just a bit unremarkable. It's basically the underlying problem all throughout this level. Room layout and platforming challenges aren't badly designed or anything like that. They're mostly just not all that interesting. I think the main culprit here, this level is very, very similar to Blade Man's stage from 10. To the point where it feels almost like a retreading of it. With similar aesthetics to similar enemy choices and some of the seesaw segments, I feel like they'd be right at home in Blade Man's level. Granted, the seesaws do get more interesting usage towards the end, where the rooms focus more on vertical progression as opposed to the long hallway. Segments that they came before. And while the boiling pot gimmick isn't exactly unique, given it's ripped directly from Shovel Knight, I still think it was used to good effect. Agreed! I think it's used pretty well. I wish there were more interesting layouts like that throughout the whole stage, rather than all of them being directly before the boss. Speaking of which, Royal Man is easily the highlight of this level. While the fight is a bit on the easy side, his attacks certainly threw me for a loop the first time I fought him. His shield teleport is really unique, and I definitely didn't expect him to get rid of the floor and start flying around. So even though he doesn't put up much of a fight, I'd still consider him to be a rather memorable encounter and a decent boss overall. I do wish the rest of the stage stood out just as much as Royal Man does, though. Like I said, it's not all that bad of a level in the grand scheme of things. It just needs something else to set it apart from Blade Man. Yeah, no, that's how I feel. I think it perfectly sums it up. The layer of Royal Floor Scrubbing. That's quite a charming little level, I'd say. Hits the right balance of being fun and interesting. Tile set is gorgeous. The gold and blue color combo really sells the royalness of the castle theming. Could use a bit of breakup on some of the brick wall textures, but that's a very minor complaint. The reskinned Crystal Joes are also really nicely drawn and stylish looking. It's very clever to combine the seesaw platforms and lava cauldrons. I especially like the interaction of the platform also serving as a cover from the lava fall. The Crystal Joes compensate with the seesaw pretty well too, which you'd want to time your advancements to avoid getting hit by their crystal attacks. I also appreciate the fact that most of the airborne enemies can be reached with Buster only. Yeah, I like that too. It got a little hectic with the reduced maneuverability near the end with cannons lobbing shots at you, but overall I like the challenges provided by those mechanisms. Royal Man is also a pretty unique battle. His own teleportation with his shield attack, summon minions, and crown explosives with reduced space. They all can be reasonably avoided and manipulatable, making for a fair and learnable fight. Here's a level that's well on its way to feeling authentically Capcom. The sprites and tile sets look highly professional. That's a really glowing review. And I see lots of attention to detail in the implementation of the background. Shadows make me very happy. The music feels right. Fair, well-paced, and increasingly complex challenge arcs are the backbone of the level. A manageable, elaborate boss fight caps it all off, and I love the creativity of the teleportation barrier and the player-friendly death traps. I don't think it... Did I run into a teleportation barrier? I might tweak a handful of things, breaking up some repetition in the otherwise pristine tile work, stopping Golem from turning to face the player, adding end caps to seesaw tracks, making the minion projectiles self-destruct when the boss dies. But I think these three changes would do the most good. First, trimming or revamping the handful of overly familiar challenges, a few spots too closely resemble Blade Man or mild variations on earlier setups. Second, more rigorous playtesting. A knucklehead like me can easily get permanently stuck in a ceiling or two, use Russian Lasertron to bypass or trivialize almost every hazard, and catastrophically derail the boss fight by pausing at the right time. Third, polishing the dialogue so it's free of spelling, grammar errors, and more accessible to players who don't recognize whatever you're referencing. Good news is that even without those changes, the level is perfectly enjoyable, although I question the please hide here and use Spark Chaser nook. The second Tri-Castle fight is exactly what I want when I talk about fighting elements and spicing up old challenges, thieving layout and checkpoint placement, and all reflect good planning. The tedium I associate with seesaw challenges is gradually broken down by progressively more interesting setups. I actually like the use of Joes, and for me that's high praise. Hi, Blade Man! In order to distinguish your level from Blade Man's, you needed to push boundaries and ideas much further than was presented here. Oftentimes, rooms are basically lifted from the original, enemy selection and all, and the additional elements to the level added very few unique challenges. This is further compounded by the repetitive nature of the gimmicks and how the level seems to present almost identical rooms on occasion because the Blade Man platform gimmick is used in almost exactly the same way. This already slow gimmick is joined by equally slow enemy segments where the layout felt like an afterthought. The entire level felt like a very easy slog. The difficulty spike with the second boss encounter of the mini-boss. You're either fighting in a very cramped space or waiting a long time to hit it between the streams of oil. Either is fun, and it's probably best to just use Magnetic Shockwave against the thing. In a vast contrast to the rest of the level, the final few rooms offer something new, even if the execution's not great. It's easy for the final set of challenges. The level should have used these ideas more often, which would have allowed you to properly explore the concept. Graphically, the level's a step up from Blade Man, though. I would have liked the more themed enemy reskins. Royal Man was a good boss, fairly well thought out. The collapsing floor is pretty unique, though. I'm not a fan of instant death in boss fights. I don't mind it, because it tells you, it warns you. You're easy to just not really deal with it. Room resetting on the boss's death, meaning you could not lose Energy element in the pit or die after winning is something that could easily be forgotten, so to show some nice serious player consideration. Nice touch. Wily in space! Girls rescue. Second. Oh, hello there, it's me, Roll. You must have come to rescue me from Wily Space Station, but I'm in a little trouble right now. Ahead of us are a lot of enemies, and I forgot my Buster upgrade. Can you scout ahead and get rid of them? Please be careful, though. They got special protection. Make sure to find a weak spot. 5. This feels pretty good so far. I don't know what the point of that enemy is. They just kind of died immediately. I guess it's to show you that those exist. There are some Sniper Joes that look very tough. There are different kinds too. I wonder if there's some way to get past their shields? You know, if Earl needs rescuing, I'm just gonna come out and say it. She seems to be doing just fine on her own. Ah, you got rid of Magnet. Yeah, I don't like them as enemies, mostly because like they just kill themselves, so every encounter with them is the same. You just do this. I don't know, it doesn't really make it unique, it just kinda feels like a waste. Double checking, where's the next one? 1, 2, 3. 5 rooms down, okay. Also, like, what's the point of shooting these enemies? They don't go anywhere. There's not anything at the moment. It's just shooting it out of the way. Checking. Oh, no. Okay, I like that. That's pretty good. Oh, come on. I'd rather die and get that. I may no longer need you. No, I might need help anyway. I always need the chat. I wouldn't be streaming if the chat wasn't here. For a long hallway, it is on the bottom. Can't miss it. Yes, the door is what seems to be two machines working together. They're covered in invincible green armor, so try to find the weak spots. No such thing as invincible. Oh, it's this stupid robot. You want to know a tip for making this fight go faster? Are they weak to magnet? While I was in prison here, I noticed there were some oddly colored Joes. It's possible they have different abilities. Regular Joes, so be careful. You know, I gotta be honest, it doesn't feel like Roll is in any trouble. Oddly colored? They look about the same, they just have a purple highlight on them. Oh, Tornado Hold works on it? Okay. The only boss I really know that you can use Tornado Hold on is the dragon. The dragon, it just gets rid of all his fire and kills him, and it's really funny. It's also a little bit sad, though. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of don't have a lot to say about this level. It's fine. Cat, maybe you feel the same way as me, but I'm just like, it's fine. Valid Cracker, okay. Next room. Oh, I'm not talking about that dragon. I'm talking about the 10 or 9 dragon. It's the 9 dragon. Fuck. Tanky. I can never remember the names because, like, I think they're all, like, untranslated. Which is why I asked Snarn, I was like, listen. My walnut brain requires funny picture. And she was like, yeah, we'll do it, but, you know, the development for this game was already 6 years, so I was like, I don't care, I'm just happy the game is out. Now, Meg Mammal's going forward, whatever, it's fine if it has it or not, I don't really care. You should have done that from the start. I cannot wait to get the altar weapons, Zoc. I assume they're in this game, because why wouldn't they be? Because, I guarantee you, I'm gonna get rid of, Ice Wall. I've had enough of this dude. Ice Wall, that is. They are? Well, I mean, I know they are. I ran into a bug with them where I had them for no reason. And someone snitched. Imagine snitching about a bug like that. It's fucked up. Okay, you can't miss them. I don't remember. I can tell you one thing. I have a feeling it's the reward for 100. Because you get something called the altar key. And I'm almost positive. I don't want to know for sure, but like... It's one of those things where I'm like, if it's not, I would be surprised. Oh, fuck off. Nope, nope, we're not, no. That's not fair. There's literally no reason you can't go back on that screen. Come on. Oh yeah, the prism? Yeah, that's what I got. Absolutely no reason, though, for that. That's strange. The glitch was caused by cheat room shenanigans. I can't prove that. After running off so quickly ahead is another ombloid, but the terrain is a bit more dangerous. Alright, let's do Zock's strat, I guess. Wow, yeah, that actually works really well. Holy shit. I don't like fighting that thing. I don't think it's very fun. I don't have too much to say on this level other than, like, it's got a lot of Challenger from the future stuff. At least I think that enemy's from that. We were fighting that Combloid. I snuck by and looked at the next room. Things don't look good. Wily has created a new Metal Daddy. Stronger than ever. Your weapons won't put much of a dent in its armor, but your Buster should be able to hit his weak spots. I'll have you know, Roll, I only use the Buster. Except for that moments ago. Before you head to defeat the boss, I'd like to say thanks for saving me and completing this level. I also think custom Joe sprites were made by Tyra and all other assets were provided by the Megamix engine. I also like to thank the playtesters. For you. No. Kill me. I was like, wait a minute. The checkpoint? What, you just hid a... Good thing I could just do this. Excuse me, but what the fuck? You die, that's the only way to know is if you die. Ew! That's mean. Great, I have to replay the whole stage just to get that. That's not what the player wants. You don't hide something in a long stage like that. This is an easy boss. You're not gonna die to it. I only died to it because I was like, well, hold on, I gotta go back. Not really much to say here. Well-designed level, but not a big fan of the enemies. The unique shows are kind of cool, I guess. So the last token is very neat. Not a fan of that when levels do that. Wow, the numbers for this level are so much worse than the previous level, which is funny because the other level got the time penalty, where this one I was just like, oof. That felt Mega Man 5 like, I don't feel like it personally. What are you doing, Azure? What's up? It was fine. 15. Fun. I didn't think it was that fun. 6. Creativity, not really creative at all. Static. That looked good. At 11. Functionality? I didn't run into any glitches. 21, 24, 35, 45. I did not like this level that much. Yeah, that was I don't know what to say about this level. Nearly 60 screens long, filled to the brim with shielded enemies, and rarely uses any of its level gimmicks. Combination that creates a functional level, it does not create a fun one. Being largely a slog with only a few mild points of interest and doesn't even give me that much to talk about. I agree! No, I completely agree. I don't have a lot to say about that level. It's just, you're really strapping me for what to say. The biggest issue with the level is what I've already stated. It's too long, has too many shields, and barely does anything else. Yeah, sure, it has custom Joe variants that use things like Fury Sparks, Wave, and Ballad Crackers, but those only provide a modicum of interest. And when every enemy in this entire level has shields except the Elekits who hang at the ceiling instead, new Joe variants are not necessarily the best idea. I'll give credit for the cool looking tile set, a number of shield attackers that you could really just dodge, which is much more entertaining than just standing there and wrecking them. It's fun to shove things around with move hover, plus the level does have a difficulty curve, plus good introduction, meaning the design isn't terrible, but ultimately this is unimpressive at best, if not outright mediocre. For future designs, I'd advise shortening the level, relying way less on shielded enemies. They're a time sink for not much benefit. And try to get more use out of the gimmicks. A good Mega Man level wants to have things for the player to fight, yes, but it's also much more than just you shooting at things. Nice to see Comboloid, at least. Oop. Considering the stage runs for about double the length of an average official Mega Man level, I was hoping there would be something exciting within in order to justify that runtime. Sadly, that's not really the case here. Let's start with the height of the stage, or the high point of the stage. The aesthetics, the visual choice is nice, and the song choice is fitting. The custom Sniper Joes also look pretty good, although their firing frame looks a bit weird to me, but that's just a minor nitpick. Okay. I didn't notice anything different. Level design-wise, the stage feels very empty. It's largely just a string of basic enemies, configurations, and the occasional move hover platform segment with not much else in between to break up the monotony. Speaking of the move hovers, I found it odd that it was shown how other enemies could be pushed by them, but the stage didn't really capitalize on that aspect. Could have made for a decent gimmick to exploit throughout, but that type of situation only comes up twice in the whole level, with both the rooms being practically identical in terms of layout. Fortunately, there's not a whole lot else to talk about here, given a majority of the stage is so bare bones. If it had explored the move hover and enemy interactions a bit more, it likely could have turned out much better. Review in text box, corny remark. Oh noes, we have to rescue Roll from that dastardly Wily. Oh wait, she's just kinda right there in the first room. Kinda a really simple rescue mission if you ask me. That's pretty much a good summary of the stage as a whole. It's pretty much a walk in the park in space. A lot of the enemies are put around without any consideration for the stage hazards or comboing with any other enemies. The enemy selection is also criminally unoriginal. Yep, our old pals, the terrible trio, strike back, kind of plopped onto the stage without much care or thought. For a lackluster level with a lackluster roster. In fact, the easy nature of the level actually proved to be a detriment in the form of the final token placement. Stage boss is so easy that the player is very unlikely to respawn at the checkpoint to get the hint that the token is hidden behind the logo during the teleport animation. I'm not sure if that's an intentional decision. Still, it is a bit for essentially punishing players for playing well. I think I would like Roll's presence in this level if it wasn't just... The level's called Roll's Rescue. If it was just Wily in space and it didn't mention Roll's Rescue, I'd probably like it a lot better. Because this says we have to save her, but she's just kind of freely walking around on her own without a buster. So I would honestly say it makes it worse, but that's just me. If you're gonna set up a narrative, I feel like you gotta stick with it. Nice when a level has one central flaw that can be discussed up front before focusing on all the good stuff. In this case, the level just feels long. The distance between checkpoints, remember, every 6 to 12 screens is generally ideal. It's the relative lack of challenge progression. Although new enemies are rolled out at regular intervals, the difficulty and complexity don't change appreciably from start to finish. But things start to feel samey. The level needs one more gimmick or more interplay between the current assets. Walking bombs can be put to trickier use or fewer screens altogether. Condensing the level to a more normal length, 25 to 30 screens, would naturally remedy the most major complaints I have. I agree. I wouldn't mind more color contrast between foreground and background, but the graphics are nicely detailed. The background blocks subtly help the player to judge distances when positioning move hovers, which is great. The Wily battleship is a nice touch. It's a shame we don't actually get to fight Wily, given the level's name. Agreed! I like the new Joe designs, the animation when Roll talks. Yeah, that was nice. New elements are introduced appropriately, meaningful. Pits and spikes enhance the challenge in a responsible manner. I appreciate your restraint. Move hovers are used in satisfying difficult ways, especially where tokens are concerned. I love using them to push Joes off ledges. The last token is exactly the right amount of sneaky. I mentioned that the Joes have some technical quirks. Valid Cracker should ideally be multi-directional. The boss alterations are barely noticeable. The oops, you took the bottom path token is annoying. Roll's dialogue doesn't add as much substance as it could. Yeah, no, agreed. But they don't matter nearly as much as the good stuff. After looking at the name of the stage for some reason, expectations were low. Impressively, you managed to undershoot these. Ouch! That is really unnecessarily mean, Ace. What the hell? It's like Simon Cowell levels of mean. I can understand that there was effort put into creating this, but I honestly hated it. A boring stage is sometimes worse than an objectively awful one. Ending up ironically enjoying a stage is still enjoying the stage in some fashion. The main problem with this level is just two small flaws to the stage. One, the enemy placement. Two, the enemy placement. Now, I realize that this is technically just one flaw, but I thought it was such a big one it was worth mentioning twice. No gulping in chat. You don't gotta do that. The vast majority of enemy encounters of this stage offer no threat to the player, yet every enemy was either shielded or evasive, and there were so many of them. This is a slog in the truest sense of the word. There were multiple instances of rooms being virtually copy-pasted, none of which offered any sort of twist to the original room. Nearly all 50 of the rooms felt exactly the same. The level could have ended after 15 and I would have seen all I needed to. Hi, still. It was mostly aesthetically pleasing and the level does look nice. But endgame Wily stages are never interesting choices for level themes, as the canon games offer very little personality here. That all said, I did chuckle at the Hoverman platform pushing off the Joe. This major point. Whoop, Mega Man, here's this enemy, and I'll just tell you how it works. Ever see the Egoraptor video? Dialogue to introduce basic enemy mechanics. This is just lazy enemy mechanics. Doing otherwise insults the player's intelligence. I don't agree with that at all. Didn't have a lot to say about that one. I don't like that this teleporter is here, by the way. I probably would have reversed it, but maybe that's just me. Hi. Chemical industry. Turtles? What? I don't understand what you're saying, Zoc, but okay. You mean this level or the previous one? Also, what do you mean there are two different levels that have chemical plant graphics? How are there two in this contest? There's a map in this? There's always been a map. It's an upgrade. Have you not seen the other Mag Mammals that I would have streamed them? This was in 2 and 48 hour. At least, I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, there's upgrades. Yeah. In this game, you have to buy things, and I chose to buy it. The Turtles music is a little loud to me. I mean, it's like that for the other Mag Mammals if you've seen them. I think it works in Mega Man's favor to have unlocks. You missed the roller rescue level? It wasn't very good. I don't think there's much aw shit there. Sorry, I didn't really care for it. It was designed. It was kind of long. That's about it. Designed and long. Well, I want to talk about what happened when I played it. I was expecting roll to be saved. Oh, none of that mattered. Huh? So this has two paths? There's two paths and they just didn't make a... Like, they didn't make them separate? Like, with tokens or anything? I'm gonna write that down in my doc. If I had a nickel for every Mag Mammal level I ever played with chemical, plant, stone, graphics, I would have 2 nickels. Isn't a lot, but it's good that it happened twice. This level is another 2 okay levels and one instead of one good one. Why is there only one energy element and no tokens at all? Level does not encourage me to check out the other paths. Maybe it is just me, but the music is kinda loud. It just seems weird to me to include such a big path. Oh my god, these enemies suck. Wow, this is really bad. No, Mega Man! What do you mean those are instant kill, huh? I don't even know which one killed me. Was it the red one or the white one? I don't know. Yeah, there's no way for the player to know that. That's not fair. What? Oh my god, this is a really... This is another case of, I think it's well designed, but I think it's like badly well designed. No. In my case, when it's just bad level, it's just bad level. Like, I can admit something was well designed and put together, it still sucks. That's a very important thing in this contest, is design is its own thing, fun is its own thing. So, you could be badly designed and still have a fun level. Conversely, you could still have a fun level and... Or you could have no fun and be very well designed. Oh no, this doesn't sync up at all? Gross. This... Get me out of here. Oh! I've actually done this before on foot. There's a glitch in Mega Man 5 to do this on foot. What? Huh? Oh. What? I can't even get the thing down there. What the hell? That's mean. Oh no, it's the Grey Devil. I hate the Grey Devil so much. I think it's the most awkward hitbox. Like, I don't feel like the weapon is good against this guy, it's just easier for me to do it like this. Why do people feel the need to use this boss over and over again? Yeah, it was a badly made sprite, and apparently it was used in 48 Hour as well, so... Yeah. Chemical industry, oof. I'm with Shinryu, I think this is like a tank. Fun, to be honest. I hate this level at all. Maybe the other path is more fun, but I have no reason to replay the level. 4. Creativity, just sewer level. Uncreative. 4. Aesthetic? Look fine. 8. Didn't run into any glitches, but that... I mean... 36. Gotta add my Grey Devil thoughts. Mildly surprised this didn't use Chemical Plant for music, but then didn't feel super chemically. Yeah, the name doesn't really fit the stage either. More of a standard water stage, albeit with guts lifts and added shenanigans. Picks out more for its unusual enemy set, Fever, Glooper, and Sybil. Bieber is the most normal enemy of the stage. None of its appearance is stood out as great, but outside of a few without something to knock you into, it was never used poorly. Looper is one of the more effective enemies to be paired with Guts Lifts. Makes a pretty interesting turret. It also makes a rather frustrating turret due to how much of a damage sponge it is for the most part, but I found it okay. Unfortunately, Sybil is a pain in the tail. The giant clouds of them get annoying after the fourth time, and they tend to come from nowhere and punch you off the cliff. Bieber is the crab. I had a feeling. The other awkward quirk here is the split path, mostly from how pointless it is. Bottom path is presumably or hopefully the main path, and it's a decent experience overall. It falls into some of the generic water level trappings, but as a whole, it's inoffensive. Biggest complaint besides Sybil being annoying is that the waterfalls affect your gravity now, when earlier in the stage they did nothing. That's because they're the Pipe Man waterfalls. The top path is unreasonably difficult to access, with the worst of the gloopers yet. And if you do it, you get it. The painful Sybil clouds are in full force here on top of multiple killer Guts Lifts. Top it all off, there's no real reward to going the top path. I didn't even bother tracking down that one key for tanks because players can just shop for those. I suppose I appreciate that you can't lock yourself out of those tanks with checkpoints. That's because there's barely any on the top route, which can become quite the pain. Ultimately, as it stands, the rewards for succeeding those Guts Lifts is a less entertaining route, which makes me wonder why the top route even existed. Seems to just hurt the place. Yeah, Zoc, it sounds like you went down the bottom path. Probably more to say about this level, not really, but beyond some frustrating points, it really didn't leave much of an impression on me. Could be better, could be worse, I'm sure others will have more to say. If it weren't for how the split path was handled, the stage probably would have sat a lot better with me. As it is currently, I found this to be a very frustrating level instead. Initial impressions weren't all that bad, since for the room layouts leading up to the first problem area are pretty good. So the repeating rooms, but now with X amount more of the same enemies, are a bit questionable. Yeah, I don't really care for them. Besides that, plus some odd tile usage, there wasn't much to write home about. I don't have a lot to say about this level. I feel like those are the worst levels to me, where it's just like, it's okay. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing really I can give as a review. However, all of that ends up falling apart once we get to the first Guts Lift segment. Falling here and in the second Guts Lift section puts you on the lower sewer path of the level. You'll be locked into unless you replay the stage from the beginning. Actually, trying to reach the upper path is more trouble than it's worth, however, and it's mainly due to the enemy placement. He's a relatively tanky enemy that requires a decent amount of commitment, takedown, and the way he's used in the first Guts Lift segment, something short of frustrating. You can get through it without using weapons to preemptively get rid of him. The precision required is way too much for a section this early in the level. By comparison, the second Guts Lift segment, for as rare as it is to even get there, feels way easier thanks to the lack of gloopers. The most frustrating part about all this, though, is that the upper path doesn't really feel all that special compared to the sewers. This is a little bit shorter than the lower path, but not by much. I know I'm harping on the split path a lot. No, harp on it, because people need to learn. Stop making split paths. But I think the way it's executed really brings the stage down a vast majority of the level's issues. We solved that the split path was made an actual choice on the player's part, along with perhaps toning down the glooper and fever usage. Both those enemies were, when they're overused together, as they are in this stage, make for a very tedious experience. For what it's worth, I do think you have some solid ideas here outside of the first Guts Lift segment. A lot of the rooms and enemies setups work pretty well. It's just that glooper is an enemy that wears out its welcome very quickly, especially when it's used as much as it is here. Oh great, more Magmammal. The way you put that does not make it sound good, considering the previous level. Ajax. Red Mountain Zone Act 3. I consider this one to be a contender for being the least fun stage for me. Ouch, that's mean for Patchy. It is no longer the case, but it's still not very fun. The biggest offender being the enemy roster. The enemies picked here are all atrocious in one way or another, and they get spammed a lot throughout the stage. The frog that shoot goo balls at you, forcing you to button mash out of the gooey state if you ever get hit by one. Everyone's pretty much saying the same stuff. Even worse is you get forced out of your climbing statue too and fall straight, or climbing state. Fall down with no way of re-grabbing until you mash out of the goo. How are you doing, Axe? How you doing, Shin? Another obnoxious one is the fly enemy who explodes. Yeah, those flies are really bad in this level. How much they are spammed on one screen, they could easily swarm you, most likely getting you caught in one of the explosions. Definitely some thought put into the level design. Enemies do complement the platforming challenges for sure, but it mostly consists of the frogs hiding behind reflect blocks, which serve to increase the annoyance of the experience furthermore as a side effect. There were spikes that don't look like spikes, so that was fun. Also a somewhat odd design choice of having a split path in the form. If the player failed the long-winded guts left section, yeah, there's just this whole alternate section if you fall off. Both paths eventually lead to the same boss anyway, and there aren't any tokens to find. There isn't any incentive to stay on the top path. It is especially redundant since the bottom path ended up being the easier of the two. Those would have made us some form of mercy. There are three main things I like about this level. Meaningful use of slopes. Yeah, slopes don't really exist often in Mega Man, I feel like. Kinda neat. Guts lifts, which despite some polish, or Polish, could be a Polish thing. They could be made in Poland. There might be some laws there when they're constructed. Are enjoyably tricky, especially where Tri-Horn or Tie-Horn is involved. Third, invincible blocks that are integrated into the challenges rather than tacked on to gimme any cheating. Regrettably, these positives only go so far in boosting this level's score. Ideally, architecture and screen transitions should consciously define the flow of a level, considering how easy it is to backtrack into danger, destabilize the scrolling mechanic, get into places you physically can't get out of, and screen transition into oblivion. I can tell this wasn't made by an idealist. Overly frequent screen transitions make the first half feel longer than it actually is, and the paucity? I've literally never heard of that word. Paucity? Checkpoints and power-ups only aggravates the situation. The vertical sections, I'd say the ones with all the frogs, but that describes practically every section. More safety nets to prevent players from losing several screens. Black? Okay. Yeah, never heard of that word before. I mean, Flashman is a writer, so I expect him to use his Thoros. Gotta use that Thoros. My favorite dinosaur, Thesaurus. That describes every section needs more safety nets to prevent players from losing several screens of progress if they get hit. Enemy storms and ambushes are individually successful, but collectively exhausting and repetitive. Special weapons are too useful here. I give you credit for a discernible challenge progression, earnest attempt at safe enemy introductions, and aesthetic gameplay elements working together to create some semblance of theming. Most levels with this many rough edges don't even try. Same deal with the tile work. Even though I could play Art Critic, it's still clear what you were going for in some sections. The interior sewer climb looks rather good, even the boss, which is blandly plopped in from the dev kit with no alteration that I can detect. Best possible choice. Ugh, no, Flash fan, no, what are you doing? No, the Grey Devil's so bad. Mega Man, get your butting mashing ready. Yeah, no, that feels nice. Also, we get some mash in the chat. You're subbed. We stuck accessibility settings in the game for many reasons, and this is as good as a place as any to switch on rapid fire. This is a weird one. There are two completely divergent routes. A lesser or more arrogant level designer would force you to go through both routes. The fact that the upper path is a ton more stressful to even go to, and the lower is often entered by sheer accident. This could have completely killed the level's enjoyment, but No, there is one element, one boss. Both paths converge. I legitimately appreciate the restraint. There's a lot of goodwill towards the stage. Well, there seems to be a rather obvious missing checkpoint at the halfway point. That the player isn't locked out of an element just means it didn't really hurt the level all that much from a casual perspective. Not great for judging, sure, but I doubt it'll annoy the end user that much. The difficulty curve of this stage is all over the place. Hardest and most deadly segment is the first few rooms. Mistakes here cause Mega Man to plummet into a pit, bound by gooey, slimy death. Past this point, the enemies on the stage are more forgiving but trickier to avoid. The introductions to enemies and gimmicks are pretty solid. Considering the enemies are from rather obscure Mega Man games, this is a good thing. No. Of the two paths, the lower path is the more basic but also the more enjoyable. That said, overall, Gutslips resulted in the best rooms of the level. Ew, no. A rarity, given the gimmick. Use of the Game Gear Octopur as the second phase of the mini-boss here was a nice touch. And both tie horns... Five Game Boy mid-boss, okay. And the upper path felt different too. Not much else noteworthy other than the waterfall-based jumps do spice it up just enough. The upper path, several of the rooms with large quantities of Sybils are ridiculously hard to get through unscathed, and a stage full of Gutslips and enemies. Crap you, those Buzzy Gits prove themselves the biggest nuisance. God, I am so sick of seeing Crystal Joes in like every level. 7 tiers of Crystal Joes. Like 50 Shades of Grey, but they're all Joes. The biggest recurring gripe with the stage is the screen transitions. The use of two-way transitions means scrolling back at best, gets you hit by an enemy, but in several instances resulted in the player dying and once getting stuck in a wall and then dying. It's surprising how difficult this made some rooms. The graphical tiling is pretty inconsistent. The level has an amazing atmosphere. Konami music is always a highlight, and the choice here really enhances the stage. For the most part, the tile set, Secret Plant Zone from Sonic Pocket Adventures, and the animated Pumpkin tile set really help the stage's identity far more than the stock assets suggest. It really does, Neef. I don't know why. It feels like they're everywhere. Outer Reaches by Samario. It's a Samario. 2 in 1. What the fuck did I just say? What is this music? It feels like it's something in, like, Perfect Dark for some reason. Was that the first use of awkward magnet beam that was intentional? Hi, Shamrock. Did you want to hang out? Just kidding. You don't like Mega Man. Wow. Am I wrong? Also, you're at work anyway. You're a nerd. It worked, idiot. It's Friday. You know what they say? Thank God it's Friday and Shamrock's at work.
This is how you bait people in the call?
No. Hi.
I'm not at work.
I was confident you were at work is the only reason I said that. I was like, oh yeah, they're at work.
Nope. Fuck you. It's Friday night.
There's always time for fun. It's Friday night. Let's stay. What
don't
brings you
think
here? Guy who doesn't really know Mega Man?
Yeah.
He's got nothing better to do.
I got nothing better to do.
Fuck yeah, you can help me read judge comments. They're always fun.
Hell yeah.
Oh no! Gotta get down
I
on
might
Friday.
not know
You know, I heard Rebecca Black's doing real good right now. I'm sorry,
I
did I
might
just
not
go
know
backwards?
Mega Man I might not know Mega Man well, but I know good level design when I see it.
Okay, name one good level. Oh wait.
What, from Mega Man?
No, just one good level.
Just in general.
Yeah, you're taking way too long to answer the question. I don't think you've ever played a good level. Mods, show him a good level. Thank you. Somebody Crystal Joe's. You know what we really needed here? That would have been a great choice. Make a new robot called Cerveza Man, and he's just Cerveza Cristal. Thank you.
I feel like that's just what you're asking for. You're just asking me to use the soundboard.
I wasn't actually, but I was like, you know, with all the Crystal Joes, I'm like, gotta have a Cerveza Crystal Man. Kirby Planet Robobot? Ooh, what the hell is this? Unique Gemini Man fight? What the? This is kind of cool.
It's very bullet hell boss.
It is, but it's unique. I respect it. One! First try. I don't even think I had full health. Another stage I don't have much to say on. But I think I am really getting sick of Crystal Joes. The boss fight at the end is pretty cool, though. With the custom Gemini Man bullet. I don't really have a lot to say. So, are you familiar with the judging process?
I was, but that was a couple weeks ago.
We rated, okay, it's design, fun, creativity, aesthetic, functionality. Okay, so it's
Okay, so about
35,
specs.
25, 15, 15, 10. I'm giving. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna give it a 10. Design. Feel free to give your own, if you want. Fun. I feel like this level was over before I really had a lot of fun, so 7. Creativity just feels like another Mega Man in space level. 5. Which is Mega Man 5, funny enough. Aesthetic? Okay, I guess. 7. The big room is kind of whatever. Functionality? I honestly didn't run into any glitches, but maybe that's just me. 10. 20, 34, 39. Alright, do you want to be Mick? I'll give you like 2 or 3 judges.
As far as the level goes, this isn't much. There's a few neat ideas, particularly the key coin room with Crystal Joes, but other than the whole, on the whole, this is just there. Inoffensive, but unrememberable. like beams especially, didn't get much attention. Pretty much all of them can be skipped by jumping down. And there's also there's also this early screen with a Met Flood that I
That was
can't
level
say
100?
I'm
Oh, fuck yeah, we did 100 levels. Woo!
that I'm not particularly fond of. But outside of that, there's a huge struggle to find things to talk.
Oh, that wasn't level 100. That was ranked 100. So we did 75 levels. My mistake. 75. Woo! Not
So
100.
this is the lowest ranked level.
No, they're out of 175.
Oh, okay. I thought there
Oh.
was just a flat 100.
No. It's out of 175. It goes from tier 1 to 15. So we're in the second third of the game.
Oh, jeez.
There's 176. My mistake. Either way, one number off. That doesn't really change the percentage. Okay, go on.
I mean, yeah. Find things to talk about, but I suggest the music's nice. That being said, Green Gemini Man. Oh, jeez. Was an unexpectedly fun fight. Easily the highlight of the level. If the rest of this place was as cool as the fight, I would rate it much higher. Still, I'm looking forward to fighting him in the boss gallery.
Okay. This one. For the most part, there's not really a whole lot going on with this level. Relatively short, rather basic enemy and gimmick placements, and doesn't really do anything noteworthy as far as platforming challenges go. In terms of level structure, the most notable segment is probably the second token, and how lining up the magma beam to slide into that one room can be a bit finicky. I have done that so many times accidentally in this contest, not realizing it was not the intended solution, Shamrock. And it turns out this is the one time that was the intended solution.
That's insane. Hey,
Hey, you.
Hey,
Hi.
hello. You needed people who know Mega Man?
There's also a ladder at the
Yeah,
end of the
that's-
level that
why
doesn't
I'm
have
here.
any collision. Shamrock has literally never played a Mega Man game. He's like, I don't know what this is. What's a Mega Man?
Well, you'll learn today.
I'll teach you on Sunday when we play Zook Hero and the other bootleg knockoffs.
Oh my god.
So there's that too. Overall, there wouldn't be much else to discuss here if it weren't for the boss. I wasn't really sure what to make of Fracture at first, seeing as he looks like a Gemini Man recolor. I guess that's their name. Started attacking and teleporting all over the place. You better believe that got my attention back pretty quickly. If that was meant to be an intentional bait and switch, then congrats. Certainly effective on me. Granted, he's not exactly what I would call difficult. His bullet patterns are certainly intimidating looking at first. They're actually pretty easy to avoid. Yeah, I figured it out pretty fast. And so he's still far and away the most interesting part of the stage. I just wish the rest of the level was up to par with him. Alright. Read
I'll
this
take
one,
that.
I guess. Yeah.
Malachite Spaceport. Ooh, crosscode music. I approve. I guess. Wait, what's crosscode? I guess that's a non-Mega Man game. Either way, though it doesn't really fit the aesthetics of the stage, Vermilion Wasteland music here sounds too gloomy for the colorful Starman tile set. Kinda a short and average stage, I feel. Only several screens of Crystal Joes and Mets in which their placements don't feel all that intuitive. There are also these electric chaps that you can just go through easily simply by falling. One softlock situation with the key coin collecting, you cannot go back through the sliding part to reach any upper part coins that you missed, which is pretty bad for when the key is needed for progression. Also, the ladder beneath the pen maker doesn't have collision.
Didn't notice
The
that.
fight at the end is the highlight of the stage, I find. Green Gemini Man here is kind of intimidating with the amount of projectiles he fires, but they're ultimately harmless if you don't let yourself get cornered. It definitely makes the fight very... Scroll, please. Ah, not too far. Very uniquely dynamic with how his shots limit your playing field.
Alright, Shamrock, you'd also take this one, I guess.
We've got the framework for a solid level here. Nice pacing, fair challenges, and checkpoints at regular intervals.
By the way,
Aesthetics are good.
Flashman's like the best judge in terms of like writing, so enjoy when he goes crazy.
I'll probably do Ace after this one.
Oh, I've been
Thanks.
doing ace for the contest. I'll just keep doing.
All right, then.
Aesthetics are good with appealing tile work, interesting use of architecture outside of the playing arena, and engagingly eerie music. The thing is, it needs more.
The level's
More
way too
variety.
short.
More challenges, more playtesting. In the absence of gimmicks, the easy to bypass elect man beams are barely prominent. enough to count. Enemy selection needs to be extra thoughtful and harmonious. Space mantles, metals, or whatever. Reading is
Metals.
You just
hard.
call them Mets.
All about the Mets, baby.
It is. That's what Mega
Pair well
Man's
with
about.
almost pair well with almost everything, but there's an overabundance of shield enemies, usually in very familiar setups that can be handled one enemy at a time. Laser Trident shreds this level to bits. A couple of screens offer a decent challenge. Example of falling into a tight space with a shield attacker fending off 2 types of Mets at once, using Magnet Beam to access the second token.
You know,
But,
when people go to a baseball game and they're the away team at City Field, they're also fighting off 2 types of Mets at once.
Just shreds,
That
you
was a
say.
funny joke.
But almost all I remember are Crystal Joes blocking hallways and guarding the tops of ladders. Difficulty and complexity jump around a bit too, especially if you missed the first token, didn't receive that gentle introduction to the enemy. Technical polish could be better. Tokens aside, the level doesn't need the 2-way horizontal transitions. Backtracking is liable to get you hurt. One ladder is an unclimbable background decoration. The boss has several technical quirks, including a huge exploit during the super attack and being vulnerable to damage while invisible. I wish the level were longer. There's definitely room to develop more of a theme with the gameplay. I also wish Black Dash or Ice Wall were the boss main weakness. Spark Chaser makes too much of a pushover. Nonetheless, the boss is a highlight of the level. Tricky, unique, and fun.
The atmosphere of this level is out of this world. Sorry. Unfortunately, didn't
No,
give
you're
us
not.
the payoff folks are looking for. I like quite a bit about this stage. It's really well tiled, had an excellent music choice, enemies that fit the level design really well, Penguin aside. Whole package felt very refreshing for a Mega Man level. It really felt like I was playing in a space station. However, the level finishes just as it feels like it's getting started. It's just too short. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised this ranked as high as it did. The few gimmicks were only ever introduced, never built upon. The elect blocks were never a threat, except the one below a non-existent ladder near the end, and I don't think that was intentional. The key cards were only used once, and I was expecting another larger, more complicated room like this one in the level afterwards. It shows enough promise that I still enjoy the stage, but it really ended on a real high note. The boss was impressive, fun to learn, and just the right challenge. Even ended up perfect running him in my spare time, so positive end to the level, and another 10 rooms of increased difficulty using the same assets, and this would have been an excellent level rather than just a decent one. Yeah, it's far too short. Also, to give you an idea, Shamrock, since you haven't seen a lot of Flashman's reviews, one of his reviews was so subtle, it was a roast of the fact that the level used no capitalization. So there was just like no punctual stuff, like no periods or whatever, and just no capitals. It was just a very subtle joke.
Didn't he also sneak in the YMCA lyrics in the level
No.
named YMCA?
Oh yeah, he did. No, that was him. Yeah.
Oh, this is a Blaster Master.
It is. And that's Red Arimer. Get out of
Whoa,
here.
yeah, wait a minute. Firebrand, what are you doing here?
That review is awesome. Yeah, Flashman has proven to be the best reviewer. Finally, some good Mega Man levels. Yeah, all it took was me playing Bokosuka Wars. Wow. You lose.
This is this isn't drive around from Blaster Master. This is walk around areas top down.
I'm
Fair.
kind of hoping all the enemies in this stage are like references to ghouls and ghost enemies. We've seen the red armor. Now
2
there
screens
was
ahead,
the
really?
skull shield as well.
No, what am I on about?
Kind of using the on and off things a bunch so far.
Oh,
Whoa, you can jump through that.
making me use the
yeah.
dash button, or not the dash button, the slide button. How dare you? That's paddling.
I am crazy. This is the first. This is like the first stage music for Blaster Master. Tank around. For some reason, I thought this was top down. It's not.
You know, people really like making me, for some reason, play the PS1 Blaster Master on Jukebox. It's come up far more times than I'd like to admit, and every time I'm just like, I don't think this game is very fun, but people keep giving it to me anyway. I will never understand that game. I'm just like, this...
Honestly, I
Oh,
forget
shit,
about
I
it
missed
too.
that.
Was that a spinning Yashishi?
It was, and I missed it. I was already sliding away.
Yo! This is a reference to 1942.
It is.
Oh, that's cool.
However, I think this is the back of the... I think that's the back of the, what's it called? Yeah, the Shark Tank? I think. That was
Maybe?
reskinned.
I mean,
You're about to see some game removed.
still, just that kind of thing is kind of neat. Oops.
It worked. You played Bokosuka Wars? Yeah, we played it last night. Blame Deet. Wow, you lose. That was even the raid message. The back shoots missiles? Never mind then. Oh, that's not
It's a
real
dangerous
Yashishi.
Yashishi.
It's a Yashi shit.
Oh shit.
This is Joey, Paulie, Vinny, and Frankie. Whoa,
What was the stage?
shit.
What was the stage name again?
I wish it said it when you paused it. Does it say it on the map? Yeah, the name
I
of the
guess we'll
stage
find
is Hold Left Bumper to Control. Okay, it's a good name.
I'm just thinking because all the enemies so far, even
No,
the
it's
Yashishi,
called
are
Arcade
all
Archives.
yeah. Oh, there's an arcade archive thing. Huh. Oh, arcade archives. Yeah. So this is references to like, well, besides maybe Gemini Man here.
That's Gravity Man.
Sorry. Huh. Interesting way it changes up with the thing now. I guess this is references to older Capcom arcade games. That's a cute theme.
That's it? Okay.
Bit short.
Short, sweet level,
If those were custom sprites, that's cool.
a cute aesthetic. The gimmick is that the enemies and bosses are taken from old Capcom arcade games. Unfortunately, it does not do enough.
Could use a little more time in the oven. A little more substance to it.
It is over way too fast.
Yeah, that was really quick. That was what, a couple minutes, if that.
That was bad.
Neat idea though.
Like, it was good, but it was just like the length was bad. Alrighty. I think it was well designed though. I'm gonna give this 20. I liked it. You know what? It was fine.
Ooh, Shinryu
Fun.
did not like this one.
Shinryu admitted some of the reviews, they changed their mind after the contest. So, you can't update the scores, because that would throw everything off in the contest, but, like, they've admitted they've changed their mind on some stuff. Not any specific levels, but yeah.
It's how a judge feels at the time, so yeah.
Creativity doesn't really do anything interesting, it just kind of reskins the enemies. At least, I think so, minus the, I think the Red Aramer was a new enemy, but even then I'm like, it wasn't very creative. I'm gonna give it 5.
Less of the longer it was on screen, the more you could do. It would only usually fly at you.
I think it just dies too fast. Maybe if it did actual Red Aramer patterns, it would be better. Aesthetic doesn't really do enough with the arcade aesthetic. I think it could have easily done some good stuff here. I'm gonna give it a 5 for aesthetic. As much as I like the idea, it pretty much only does the sprites. And there's no backgrounds or anything, or tiles. I think that's a missed opportunity. Graphically, I mean, functionality, didn't notice any bugs. That is 20, 30, 40, 50. Was fine. Fine level, nice middle of the road level. Right, here you go, Shamrock.
Okay, this is pretty cute. red armors that dive into you when you line up, skull shield attackers that reflect your shots, flying Yasuchi blades, and all combined with girders, switches, and old school music. I like it a lot. I like a lot of the ideas put into this. As a whole, it's cute to see. Unfortunately, the level design is middling at best. It grows and irritates on. Iterates on the. Still, blah blah blah. I've lost my pacing. Sure, it has a very slight difficulty curve. The curve's hardly perfect, and the final climb with the switches even half as dangerous as the long death pit before it. And the first token is arbitrarily pain in the tail, but that's the kind of the small potatoes compared to how uninteresting the design is. The design itself. The level itself, it just isn't memorable beyond the distinct goons. The whole experience sort of runs together into nothing. Considering the mid-boss is the cool plane enemy who doesn't even need half of the platforms in its fight.
Correct.
And the boss
I noticed
is
that.
Yeah, and the boss is a gravity man who regularly gets caught in the terrain. I can't help but feel that the level wasn't finished, which also gives me a bit less to talk about overall. I hope to see more from these enemies in the future, if nothing else.
I kind of wonder if that was supposed to be a Capcom game, Gravity Man, because like it feels like it was a reference, not to Mega Man 5. Obviously that is, but I'm like, was there something that was there that it was supposed to be referencing from an arcade game?
Probably, because I mean all of the other enemies were Capcom game references.
Like the whole on-off thing was making me think something was there that I'm not getting, but
I feel
I'm
like
not
there's
recalling any
something,
old
but
ones.
I don't know. Also, no,
Yeah.
Shinryu doesn't necessarily prefer harder ones. Just prefers a good, solid stage. If Shinryu shows up, you can ask later.
He's the tough judge.
I mean, there's like 2 tough judges here, I would say, but Shinryu's cool dude. They made some really insane levels in the past. My first impression with this level wasn't all that great. 2 minutes in, and I locked myself out of the first token by having the red switch activated. Forcing me to restart to get it. It's at the start of the level, so I wouldn't really bet this. But it was still a bit of a sour opening for sure. While the rest of the level doesn't pull anything else like that, it's still not what I'd call interesting either. The vast majority of it just feels so empty. The custom enemies and the mini-bosses certainly have such potential, or some potential. They're placed in such simplistic ways that it's hard to appreciate them for very long. You can outright ignore most of the red armors and the 2 instances of the homing Ishishis, not to mention the mini-boss often goes down way too fast. Out of everything in this level, I'd say the most interesting part is the room with the 3rd token. And this room carries a decent threat of falling into the pit below, which is way more engaging than anything else found in the stage. The Gravity Man's fight in the statement as well, since I at least appreciate the thought of wanting to spice up his fight a bit. The switch blocks don't really add much to it.
Classic arcade hits. It's a somewhat disappointing stage, probably due to the name proposing a larger expectation. The details of the reskins are pretty good for the most part, showing some clear reference to other classic games while also adapting the style of Mega Man enemies. The stage itself, though, is just generic blue machineries all around, creating the monochromic and dull atmosphere. I think that, combined with the somewhat mundane music chosen and the overall small enemy density, wound up making the stage as a whole feel very barren and unexciting to play. Even if there weren't any glaring flaws to the level design. Kind of a bad move for locking out the first token if you have the wrong color switch toggled. Outside of that, the stage does demonstrate some decent uses of the block switch gimmick combining the moving platforms. The laser mini-boss was somewhat made easier because its whole body is now vulnerable, possibly due to the sprite change, while normally its weak spot is a tiny portion in the middle. The extra blocks with the Gravity Man fight, I think they're supposed to make it more challenging, except it made him more prone to getting stuck in certain spots, neglecting the possible threat of him running at you to deal contact damage entirely.
Back to me.
Yep.
We're just gonna cycle like that. I think it's the easiest way.
I expected to see Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Space Invaders, Gauntlet, even Xerax.
That you pick
Zara-
Zaxxon over Sinistar,
Zaxxon.
Flashman?
Yeah, Zaxxon.
I am Sinistar. Run, run, run.
God, Sinistar is
And
like
if
the
not-
scariest arcade game ever.
Just do that
And if-
frickin' yell.
And if not the most retro classics, an electric smattering of Sunset Riders, Dance Dance Revolution, or whatever else might somehow translate into the static from gameplay for a Mega Man level. As best I can tell, this level references Ghost and Goblins, Volga's 1942, or something similar, and whatever arcade game has Gravity Man in it.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
Everybody's
what?
trying to figure out where's everybody's trying to figure out the Gravity Man thing with arcade.
I would have had a cowboy segment. You could easily change the aesthetic of this level if you tell the player you're gonna do this. Because bringing up like Sunset Riders, that's a Konami game, mind you. But
No,
you
yeah.
do something cool here where it's just like you have a little like old western town you go through, and then you bring like the
Technically-
cowboy enemies in from Tom Hawkman stage.
You could technically do Bionic Commando. And I think that started as the arcade game before it became what the NES
I wouldn't
stuff.
want that only because of the fact that that game intentionally does not have a jump button. So
Well, I mean, you could bring in enemies from it. You could have basically a grappling hook enemy type thing for Bionic Commando.
And the music is from Blaster Master. NES Archives might have been more appropriate.
Yeah,
Ouch.
actually, now that he pointed that out, yeah.
scolding,
Should have
but
chosen
true.
a different arcade song.
I don't have to recognize every reference, but I should have no doubt that everything is working together to tell a story. The story I get is that there's not nearly enough arcade in these archives. The tile set, which is smooth blend of unassuming dev kit tiles in need of fade to black pit indicators, does the level a disservice by having nothing to do with the arcade or arcade games. Those moving platforms could have looked like the pedal from Arachnoid. Yeah.
Arkanoid?
Arkanoid, sorry.
It's Breakout, basically.
Yeah. These and other missed opportunities make for the theming feel flimsy. Unplugged from the arcade connection, the level is pretty successful. Every enemy gimmick introduction is handled with care, and they are well-defined, if not ideally arranged. Challenge arcs that explore the potential of certain assets. Switch block shenanigans are pitched at the right difficulty. Shield counterattacks, which is, I hope, their name, bring excitement to a tired enemy concept. And the vertical climb with the spawning enemies interference is solid. I see a bit too much empty space, and I'm not totally sold on the token challenges. The mini-boss is barely threatening if you stay on the ground.
Agreed.
Object placement in the moving platform plus switch block area allows for the gap-related sliding glitch. Any power-ups at all would be nice. The level displays some good game design instincts and the need for just a little bit more playtesting, and just enough creativity to leave me wanting so much more.
This is a very basic stage. At times it feels like it's going through the motions and just kind of ends on a whimper. It pretty much sums up a stage that ends rather quickly with the switch blocks present throughout. The stage not really doing anything of note. It feels like an alpha build of a stage rather than a finished one. Graphically, it's also very basic and the tile set is immensely generic. I'm not sure what on earth the stage's setting is supposed to be. Samey looking backgrounds mean the entire stage lacks identity or charm outside of the new enemies, and frankly the music is as equally repetitive as the stage graphics. And I do like the new enemies and the few reskinned ones, they're cute. Red Aramer Sprite is adorable, and the 1942 inspired Planeman boss is good old goofy Mega Man. The Yashishi enemy is also rather fun, even if it is woefully underutilized. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything interesting. The first one I completely missed. I've been intentionally not mentioning dev kit bosses in stages unless they're either enhance or detract from a level, since they're usually fairly filler. In case I'm disappointed I fought Gravity Man rather than anything that really suited the stage's enemy set. He feels like a placeholder boss. Switch block adds nothing. Wow, I'm gonna be honest, chat, with the rate we're going, we might actually get 2 tiers in today.
Oh my god.
I know, fucked up to say.
Ah.
Hazard Hydro. We get some water in the chat.
I think this is a Mega Man 7 remix.
Okay, it's at the end of the game.
No, this is X2?
This is X, yeah. Toxic Seahorse. X3.
X3. Okay.
Oh, the stupid spider enemies. Oh, gross. I hate them. Enemies suck.
So I guess I should have waited until this point because I'm like, wait, this is too much electric guitar. It has to be X3 at that
this
point.
Is X. You know X music immediately when you hear it. Installing
Yeah, but specifically.
humor? Okay, hold on.
Specifically X3. Oh, way too much electrical guitar. Oh yeah, Albino Shamrock. Enjoy the additions you can add to the Buster.
You know how Paper Mario has the badges? Yeah, they added that for this.
Gross.
So you can put it on for one level. Genesis Toxic Seahorse. Oh my God, Pink, we're gonna be playing that on Sunday.
There's not enough bass twang for Genesis here.
I assume you're talking about the X3 bootleg because I am playing that on Sunday as one of the games.
There's a bootleg?
Yes, the X3 Genesis
Oh.
bootleg that's bad, and also you fight like I'm a Rhino like 3 times.
What?
They didn't know how to put in any other bosses. They're like, I guess we'll put Tunnel Rhino here. D?
Give him the D.
Yeah, like the Vine Boom.
Jesus.
I did say I would put these on as a channel point redeem. I didn't mean to do that. There is no reason to go up. I'm gonna do it anyway.
I mean, if you
There's
scroll up,
something
there's
up there.
more up there.
Not worth it.
Oh, weapon tank. Not for a weapon tank.
What if I just never let go of the charge? Like,
The
did
person
my-
who's making the
my
drum roll
revenge
gets really
verse
mad
got
at you.
turned off at some point. I was like, what happened to that? I guess that was turned off last year and I didn't realize it. Vine Boom is such a classic sound effect. Can you imagine Magmammal 3, but like during pandemic? Because like didn't it come out like right before is when people were making levels, so the humor doesn't have like Among Us. Imagine the Among Us blaster.
Heck, you were bringing up, what, last level? You had specifically brought up something that was just within, like, the past month or two, and I'm like, this is still off of, like, 3 to 6 years ago humor, so it's
I was
like...
about to say, like, you can't expect someone to just drop humor that's not even a couple months old into something that takes a while like this.
Oh, they said a lot of the humor is dated because this game took 6 years to make and the levels were done, but they had to put it all together, so it took a while.
I mean, there's 170 some of them. Like, holy shit.
That wasn't why, and I won't go into details on stream why because I don't want to bring the stream down.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a thing. So it's like, oh geez, I understand. But also they're like, yeah, the humor is very dated as a result of it taking 6 years because some of these memes aren't funny.
I mean, can't be worse than in Magmammal 2 having Quarantine Woman right when COVID was starting,
God,
right?
Quarantine Woman was very unfortunate.
Yeah.
I remember
Which their
playing
level
that,
was great.
Yeah, it was a great
but it
level.
was just
I
like,
was just like,
ooh.
oh, I don't know how to feel about
Bad
this.
timing. Yeah, bad timing for this one.
It's almost as bad as when they introduced Valorant of all things, because they it came out just as the pandemic was like just a couple months in. They have a character that spews out poison and stuff like that. Their code name during development was Pandemic.
Ooh.
No, that's unfortunate.
I mean-
there's a Dead by Daylight killer that's called the Plague, and she just vomits on everyone and gets everyone sick, and it's like uncurable. And that's one of those things where I'm like, you can't make that character anymore.
Yeah, no.
Don't forget about Tears of the Kingdom coming out on the death of the King of England, or at least the Prince. Queen. Was it the Queen?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Queen. I thought it was like the actual king death.
Nope.
No,
He's
no,
been dead
no.
for a very
But
long
yeah.
time.
Like, so Tears of Kingdom then makes more sense than Tears of King. But still, whew,
Lord of Ring.
couldn't have planned for that one.
Go out there lording the rings. Y'all know about Lord of Ring? Gollum Lord of Ring? Yeah, this is specifically from Toxic Seekers. I recognize these graphics now.
Yeah, this background now. Yep.
Okay, we want to get to the end of this and go straight down. Oops.
I think you went down too fast. Hey! Jokes! I got him.
I always hate this enemy. Takes too long to kill.
The
Fielded enemies in my Mega Man level are like
oh
a Doom
the
level
screws. I
full
was
of
thinking
chain gunners.
the screws. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the birds.
No, I hate birds too. Any bird in a video game, my mortal enemy.
Birds just hate video game protagonists.
Birds in general, just kind of assholes. It's a good thing they're not real and they're just government drones. Otherwise, I'd hate them way
Yeah.
more.
What?
Okay, so that was just
Oh.
optional health. We can just fall straight down.
I was like, wait a minute, where are you supposed to go now?
Ugh. No thanks. Huh?
The
You had
spike
one
was right
pixel
there
of
at the
spike.
edge.
1 pixel of spike.
Toe! My toe!
My toe! My toe!
Toe! My toe! My toe!
Oh, shell shock.
Hell shocked.
Oh, bummer.
You know, some people say that the new Turtles game, the arcade game, was extremely good. Counter argument, it was a bad game because it didn't have my toe in it.
new
we can
arcade one are you
disagree.
talking about anyway?
Or not arcade one, you know, the beat 'em up. I meant beat 'em up.
Shredder's Revenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did kind of miss that, but it did hit a bunch of other ones. Stop bonking me, I'm right.
Oh my god, this is an annoying token to get. If you're gonna put a token like that, you have to put the token close to the checkpoint to make it tolerable. Because I have to do this long room every time. It's not fun. How did you get this one, Pink? Sure, this one was pretty rough for you. Yeah, I don't really care. Oh no, they blocked the wall!
I was gonna say, yeah, you can't pass through them unless you kill them.
Good enough!
Ooh,
Take
nice.
those. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that legit if it wasn't for the very long trek back.
Which you now have to do again.
Yes. Probably one of the hardest non-skip tokens in the game. Ouch. That sucks. One of those we take those scenarios. Victory, but at what cost? It's just a lot of waiting to kill the armored enemies, and then you gotta deal with eggs, because birds are assholes. Did you know that they proved that birds are actually just government drones at GDQ? Fucked up. They did a run of a game that birds are just government drones, and I was like, finally, running a game that I can agree with and understand. Checking it, there's only one token. Oh, the water is raising me.
Huh.
Why are there cats meowing? Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Hey,
I hate these so.
Surprised you didn't Magnet Beam for that one.
I was about to. I'm trying to get in a good spot. Yeah, humor is off by default, but I have decided to make it a channel point redeem because I'm like, oh, why not? I bought them and I'm like, yeah, that'll be fun. First versus Nicole, welcome on in. Ow, I'm in pain.
Hello there, Nicole. How goes the sorcery trade today?
I'm in Spain without the A. What?
You said Spain without the A.
No,
That's
that
spin.
wasn't for that. That was for the mini boss. Thanks so much for the raid. How are you doing? What was the stream? The L
Oh,
is
Dr.
for
L.
Luigi.
I was gonna say that's a Dr. L sign out of
Yeah, it's a Luigi.
Wily. So, yep, okay, Splash Woman. Something about Magnamal here, they pitched her sing too high, I think.
I don't think so. It sounds the same to me.
Does it? It sounds too loud to me.
Splatfest matches? Didn't even know there was a Splatfest. What are the teams?
Yeah, it's it's what would you rent out for the day?
Video game, duh.
No, like a location.
The
Oh,
video
yeah,
game
yeah, one
store,
was
either
duh.
palace, theme park, or beach.
None of them,
Theme
to be
park or
honest.
Yeah, I mean, but if I have to choose, I guess theme park or palace. Palace would be neat to stay in and maybe set some things up in. Theme park has a lot of stuff to it, but
See, kind of depends on the group of people I'm with and what kind of party I plan to host.
that's true. Beach would be nice for a barbecue.
Writing some stuff down.
Honestly, considering the group of people that I usually hang out with, we'd honestly go for the palace, simply just because we just have the grandest of balls.
Ah, indeed.
That or steal all the artwork inside, one of the two.
Ah, Ocean's 11 it.
Yeah, I didn't like this that much. I could have liked it more if it wasn't for all the sucking you into spikes and picks everywhere. I think it's well designed though. Again, I do think it's well designed. That is very important. I can admit something is well designed. I'm gonna give it a 19. Fun? I had fun at the first half. I think you lost me. I give it a 9. Creativity. It wasn't very creative. Just
Yeah, it was Pump Man stage mixed with Toxic Seahorse.
Toxic Seahorse. Aesthetic. Okay, I think it looks pretty good. The background's pretty nice. 9. Functionality. I didn't notice any glitches, so 10. How functionality works? Any glitches? That's 10. 20. 38. 41. Here you go.
You know, I'm kind of amazed it took till Mag Mammal 3 for a bona fide sewer level to show up in a mainline contest in the mainline contrast entries. Anyway, Hazardous Hydro is definitely a sewer level.
Yep.
It has water, water currents, spiders, fish, shrimp, and obscene amounts of nuts and bolts. Splash Woman, and apparently a swarm of birds at the nearby dam. The water currents, by which I mean the magnets, make a halfway decent twist. And hikers?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, whatever. Hiker ends fusing with their pipes right in front from the start was a switch from the norm. And the design fits the respectable difficulty curve even if the checkpoints are sorely lacking. There are also several sections where you aren't underwater at all, being more standard combat and platforming. I can see the benefits to breaks from the scroll.
Making sippies
Level.
while I do this. What are you...
No sippies.
No sippies. I was drinking all the sewer water down there. I'm so thirsty. Please, I'm parched.
Nope. Especially at the beginning. Otherwise, this is a decent water level overall, albeit a bit long. Unfortunately, that's also its biggest weakness. This clearly went from Capcom's school of level design and majored in wetness.
Oh no, they're right. They do suck.
Because it's a completely by-the-books water level. Spike stuff waterways are a dime a dozen in Mega Man, and this is no different.
Name a more iconic duo than a Mega Man water level and spikes. I'll wait.
But the only memorable aspect is the one time I slid through a wall and soft locked into the ceiling, and there was almost a general lack of checkpoints. Otherwise, this was just a plain old water level. Decently designed, but not interesting. I can't say that I'm a fan.
A water level and a shrimp? I don't feel like that's the case. I can only think of like 2 levels that do that. Mega Man 2, and I want to say Mega Man 10 had shrimp? I don't think any of the other ones do. I left the stage feeling a little annoyed, to be honest. Up until a certain point, this was a relatively inoffensive stage. Nothing in here stood out too much. And that it was neither amazing or bad, save for a few segments toward the end, of course. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, though. Starting off, the stage is pretty simple, with some nice aesthetic to boot. Goes into the underwater segments. There's enough detail in the background to help keep things from looking too plain. The actual platforming, that also starts off simple, with Super Icy rating. Hi, how are you doing?
Hello, Icy.
Simple enough with water currents and a few magnet machines near the midway point. Maybe it's due to the tile set that was used. Were you doing art today? What were you doing? Maybe it's due to the tile set that was used, but it makes me think of an alternate take on Pump Man's level. Either way, the platforming is all mostly reasonable and well put together. See, I don't think this is really a remix level. I think it uses the aesthetic. I think it does its own thing. I think it's who died on the way to the castle. Oh no. I guess you were doing Bloodstained. Up until the last third of the stage, once you reach the outdoor segment, the difficulty spikes up pretty dramatically. Well, the outdoor segment isn't the worst thing ever. The surprise Bolton and Nuttons can more than a few deaths by knocking you into the water at the last second. And then there's the underwater segments, which went from passable to everything I don't want to see when it comes to these types of stages. Extremely tight jumps with spike pits everywhere, doing along with the current that pulls you. It's way too stressful and easy to die in these sections. overly precise movement required. The token room is the absolute worst, though, to the point where I honestly would have suggested just scrapping it entirely. Overall, you had a pretty decent stage up until that point, but things got way too brutal, way too fast with those final few segments leading up into Splash Woman.
Warning! Hydro hazards. Can't say I quite enjoy playing through this one. While there aren't many glaring level design flaws in this, a few factors kept it from being a fun stage to play for me. A lot of the enemies chosen here require too specific of strategies to deal with. Example, the hopping cannon dudes hopping up to you if you shoot at the wrong time, the spiders that can easily overwhelm you if you don't dispatch them quickly, the egg rockets from the peepees. Are they really called pipis?
Pipis.
Pipis. Pipis. Sometimes launching above the ground level if you don't hold still for a bit. It gets too punishing should you screw up on any part.
How do I feel about these levels, Icy? Either inoffensive or too short today has been the theme. Or they've just been like this one where it just got really rough at the end. They've been a lot of short levels today so far. Which is why I'm like, we could actually theoretically get tier 8 finished today.
The long stretch with the swallow egg rockets and the nuts and bolts in the way, where do I start? There's so much blue on screen causing the enemies to blend in, and the distracting background elements make it very hard to focus on the most hazardous threat at any moment. Tiny platforms do give you very little room to dodge the eggs as you get pinned down by devious nut and bolt placements. The top path is impossible to hold onto because of the swallow eggs getting in the way of the platforming, and for some bizarre reason, Laser Trident doesn't destroy the egg as it hits the swallow eggs, despite the level encouraging the use of the weapons due to the amount of nuts and bolts enemies. Token Room just after this stretch is completely unreasonable with the low spike ceiling and the magnets pulling you all around as you struggle to adjust yourself to hop across one-tile platforms. There's also the evil placement of the middle bunch of magnets immediately pulling you off the platform as you scroll the screen slightly. I was fully expecting to see Toxic Seahorse being the boss, honestly, but it was just Splash Woman bundled with ceiling spikes. What a deal!
Here you go, Shamrock.
I don't get motion sick too easily, so it's noticeable when the level leaves me feeling queasy. The background animations, which are everywhere, are way too fast. And those animations are probably why the level takes an eternity to load.
They probably toned it down for the release. They do that. I wouldn't be surprised.
In fact, most of my problems with the level are due to the graphics. Because the air indicators are fairly subtle, it's not clear with quick glance which direction the magnet will send you. Bottomless pits look identical to screen transitions. A little more color contrast would go a long way.
Oops, sorry. You're in the second chunk.
The opening stretch looks a bit samey, underwater backgrounds and the foregrounds.
Don't you love that I suggested in one of the Mag Mammal streams I did that they should have like lines separating them?
Mm-hmm. Or smidge too similar. And enemies' projectiles sometimes blend into the background. I suspect the damn area was painted by happyists.
Blue.
You're blue now. That's my attack.
Ooh. All this is a shame because I love the pristine tile work. Comfortability, elaborate architecture, quality music choice, and focused enemy gimmicks selection that makes the level feel like a classic series reimagining of Toxic Seahorse. I also like the gameplay, setting aside some issues with the slow challenge progression and the checkpoints missing where they're needed most. The challenge concepts and difficulty arcs are respectable. Power-ups are plentiful without being handouts. Rushing water is constantly used well, and spikes in the boss chamber are a simple but effective twist. And I am pleased to see the oddly skippable mini-boss have switched to fresher shrimp. Tokens, though. That tricky W tank should really be a token, and the underwater token and the alternate path needs more playtesting. The only reliable strategy seems to be leaping forward on Rush Bike and hoping for the best. Still, any design qualms I have are relatively minor. Fix the problem stemming from the graphics and you're a solid level.
Yeah, I agree. For the most part, this level is inoffensive. Your bog standard and thoroughly unoriginal Mega Man water stage. Looks nice, it's fairly atmospheric. Sticks to the basics. It might as well be called knockoff Pump Mans. No, I disagree with that. This is the one time it didn't feel like a remix stage. What changes it makes it usually result in something much less interesting than the Mega Man 10 original. Because this stage felt all too familiar. The water current generators being introduced so late, most of the level is spent fighting fairly basic enemies. That this stage shares so many foes of Pump Man certainly doesn't help matters. Honestly, there's very few talking points, but there are some. Side path being absurdly difficult for little reward is one. Seriously, what is up with that hidden W tank route? And there is the sheer number of Bolton and Nuttons. There was a reason this enemy was fairly infrequent in Top Man stage. They're just not fun to fight. They're not. No, any shielded enemies in Mega Man suck, and then people continue to use them in these. I don't know why it's so bad, Neef. You know, because you've played all the levels, I'm sure, by now. But, like, I swear there's a problem with how many shielded enemies they put in this contest. I think it's because there's a lot of first-time entries, because this is the third one. The outdoor segment that combines them with Chillman Bird Bombers is particularly nasty. Alas, this checkpoint probably contains the biggest misstep in your stage, the singular Trickster token. Not only is the hardest segment of the stage cramped with legitimately hard to parse water currents, making platforming between death spikes haphazard at best, serious lack of graphical indication for just how far the currents go make this a guessing game. The fact it's so far away from the last checkpoint and single-handedly sideswipes a lot of the goodwill you might have gained, otherwise it's utterly miserable. Capcom themselves have created like a bazillion shielded enemies. Yeah. Everything else is inoffensive and predictable. It's a shame when levels that nail the aesthetic are let down elsewhere. Okay. What's the next level?
Number 97.
Uh-oh.
What the hell?
Duh.
You're blue now. That is going to be the attack.
God damn it.
I can dig it. Oh no.
I gotta turn off viewer. Hold on. Oh my god. I see what you're doing.
It's
I'm probably gonna
the
get
attacks.
a hit on YouTube for this level, by the way, but whatever, fuck it.
I mean, this is a... You're blue now. Okay, this is kind of a clever way to do it, though.
Yeah, this is one of those songs that's like probably, as much as I love it, it's I know how Latin Notor
Oh
gets.
my god, Gaster Blasters.
Yeah, the Gaster Blaster is really cool. This is pretty neat. Sans, there he is. What?
Yeah!
Huh?
He's not letting you, he's pushing you away.
Oh fuck, you're right. Let me test
That,
something.
and like Sans,
That's such
one
a good
health
detail.
point.
Look at that.
Yep.
Would you slide back into it? Experimenting.
He appropriately marks where the Gaster Blasters are, too.
That's
You can't
so
get past them.
fucking cool.
Alright, theming of this stage is really good. Ooh, okay, yeah, there you go. I was gonna say, maybe not the
Yeah,
best idea to put
this
them there,
is
considering
pretty-
respawn.
This will probably
Like,
trip
this-
content ID. Yeah, I did say that already. So you're right. You're right. Fuck you, Latin Autor. You didn't make the song. I'm not making money anyway, so I don't really care. This is one of those like, Latin Autor is not gonna block the video. Fine. There is a reason that I did say, if it was possible for a Mag Mammal, I would really like an option to turn off copyrighted music. The other games had some issues like that, and I had to turn them off. Fuck Latin Autor. All my homies hate Latin Autor. Hi, Aelita. What's up? Yo, Aelita,
Hello,
good luck.
Aelita.
I was one of the people who convinced Aelita recently to sign up for V-Shoujo because they're doing a contest. And, you know, it's better to enter and you'll be like, hey, I'm gonna try and do what I can. I'm very happy for you. Hell yeah, gamers.
Hell yeah.
Upside down dog.
That's one way to get over there quickly.
Called cheating.
Yeah. Ah! Even still, he's not letting you by.
Finalize your script. Feel free to run it by me. Oh god, it's even doing the thing here with sands. You go up and down.
Mm-hmm. It's specifically the hearts for Gravity Man, too.
Smiley face.
Oh, God.
We were thinking of making one, but we ran out of time to figure out every song. This was something that I had brought up in the other Mag Mammals, Neef, if you remember. I had brought it up and I was told... I saw that coming. It was gonna happen. I was told by Snorunt it was impossible because...
There's something to the
apparently it would have been too hard to pick all the songs. But, like, I could tell you as a content creator, if you want to get in touch with me, Neef, I will tell you every single song, and I can do something about that.
I like the fact that the Sans Joes, what would you call them?
Under Joes?
I guess. The Under Joes actually force you to go down the level in a different way.
Yeah, I can't
It's
even
like
get past
right
that
there.
one.
You
That's
can't
so
just
cool.
slide past thing, yeah.
This is a really
they bounce you back.
cool way to do this.
Yeah. It's a unique way to kind of like make them go at the level in a way that probably they wouldn't be otherwise.
Remember that time that Steven Universe died and became Sans? I love that stupid image.
Oh my god.
I keep pausing it to use the map. That's not how you use it. We're going out. Yes, have Snorunt talk to me. I will go out of my way to link you to every VOD and every song that gets hit, and I will link you to every level. And I know the ones for Mag Mammal 2 and 1 and 48 Hour as well. The only ones I don't know, Neef, are... This was hit by... Well, no, it wasn't that. It was someone like you told me... I think it was you, yeah. You told me, hey, this level, you have to mute it. And I just have it muted, so it's not going to show up on YouTube. I was going to die there anyway. I didn't know if you helped that much with Mag Mammal, though, from what I read on the document. Good on you.
Also realizing the snakes, too, only have the one eye.
Yes.
So do you really do you think it's Skullman, or do you think it's a unique Skullman at the end of this?
Fans, man.
Alright, a unique one then.
I could theoretically cheat that, but I kinda fucked up. Can't cheat it. Ow.
That one might have been a bit of a mean placement.
Ow.
Most of the Gaster Blaster placements have been very show don't tell, and easy to identify when they're coming in. Yeah.
You will experience negative when you play this level. That's my review. Yeah, everything's really cool here. I don't even care about the damage, I'm just gonna tank it. Hey, Life Forcer, what's up?
That is not like insta-kill stuff either. Ian.
I'm just going through fast.
Yeah, I think they kind of want you to like double back just to not get hit there.
Ooh. Yeah, Brindisi, don't just stay in there looing.
Yeah, checkpoint at least now.
And
Gasters everywhere.
Well, I want to say something about this stage that I maybe don't like. I feel like if you don't, for some reason, know who the fuck Sans is, you might not get the gimmick.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how you would not know about who this character is at this point.
Yeah. I don't know. Some people. Whoa. Whoa.
God damn it.
Ooh. Oh wait, no, he jumped off screen. I was gonna say that's a soft lock, but his big jump makes him go off screen. Oh no, dude, go back.
But
Did you see the Met only had one eye too?
I believe it.
For a split second, I saw the Met only had one eye.
Oh no.
Yo,
Sans Skullman.
it is Sans Man. And
Oh, this is kind of
okay, this is maybe a hard. Oh, that's cool.
Guys, I'm not pacifying him. Stop asking. Kid.
Okay, this might be a bit too spammy and difficult of a boss fight. It needs to be slowed down. But
I mean, this is
props
accurate.
yeah, props on being very creative.
He's weak to the Buster as well. I like it. You could be a hard fight and be a fun fight.
Yeah. I think just as a base Mega Man type thing, difficulty needs to be tweaked back just a little bit. You know, just a little bit slower to see how you need to jump. That's about it. That's the only thing I would
For all
really
of the
tweak
people
on
who
this.
asked me to stream Undertale and do the genocide route, this is kidding, because I never want to do the genocide route, because I don't want to sit there for like 20 hours.
I don't want the guilt of doing a genocide run, thank you.
I mean, yeah, that sucks, but also, like, I could live with that. I've done some terrible things in video games. I don't want to sit there for like 20 hours on stream fighting the same boss.
I'm a terrible person anyway, so it's fine.
You remember when
Kill them all.
Say streamed it years ago? She gave up, and then the immediate first attempt was the fucking wait after she came back.
I disagree, Genie. On whatever route you play is the real route because
Neef?
it's a video game. You're meant to play it however you want to. If you want credits, okay, but how you enjoy the game and how you play it is all up to a person. Ooh,
Yeah, I'm
no,
absolutely
big time penalty. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, that checks out. I'm gonna give this a 28. I think that was really good. Really well designed. Fun. That was a lot of fun. 20. I don't count time penalties or that, so it don't matter to me.
Yeah.
People have guilt doing the genocide route. The goal of video games is number go up. Agreed. I mean, it's different for everyone, but that's how I am. I'm just like funny number go up. Creativity.
I like hearing story and stuff.
Not the
so
most
that's the way I play it.
creative because it's Undertale, so 11. It's not as creative as it could be.
Unique way to take it, at least.
Aesthetic. I think I gotta agree. This is at least a 12. I think I'm gonna give it a 13 because all the enemies having the really small details is really, and they label everything really well.
Mm-hmm. Good use
Is
of
the
show
stage
not
layout
tell.
without the enemies just Skullman? No, they did some other stuff there.
There's a little bit of, I would even say Freeze Man mixed into that with kind of like the way the bones are. The skulls remind me of Freeze Man.
I didn't notice any glitches, so I think 48, 8. I get. You read this,
And
I'm gonna type in my thoughts if I didn't actually do that.
If I read the time penalty correctly, they take 25% off, so you're supposed
Yes.
to times it by 1.25.
I don't
so-
do that though.
Well, I'm just saying the original score of that would have been 65.3, I think.
Not gonna lie, the name did not give positive expectations. However, where I expected dumb Megalovania memes was instead a genuine attempt at a Sans level. So hey, I'm impressed there. The enemy set definitely forms a core of this place, for better or for worse. The exclamation point and the ... enemies are the prominent ones, and my only issue is that I wish they were a hint of what type was spawning. The Gaster Blaster are just just all around great, with their placement rewarding strong observational skills, and Sans Joe is a lot more interesting than regular Skeleton Joes. And he gets some creative setups with a diamond token and a level ending. That being said, the environment blockers need some kind of visual. It feels like there's a glitch right now, even though it's not. The biggest letdown was Sans Met. There's only one of him, and he's not hard to kill before he attacks, so I really wonder why he was there.
Oh, does he have a unique attack? Oh.
He does?
As far as the level itself, it's definitely not an easy one. It took a lot of practice to get no death, no tank runs, but it's completely doable, especially with the heals at the checkpoints. It's also a decently difficult.
All right, I wrote down my thoughts on this level.
Decent difficulty curve, and dodging the first shields last Tokor.
Okay, heroes.
Whatever words. Feels harder than any later instance, even after I've practiced. Beyond that, having the layout be so obviously Skullman's is a bit of a negative on creativity. Not to say this isn't creative, far from it, but I can't call it fully original when much of it is a direct rip from Mega Man 4.
I mean, I was the opposite. I was like, it's Undertale, so, I mean, it's not super original.
Level still ends on a high note, though. Skull Sans himself is fast, frantic, fun, and ultimately a lot more fair than the original Sans, which I suppose makes sense if you're not a genocide murder child hero, or genocidal murder child here. He's probably the best part of the level.
Genocidal murder child. God, it sounds
He's
like
probably the
TMNT
best part
thing.
of the level. I lost my placement. And what's before him is no slouch. Well, there are definitely some issues here. It was overall an excellent challenge and a fine example of a hard level.
I was prepared for another full-on meme level the moment I saw the stage's name, lo and behold. Actually a legitimate stage that plays its gimmicks fairly straight. Aside from said gimmicks, one of the main things that stuck out to me, the stage's difficulty. It's actually not quite as hard as I thought it'd be, given the source material. Everything is a pretty clear introduction here, and the level structure even gives you some hints to avoid being blindsided by the Gaster Blaster. Granted, it's still possible to miss out on a few of these, like the first Skeleton Joe's warp ability, or the preview of the Gaster Blaster immediately afterwards. If you don't go for the small health items, I would say this is my biggest gripe with the level. But I actually ended up having more issues with some of the enemy spawner places. I see, maybe I would have put like a tank there, so you're guaranteed to be like, ooh, free tank. Found myself getting hit frequently while standing in the safe zones in between the spawners. I mean, getting past them a bit finicky. Definitely possible to get through without taking damage, but it's a very precise process. Despite that one issue, however, I think the stage gets too out of hand unless you're going for the tokens. This is where the level goes from tough but manageable to very punishing. The third token in particular is pretty bad due to the enemy spawner and Skeleton Joe placements making everything way too hectic during the backtrack out of the room. I didn't have a problem. Thankfully, the rest of the main stage isn't anywhere near as chaotic, and the frustration is alleviated thanks to full health refills being at every checkpoint. The boss, meanwhile, is a bit of a gray area, somewhere in between. I wouldn't say he's overwhelming, but he definitely takes some time to get used to if you're Buster Dueling. You know what I have an actual complaint about? The blue gimmick wasn't used at all in this level, and I'm gonna write that down.
No, the blue, like you being
Stopping.
blue?
Like, yeah, stopping.
You mean like where it causes you to not move?
Where you have to stop moving to avoid damage.
Oh, I guess that's hard to
Sure, you can code it
facilitate
in.
with a. I guess you could, where an enemy is blue, so it has no contact damage. But then, how would you turn no contact damage into contact damage as you move? I guess that's hard to program.
I get you.
Yeah.
The gray area, I wouldn't say he's overwhelming. He definitely takes some time to get used to if you're Buster Dueling him. Not too much. That said, Spark Chaser almost completely shuts him down, since it's not only his weakness, but also destroys the tiny shield attackers he summons. So, in essence, the fight is only as much of a problem as you're willing to make it. Overall, though, I think it's a pretty good attempt at Mega Man-izing some aspects of the Sans fight. Very nice job with this one.
Humorous, destitute. This was certainly a bizarre stage, but it's certainly not bad. Never have played Undertale. See, there you go. So we're actually going to get somebody that doesn't, maybe doesn't know it 100%. So some of the references may be lost on me here, but am quite aware of the Sans character and its meme glory. The enemies are certainly quite interesting, if you can call them enemies. They're more of a glorified stage obstacles in the form of... Where I lost my place. In the form of spawners that the spawnees travel through only a few tiles before getting despawned. Pretty unique, that. Some jumps can feel a bit too tight at times, though, where Mega Man would most likely get hit by one of the spawner enemies. Maybe if the spawn rate were a bit slower. In one section, once you are upside down, you can rush coil back to the previous screen, then fall into the section above from the underside. Ah, Undertale. Underside. Obviously not intentional, as things can get a bit wacky. The Sans Joes, the concept is neat with how they prevent you from moving past them, making the player have to find their way around the terrains to dispose of them, though that aspect can also be rather awkward in some layouts. Together with the behavior of reacting to your buster shots that can cause them to throw several bones at once, things can get hectic. Skull Sands is a fast-paced and incredibly fun boss fight. It likes to play... Whoa, too far. It likes to play with your gravity, and Skull Sands himself likes to teleport from side to side to throw you off, but as long as you keep calm and react to the attacks, it's a satisfying fight. His sprites are also nicely done and well animated. Wow, Flashman didn't like this one nearly as much as the others.
Oh, he thought this was like a Skullman remix.
Yeah. As a Skull remake, this delivers everything I want. I like how the bones of the original are preserved. Har.
Yeah, he's a writer, so...
Yeah, the challenges are revamped to be almost unrecognizable. Same overall layout, different specifics on each screen, fresh colors on familiar tiles, miniature shield shield attackers, updated skeleton Joes, and weaponized background decorations, mixed nicely with tricky new gimmicks in a wild boss fight. Good choices of sound effects too. As an Undertale crossover, key elements of the original fight with Sans are present and accounted for. Endless streams of things to dodge, laser shooting skulls, gravity flipping, and lots of bones. I would have liked moving platforms and more of the metagaming elements that make the fight so unique. I like the quirky music remix and how they seamlessly transition to a boss music. Indeed, the boss feels like an extension of the rest of the level, which appropriately makes the whole level feel like a drawn-out boss fight. However, the design lacks elegance, and the sudden and unfair difficulty feels like a misguided stab at authenticity. Challenge progression is all over the place, and the level expects the player to be an expert from the get-go. Special weapons are practically mandatory to avoid damage, and break dash demolishes half the level.
Oh wow, yeah. Huh.
I don't like using that weapon personally. That's just me.
Invisible force fields are an incomprehensible cheap shot. They need a more careful introduction.
I think I said it earlier, they should have used the Sans box, like the box that's around you in Undertale. I guess it's just the Undertale fight box. Could have worked.
Yeah, maybe get that to appear when you're trying and pass a Joe.
Cal's miss behind the boss gate, lasers persisting after the boss dies, and other little problems also hold the level back. When judging began, I couldn't appreciate any references to Undertale because I haven't played it. This is one of the levels that prompted me to give the game a spin. Now that I'm in the know, my opinion is largely the same as what it was initially. The level is just a mess, and yet I enjoyed anyhow.
I can quote a Undertale meme here, but I never really bothered with the Undertale genocide route, so Skull just by being a furry at the time of judging, I had not really put much time into Toby Fox's stuff, so my references kind of over my head. Remake stage way more literally. This entire stage map is just Skullman's. Oh, is it just like actually mirroring it? I didn't even realize. The new enemies and gimmicks, but it's amazing how much those new enemies and gimmicks change how the stage feels to play. I'm not just playing Skullman stage with few enemies. or Skullman stage, but worse, this is a new level, this has a new identity, it's a stage to itself that took a chance to use Skullman's layout and against the odds, defied them. This isn't Skullman's stage, it's Sans'. I don't recommend anyone trying this for future contests, this is incredibly hard to pull off. First time I encountered this stage, I had a bad first impression, or rather I experienced this by proxy. So, Loyana, who had played Undertale to completion, couldn't figure out what was going on. For those who don't know, Ace, like a crate fell on them, I want to say, during their job, so they had someone else help them. The judges agreed to it. So, like, fucked up their back and hands and stuff. But it's understandable. That's whenever Loyana is mentioned. I, who hadn't at the time, certainly couldn't figure it out. It seemed cheap, and we were getting frustrated. We'd already gone through several annoying stages that day, and this just seemed like another one of those things. We came into it tired, we figured it wasn't fair on the level, and just left my notes, a placeholder score, and planned to come back to it another day. Folks, this is an example of why you need to take your time with these things, and when I finally got to play the level myself, my opinion pretty much flipped. It's actually a pretty decent level. It does have issues, but let's hit the obvious positives. There's some cool enemies, combining the Sans Joes as both enemies and stage gimmicks is an inspired touch on the former background elements. Large dinosaur skulls took vengeance. They aren't cheap, they blend in, but for the most part, you want to encounter these guys in the midst of battle, so you have time to look at your surroundings. They also have a pretty good tail when they activate. At least for the horizontal ones, dodging by reaction is fairly reasonable. Enemy spawners provide some hard but fair time challenges. Being able to kill most of them with the Buster and in a pinch, use weapons against the others helps if players are able to reliably manage it. Biggest issue with the stage in general is the visuals. Sure, it's a pretty ugly recolor of Skullman, but that's not what I mean. Hitboxes all seem off. The gravity flip never seems to quite trigger when you expect it. Just how close can you stand next to the spawners? But as cool as the Sans Joe is, he's also my biggest problem with the stage. There's enough confusion when you run into him the first time in the heat of battle. It's often way too difficult to tell you've gotten close to the guy, and the sound effect is just too generic to cue you in by itself. This often leads to being comboed into oblivion or dying if you accidentally spawn one in by backtracking. Suddenly no longer finding a safe platform in your way. The confusion could have been greatly mitigated by means of an additional visual effect, even if it's just a burst of energy or something to push back. Fight against Sans, man. Sans. The fight against Sans is a highlight of the stage, a hectic looking fight that has clearly had a lot of output into it other than a potentially cheap hit at the start of the fight. He's got good tells on once you grok how he works. Fun. Good job with this guy. Even like this fight enough to come back and no damage buster it. With better visuals and tells, I might have had a more positive first experience. It is a little hard to tell what's going on, even on replays. The easier your mechanic and hitboxes are to tell, the better. As it stands, it's still pretty difficult, if a bit difficult. Still can't do anything. Remember Pink not liking this stage? I already talked to you, I don't know why I'm doing that. I mean, I know what Pink likes and what she doesn't like. Solar Inferno. Yeah, we might actually get 2 tiers done today. Important, read me.
Oh, the skipper is blocked.
This background graphics and custom flashbang effects are very likely to cause eye strain. When Judge got a headache after playing, and the level just barely avoided disqualification for health reasons, you could see the graphics and test the flashbang effect in the room on the right. Toned it down as best as we could, but if you feel uncomfortable, please go left for the element and tokens.
Wow. There's not even an...
This is the first time I get to talk to these NPCs, chat. The eye strain's bad enough, but this level's been deemed too hard for most players. There's instant death everywhere and a lack of checkpoint. Flashbang gimmick makes the sheep blocks tougher than they'd be otherwise. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to take my eye drops. I'm not gonna skip it, but I'll tell you what. I'll put it up to chat, so we don't have to spend that much time here. Should I grab the tokens?
Ah, there's 5 tokens for this place too. Yeah. Oof.
Oh, I can't even use the
There's
map.
no map. I think the map will probably kick in once you actually get in there.
Do we get the full flashbang effect with
I was gonna say they So this is what can happen. Okay.
That's not bad.
That's toned down.
That is very toned down, but also, like, I can't see.
Something tells me it used to be very quick and immediate.
Probably. and you have so much other things moving that, yeah, I can see why this would be eye strain. It used to be pure white. Ooh.
All right, so I think a fair compromise. Should we? I'll put a poll. It's gonna be a 1-minute poll. I'm not gonna grab the token. I need to play through the level, or not the token, the energy element. This does not count for me using a skip. I'm making that very clear.
There was no room.
Yeah.
Technically, the game put you in the skip room right
Yeah.
from the get-go.
You have a minute to decide.
Decide your fate, chat.
I draw the line at actually causing people pain. It's something like this. I want to make sure people know. So whatever wins in the minute, that is fine. Again, the skip's right there. I'm not skipping the level. If it's we spend less time on the stage for health reasons, that is literally the only thing. I'm still playing the stage. I will do whatever wins. I mean, that's fine, but that doesn't really matter because I put it up to a vote already and the timer's up. So I will not say no if it means we play the stage for less.
Okay. And well, at least they do a good version of show don't tell because they put the enemy in the way that would show you that, hey, you shoot these things, it's gonna cause a flashbang.
I'm just going to avoid them the best I can. And if it means tanking some hits.
Mhm.
It does get kind of bad. Yeah. Again, not using the skip, but if people don't want to watch, I may as well compromise.
Good that the fire is not a insta-kill. That's reliant on having water shield to get some of that, it looks like. Oops. They still give you the skip room there. I find it interesting that they had to put in so many warnings on this one where it almost disqualified it, but still found itself at a pretty decent score, even with that issue.
The question that's baffling is, why would you go out of your way? Whoa, that was weird. Game just
that fire's
hugged
insta-kill.
right. I don't know why that happened. That wasn't me. The game just held right and was like, oop. So why would you make a stage in 2024 that has annoying flashbang gimmick? Like, I don't understand that.
Yep. 6 years ago, but still no excuse, I think. I don't know, man. I guess some people just don't think of that kind of stuff. Maybe it's like what they are accustomed with, and that's something they feel is acceptable?
Like, here, I'll even show you how this is supposed to work. Do this.
Yeah, that stuff.
Makes sense, right?
Oh, wait, does that give you bolts
Yeah,
if you collect them again?
They give you bolts.
Oh, neat.
They put a token down there. That's pretty easy to get, all things considered.
That's not too bad, yeah.
I just don't want to spend a lot of time on a level like this. If it's gonna cause health.
All things considered, so far, the stage layout is fair. This is very... Like, we keep bringing up the show don't tell. This is very good examples of it. It's giving you safe areas to know what the gimmicks are. And... Okay, that's different.
Let me ask
but
a
there
very
you go.
important question.
That's a good show don't tell. You would not have gotten up there fast enough to take damage, so you got to see a warning of what those things might do.
So I have to ask, is it badly designed if the game flashes you? Because that's going to factor into score. For me, it is. And I guess that's a question for chat. Do you think a level like this is badly designed if it causes flashbangs? Because I'm gonna pause the game here, otherwise I'm gonna get hit. I consider visuals to be part of the design. Yeah, I mean in this case it would be aesthetic, so you'd be wrong only based on score. I'm agreeing with you, but also like the score does have an aesthetic thing. I guess I went the wrong way. Alright, whatever. I like what's going on
Like,
with the fire, at least.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the flashbangs, I think the fire alone would have been okay. Like, it is a lot of moving things. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oof.
Very
It is a lot of
disorienting.
moving things, which can throw some people off. That can be possibly excused. But with the flashbang, it's too much.
You know what stage did this gimmick really well and basically did the exact same thing?
Which one do you think for that?
Commando Man. With the sand.
Yeah. And that was just a pushing
Commando
thing.
Man
That
did
wasn't
the
damaging.
sand very, very well because all it was just
A wave.
it was a wave you had to deal with and that was it.
And it would still cover up the background items on you, too, without being a just
Yeah.
boom. Yeah, quite fair there. I think what I'm still trying to go over to find an answer that I feel is acceptable for your question, or at least one I
Because like
agree with.
I don't think I have an answer yet on if I count this. I guess I'm gonna make a poll. Make another poll.
I think this is more a like you have good design of the stage. You have an idea that works, but you went too far. This is one where it's just like it almost needs an editor / playtesters to get enough response back to know you need to dial it back some.
A minute poll. Feel free to answer. Either one is acceptable. That is how I will judge. And I can't get that. Ooh, that's unlucky.
Oh wow, yeah. Wait, there's no collection. Yeah, there's no collection weapon this time around.
Oh. So yeah, vote accordingly.
I gotta admit, I gotta say this would be a design problem because the flashing fits the aesthetic. The problem is, ooh, that was automatic flashing.
Is
I was
there
gonna
a
say,
vote? Should I remake the poll and make a both option? We can do that.
Okay, that's clever usage of the bright or the sheepman blocks. Having to find the block you need to step on to get rid of all the stuff. That's rude.
Yeah, I can't even do anything there. There's just... Should I redo the poll, chat? Otherwise, I'm gonna leave it as design. Do we need to do like an extra both option, or are we satisfied? Leave it. I don't think this is a bad stage, is the thing.
Yeah, it's not. Like, this, I think, is creative. This is good use of the sheepman stuff, except for this one. Like, the fact that it has an auto flashbang on you, that's rude. I get the challenge. It's a bad challenge, though.
I don't think it's challenge, I just think it's tedious.
Also, that the walls kill you, too, is, bad.
Do I need to make a poll to remake the poll? Now everyone's like, I see remake it. Maybe remake it? Ooh. Mods, Gamrock, make a poll to see if we need to remake the poll.
Oh my
I'm
god.
just gonna make the damn next other poll.
No. We need
We
a
need
poll
to-
first to see if we need to remake the poll.
Commit to the bit.
Fine.
1 minute, that's all we need.
Hey, this needs a bit too much, like... quick reaction time than you should have, or that should be expecting of you. It's too much.
This is so cool too, this room.
Didn't we just come from a Sans fight? This is kind of almost following that, like,
Yeah,
up and
I
down
actually
motion
really
too.
like this a lot.
Yeah.
The thing.
Again, it just needed better graphical design, almost, I would call it, for this. Yeah. Aesthetic fits the lava field. We don't even know what the boss is, so I guess, like, if the stage fits what that boss might be, we'll have to see. But otherwise, this is creatively sticking right to it.
Like, I could have easily gotten the tokens for this, and I'm
Oh
gonna
my
be real
God.
with you, chat.
Who broke it?
Who broke it? Who broke it? Who did
Who broke
it?
the ties? Two people who broke the ties.
If it's a tie... Oh no, it's not a tie. All right,
It
if
was
it's
almost a
baby,
three-way tie.
I guess we're gonna have to remake it. Maybe in this case is a remake. All right, we're gonna remake the full.
This is. I think you're in another situation. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong feed.
Fast flashes over these slow ones. I can understand that, but yeah. I am going to go back and get the tokens on my own in my phone. Because I want to get them legit. This is more for the sake of the stream. You know where they all are, because like
Yeah.
we skipped one of them, but like it's right over there. You know where it is.
I feel the tokens were actually pretty fair in this level too, or at least the placements on them.
Yeah, I don't think any of them are really bad.
Ooh, custom art. I wonder if it's a custom boss.
It's the sun from Kirby.
It's the sun. Okay, all right.
Mr. Bright.
Again, aesthetically fits the theme. Just needed some more.
They're not flashing.
Needed more input from other people.
Oh, is this Mr. Shine? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright.
Oh god, he's got 2 health bars. Oh no.
I wonder if
You flashbang
Mr.
me, I'm gonna be
Bright
very
should.
bad.
Oh, that's a cool attack.
The spirit bomb?
I mean, it's completely missing you, but still cool.
Okay, that is
Ooh,
fine. That is very fine. It's very mild.
Yeah. This guy
Mine is
has a bit
just
too
too
many
long.
invulnerability frames. Yeah. His weakness was magnetic
Yeah, it's
shockwave.
magnetic. Saw that too. It's far too long. I'm actually just gonna try and Buster Duel him because I don't want to waste. Yeah. I will tell you what I feel about this next stream. Where I get the tokens, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, they're fine. They're not offensive at all. Actually, I don't even think it says, Zoc, which one is Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright unless it's in the manual. What? What? I don't even know what that said. What?
It was Terry Crews, double sun power! It was frickin' Old Spice.
Should have known.
So, this is Raisin Bran Man, right?
2 scoops, baby. Alright,
I don't see why
for
they
a
need the
one,
extra health bar. I could
for a
barely ever
one-off
hit
little
this guy.
joke, that's neat. I like that.
His patterns are all easy to dodge. I'm just like, come on, man.
Well, now you've got 2 ways of... Now, I was gonna say 2 ways to damage him, so you can bring down the
No, I don't.
health bar
because
further.
he
But when
spends
one of
so
them's
much
out
time
of reach and
invincible in
one's
a bad fight.
yeah.
I
yeah.
would argue, aside from the flashing, this is the worst part of the stage.
Needed to be 1 health bar,
Yeah, absolutely.
and needed a lot less invulnerability frames.
I could write like
Clev-
a full 2 pages. This is boss and why I think it's bad. Like it's
Clever
not
fight,
doing anything
just-
new. I went in with
Yeah.
low health, and that's about it.
It's only got 3 attacks.
I said, I was like, well, I'm gonna use the, I'm gonna use the health, if I get hurt, you know, I don't want to waste, like, weapon ammo, so I'm just like, alright, well, I'm trying to die, and it's one of those, I'm doing too good.
If you don't mind trying something without the Buster, I'd like to know if Magnetic will damage him while they're in the Fireball phase.
Do that when I die.
Okay. I mean, don't die just for the sake of that, but...
See, that one got me in the middle of the room.
Oh, 1 health.
Yeah, this is tedious. Right. Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Gone. Ooh. Write this down real quick.
Yikes.
If it were not for the awful flashing thing, I would really enjoy. This was heavily toned down by judges. How the fuck a horrible flash bang C level 2024. Yo, hey Off, hey Teddy, hey Gildersneeze, how's it going? Welcome on in. You just missed the
Whoa,
seizure
that's a
warning
lot.
level. You literally just missed the seizure. That's a lot of people. Get raided.
Get raided.
Dang, what were you guys doing together? Chained together. Oh, did you meet Chained Kong? Thanks so much for the triple raid. I didn't know you could play that with 3 people. Welcome on in, Off, Teddy, Gildersneeze. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Nice, nice.
Doom Countdown, good to see you. What's up, hey? So yeah, you just missed the seizure level. We're about to go read the judge comments on this level and make a good Mega Man level. And, yeah.
Oh my god!
Thanks for that follow. The Bouncer. The Bouncer, indeed. Crunch
I'm sorry, who was
Crunch
that again?
Wraps are delicious. The Crunch Wrap Supreme?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Crunch Wrap Supreme.
No, the, who were you mentioning before?
Crunch Wrap Supreme, yeah, that's my favorite.
The Bouncer.
Never mind.
I knew you were gonna fucking do it, I was just fucking with you. Yeah, this is Make a Good Mega Man level. It is a Mega Man contest where people submitted a good level, and all you had to do was... That's right, you had to make a good Mega Man level. A lot of fun. Check out all these people. They're all really cool. I'm also gonna give a shout out, because I saw some else there. I don't think they're here, but just in case. I don't know them, but they were part of the collab, so giving them a shout out too. They're cool, dude. Check them out. They deserve a shout out. I was watching a bit of it, so I was like, oh nice. Give them a shout out. They deserve it too, even if they didn't raid. Seb's good people? Yeah, you know, I'll give Seb a proper shout out too. I don't know if it's actually active. Twitch shout out is good and bad. They're cool. Yeah, we're about to go read the judge comments. That level was really good. Unfortunately, it was very seizure-y, so I'm so glad you raided right after that was done. I would have felt so bad if we had a triple raid and everyone was just like, oh no, this is the seizure level. I would not have ever felt good about that. So thank you for
Not the way to
finishing
introduce people to us.
literally moments after. If you want to see the spreadsheet with my scores of levels and my thoughts, you can do that. Alright. We're going to give this level a score. It's out of 35, 25, 15, 15, and 10. And that goes in order. Design, fun, creativity, aesthetics, functionality. And I think, despite the flashbangs, what was the results of that poll? People said design.
Not sure.
I'm gonna give it a 16. I think that's fair. It was well designed, but the flashbangs ruined it. You like that a bunch? Yeah. Fun. I thought this was a pretty good level. That's a 10. Creativity. I think it was pretty creative. That's a 10. Aesthetics. Aesthetic, pretty bad. A 3. Functionality, fine for me. In 26, 49. Oh, there's Sebmel. Hey, what's up? Yo, Sebmel. Thanks so much for the raid. How you doing? It's nice to meet you. I see you from a lot of other people that I know, and I also noticed you do retro achievements. We also do retro achievements. Good to meet you. How you doing? Sebmel is a cool dude. I know. She's following you. Shout out. You're a cool dude. You just missed the warning. I had to say it, so I'll say it again for anyone just coming in. You just missed the level about a really bad flashbang. This is the level contest.
Oh my
So
god!
I'm very glad, again, everyone raided right after that level. Thank you so much for raiding after the level happened. I didn't want to bring like 300 people into, yo, this stage has seizures. So very good timing. This is a contest, though. People are making good Mega Man levels, or bad ones. And we rate the score, in this case. We look at the score, we make a score, and we compare it to the judges, then we read the judge comments, and we're gonna do that now.
Oh, good. My horrible reading skill is going to be used again.
Woohoo!
Gotta say, warping into a giant room of solar flames is one heck of a first impression, considering fire levels tend to be a dime a dozen. A unique first impression can be useful. Fortunately, the level mixes this impression with a strong enemy set. Solo O's make, or is that a 0?
Could be either or.
Solao, I want to say, but yeah.
Yeah. Makes an excellent turret, and I appreciate how it gets used to keep the player from rushing into lava. The fire totems, particularly the Sun Tall Boys, were hilarious. The flashbang jankies were fun toys that enhanced the level design. And the hotheads, while less memorable, made the excellent bombardment threats while trying to work through the level. Stop taking sippies and scroll.
Type it in chat. Type it in chat.
Use your fingers for game, not chat.
Suddenly, sadly, the gimmick usage has a lot of flaws. The sheep block section is alright in concept, but in practice, it is utter suffering if you can't read the room fast enough. Never mind color blindness issues. The lack of checkpoints also doesn't help. Any death between the sheep blocks and the boss forces you to redo the whole thing. And even considering I could read...
You could, or I could scroll upwards.
The sheep blocks fast enough to ace that section. Redoing it all is really not fun. The huge firewalls have better overall design than the sheep blocks, but they're also royally laggy when they're drown the entire room, which doesn't reflect well. Most importantly, while I generally like the flashbangs, combined with the level's heavy animation, they are an assault on the eyes. Even with the dev team modification to the visuals, it's still a health risk.
Yeah,
and
that's
while
why
it's
I
true
took
that
the tokens. I was like, I can't.
Yeah.
Funny enough,
Well,
if I
it's-
didn't take the tokens, we would have still been in the level and people would have been seizured, so we chose correctly.
Well, it's true, even professionals can struggle with this. Proper playtesting should be enough to catch and fix this. I count myself thankful that I was able to play through it without any issues, but the literal painful visuals were a ding on fun, aesthetics, and... functionality. For that matter, while the level was fun enough besides the last segment, I did not enjoy the boss at all. Mr. Bright is entirely too long a fight for his own good, and Terry Cruz's Devil Sun power was similarly hard on the eyes. Overall, there's potential here, and ultimately I enjoyed most of what this presented. Jesus. I'm also certain that I'm an outlier here. As there's a lot to this level that can render it unplayable for folks, and I scored
does a good
accordingly.
voice. I guess this is how Mick sounds. Mick voice reveal.
What was I? Don't be surprised if the other judges have harsher reviews than I do, and there is no way this isn't getting a skip.
Yeah, no. It's funny how Mick is wearing sunglasses and still got horribly flashbanged in correct
I
sunglasses.
was gonna say, their sunglasses are broken.
As far as fire theme levels go, this is certainly one of the more memorable ones I've come across, but not for the right reasons, unfortunately. Let's get the biggest and most glaring issue out of the way. Literally glaring. The stage hurts to look at, and they do to the main gimmick. Putting the player in a situation where they can't see anything for a few seconds is one thing, but considering how dangerous the rest of the level is, given that you're almost always surrounded by other hazards, some of which are instant death, it basically forces you to sit here and wait out the effect. Granted, you could try to ignore the tackle fires that cause it, but that only really works up until the second half of the stage. Kind of a shame, since the first half actually did have some well-structured challenges. Screen flashing aside, it was at least shaping up to be a decent level, and then the sheepman blocks appear. That was the part. Specifically, the one in the long vertical segment. This is easily the most frustrating part of the stage, since now you have little to no control over where the flashing effect goes off. Sure, you could try to get rid of the napalm fires with water shield, but hitting them from almost a full screen's length away is more trial and error than anything. There's also no checkpoints in the last half until you reach the boss, meaning if you die, you need to repeat the vertical section all over again. This gets tedious very quickly. It also highlights another major issue with the stage, that nearly every major challenge involves waiting for something. Personally, I'd be fine with this if it were just one thing that didn't last so long, but this stage definitely goes overboard with it. Lastly, it ends with a boss that unfortunately shares in that issue of tedium. He spends far too much time either invincible or out of your reach, making Buster Only duels a lot more trouble than they're worth. God, are they? Since I technically did it Buster Only, I pulled out a weapon for one test. If it weren't for his huge weakness to Magnetic Shockwave, the fight would be pretty close to unbearable. At the end of it all, really wish I could like the stage more. It has the potential to be good, and not to mention it has some really memorable visual elements to it. But in its current state, it's just a slog to play through.
Do not look into the sun. What happened during the design process for the Sentry? Starts out like what you'd expect for a fire-themed level, plenty of familiar fiery gimmicks and enemies. Surprisingly, the lava spurts don't actually instant-kill you either. Sounds innocent enough, so what is the problem here? The tchotchkes that proceed to flashbang the screen if they get killed by any non-weaponry means. That's right, that includes them...
Second.
Mr. Jewker, faster!
No typepiece, no sippies, only scroll.
Them colliding with the fire traps. There are several rooms where there is a tchotchke spawner surrounded by fire traps, creating the lovely constant orange flashbang effect. If that sounded bad enough, wait till the second half. Oh man.
Apparently it used to be white.
Yeah. That final section, why would you do this? Getting constantly flashbanged as soon as you enter the room where the information vital to survivability, that being the clutter of sheepman blocks and spikes, is immediately hidden away and continues to be hidden as long as the fire traps are active and can only be gotten rid of with your limited use of... Stop typing! Limited use of Tornado Blow. Oh, I guess that would move him. That is just straight up unfair. No checkpoints after the horrendous flashbang rooms either. You have to go through a long stretch of bottomless pits with everything constantly trying to... he was on top of it. To knock you off into them, forcing you to redo long spikeful and flashbang screens all over again. A test of patience that I frankly don't possess. And then at the end you are greeted with Mr. Shine from Kirby here with multiple health bars, airborne, invulnerable during attacks. Truly makes for a disaster recipe of a... I'm assuming horrendous experience. Seriously. Oof.
And Flashman, hey, he's probably the one who's like, why the fuck would you do this? My name is Flashman. This is such a problem. What the fuck? Here you go, Shamrock. Have fun.
Normally, contest levels are left exactly as submitted, unless there's a problem that crosses the line between undesirable and actively detrimental to Magmamble's intended player experience. Before the dev team's intervention, this level was this level was slow to load and almost unplayably laggy. Moreover, the gentle fade to orange when Chanky was destroyed was originally a painful flash of white.
Yeah.
More than anything, this level would have benefited from further editing. Everything is already in place to make this a wild success. Superb atmosphere, deliberate challenge arcs, and focused assortment of creatively combined elements and gimmicks. But practically every good thing keeps going and doesn't quite know where to stop. Overall level length, distance between checkpoints relative to likelihood of instant death, number of critical objects, ladders, Chanky spawners, hidden in the corner of the screen where they're not readably visible, time spent waiting for blocks to disappear underfoot, and number of consecutive screens where that matters. Time spent waiting for the chance to hit the boss with the buster and an amount of health the boss has again and again. The issue is too much. That's a big complaint, and it's really my only one. I appreciate how well every concept is introduced and that repeatability and that repeatedly tested. Surviving to the end truly requires a mastery of the challenges. I love the versatility of the undaunting lava. Whatever words. The refreshing original uses of the Plant Man platforms, the tricky, albeit not quite colorblind friendly, Sheepman block setups, and even the strategy altering chain key explosions. Tokens are satisfying to collect. Yes, the level goes overboard in many regards. Even the animation-happy graphics are right on the edge. But I think that's what makes the level pop. With some practice and healthy amount of special weapon use, this is a level I can enjoy despite the stress and aspirations. Aspirations. Words are hard. Reading is hard.
The stage is lucky to not be disqualified. It was a close call, so much visual live stream, but I was able to eventually review the stage, even if it did take me out for the day. So here goes. A perfect example of a stage where the individual elements, barring the boss, are actually pretty fun, but the whole is much less than its parts. Some very minor and easily implemented changes would have smoothed over the level's annoyance. Because any given segment is well designed and fairly original, the final run through with the closing floors and ceilings of fire is thrilling. Gosh dang, the sheep blocks get some really cool segments, the tile set is nicely done, the stage really lives up to its theme, and the boss has some cool patterns, but it all falls apart with those annoyances. Frankly, the boss is no hot stuff, but a rather damp flop of a fight. Oh man, this is an awful final taste in the mouth as you exit the stage. May have some interesting patterns, but there was no reason at all to make the both have 2 health bars and make the boss invulnerable during basically any given attack or action, barring the use of Laser Trident, which does a whopping 1. Oh, so I guess you got your answer, Mooch.
Ew. So, I mean, there's something to do, but still.
Why? That's not even shielded, though. It just ignores it normally. With the player waiting 4 aeons between times when they can get a shot in, even weakness usage it forever. And even with the attack, where sure, he's technically vulnerable, he's out of reach. It's a slow, tedious grind. The weapons don't really help make it feel any less of a slog, but I dare say I think our sun will have collapsed and all life in the solar system will end. Before you finish the fight if you go on Buster only. Yep, guilty. I do a lot of Buster only around here for people coming in on the raids. I'm very guilty of that, and oof, yeah, that took forever. And then there's checkpoint placement. From a screen length stance, they are in perfectly reasonable locations, but there needed to be a few more because the stage is just very slow going, and because the stage is so slow going, it results in much iteration time between failures and a whole lot of waiting. So much waiting for fire waves to pass, waiting for an enemy to either get out of the way or into position to shoot it so it doesn't blind you, waiting for sheep blocks to despawn. What were fairly interesting sheep block puzzle segments quickly led way to boredom On even your third pass through, you know that entire tiny segment which plots after the second checkpoint takes just under a minute? It's almost half the amount of time one of the early NES stages takes to complete. The entire climax of the stage, following its a rather hard and intense climax of the stage. It wants to be fun. Mechanically, I should be having a blast here, alas. The stage may not rely on instant death, it just feels enough to make single slip-ups feel extra punishing. Good checkpoint placement relies on time spent in an area, not on screen length. Then let us get to the graphics. As I said earlier, this level is eye-straining. Visually going on with the new tanky enemy blinding the screen. In small doses, it's not too bad, it doesn't really bother you, but sometimes I had to play the stage in spurts. For a run of the state, my eyes hurt. The further I get into the stage, the more I can feel a headache forming, so it was a close call whether or not I could review the stage, but I did lie down in the dark room immediately afterwards. From what I heard, the dev team have already toned down the stage's graphics, but I don't think much can be done to do so much further. The stage relies on the blinding gimmick too much. Any more graphical changes would be expensive. You can do the opposite and make it like a black screen. In fact, this gimmick could have been done with that Brightman enemy that just turns off the lights. In the end, while having a nice aesthetic in theory, it hurts the stage too much to justify giving it a high score. Yes, the stage is getting a review rather than being disqualified. At the end of the day, I could play it barely. I will be advocating for a skip on these grounds alone. Yeah, if a level is really hazardous to someone's health, or it's just really bad for some reason, they will put a skip in. Udrin Man? What? Udrin Man. Udrin Man. Howdrin Man?
Routine?
My original
I
score
will
was
split
closer
that-
to Flash Man's, but I actively reduced points in the 3 categories. Okay. So
Hudrin is
Go on.
Hudrin is marine, or I think it's supposed to be powder. Wait a minute, what the hell is this?
I've
Okay,
heard this music
Hudrin.
before, but I can't.
Oh,
it
small
is.
crystals of ice. That's what it is.
Why is there a checkpoint up?
Mm.
Oh, it's Blizzard Buffalo. Oh, okay.
Oh, the music? Yeah. Oh,
Not enough
wow.
electric guitar for it to be X.
Huh. This is hilarious because in searching for the word Pudrin, guess what came up on images?
Blizzard Buffalo.
No. The Mag Mammal boss you will be facing at the end of this.
Of course I will. I go to the bathroom if I want a poo drain. You booing me, I'm right. I'm sick of these Crystal Joes. Stop throwing Crystal Joes at me. It's just a meme at this point. The Crystal Joes keep coming up. Where is my playable Crystal Joe at this point? It's not so bad on its own, but it's just like, God, every level, everyone just decided to use Crystal Joes, and I'm just like, ugh. So you have chosen death yet again.
Oh my god!
Lens.
Oh,
No.
that's an interesting spot to checkpoint.
Okay. I gotta say, I may hate Mega Man 1. There wasn't more to that.
And
There wasn't
yeah,
more to
I was
that.
gonna say. I think most people do, or at least most people tolerate it.
Yeah, there's just no follow-up.
Remember, the first game has to exist for the others to be better.
No.
I
it's the
do
same
agree with
Battle
that.
Network. Ooh, shiny. Wait, well, excuse me, was that a crystal launching on its own? The enemy is already dead.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, don't let Aelita play this game. I told her this like a week ago or something. It's full of plushies. He's gonna get addicted and collect
Gonna make a
them
giant.
all. So people coming in from
I
the
kind of hope
raids,
there is a Miku one.
You could do some real cursed shit. So
Oh no.
you do this. Open it's Fireman.
Beams of justice.
Fitting for a stage like this, but what I actually wanted to do is let's say you wanna put some stuff on. Auth is a The lad of culture. So anyway, hi, welcome to Baba Is You.
Baba, follow you.
You could just set the plushie to follow you. I see
Okay,
why now
I see
that
the
why
point
they
of that
did it.
checkpoint
Okay.
now. That's actually a decent way to, make
Mega
it
is
progression,
man?
but also.
we got a lot of them. My favorite, personally, of them all is Blahaj is here from IKEA.
Oh my
Sailor
god, it
Moon-
actually says from IKEA.
Blahaj, yeah. Pretty. Often bought with programmer stocks.
Yep.
The wrong Bomb Man. You got Pearl, Wailord plushie, Inkling, Teddy Bear, Healy, Soft Mario. He's a classic.
Panic!
Punkachu. Got some good stuff here. I am a big fan.
Base the fish? Oh my god.
Big fan of. Oh no, not
Base
that one.
Bass.
This one. This one's pretty good. Die sign.
Die.
Die. E-Tank. Big Bolt. You can see a lot of different stuff.
Oh my god. Have Gamma follow you, please.
Yeah,
Yes.
oh my god, this is fucking massive. I have not equipped this one. Alright, so the way I looked at the map, we need to go both ways. So let's go right first. Whoa!
Oh, okay. They would have made platforms for you.
Gamma, help! Gamma, help, I need you.
Gamma here to solve world's problems.
This is why I was like, I lead, I can't play this.
Oh yeah, you can slide under.
Alright, now to die. So reset.
Die.
Take an intentional death. Die.
Yeah.
Be happy
God.
there's no plushie redeem. There's not a plushie redeem because they're too big. I only made one for humor if you want to install humor. This streamer isn't funny. Install the humor program now.
Battle routine set. I'm sending you a battle
Error.
chip. Battle chip
Let's
C.
see.
Execute.
There's an error in the installation. Please use the required CDs.
God damn it.
I love that.
Again.
He's
There's not.
But you want E as well. I was about to say, I'm like, are you just favoring one sound effect? Nice try, that was easy. How do I? Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I don't.
Yeah, there was
see the
another
way out.
slide spot. Hey, more Crystal Joe.
Oh, whoops.
Flushy X7 Sigma. Yeah, that's out in space still, Lord Netfoodle.
That doesn't exist because why would anyone want that? Imagine wanting an X7. They'd have to make a Flame
no, no.
Reinhardt before that. They're never gonna.
Burn to the ground! Burn to the ground!
I will never add that as a sound effect on this channel because I know what people will do for this.
I was gonna see if it's on on any of the soundboards I've got. Sound effects. Closest one it gave me is,
Kazuya Mishima.
which I don't know why that's under burn, but okay.
Okay. Hi, Cole. You missed the Undertale level.
Hello, Ko.
No, really, you missed the Undertale level. We fought Sans.
Yeah, no, that's not even a joke.
Yep. Sans Man. Or was it Skull Sans?
You also
Good
missed the
job.
seizure.
Yeah. Well, come on in. Thanks for not being here for the seizure. It's time for
Customs? Oh yeah, this is
Poudrin
right.
Man?
Well, Udrin. Yep, using ice effects. I think you could basically think of Poudrin as either icicles or snowflakes.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Oh, that's a cool attack.
I don't have full health though. ABL.
Is poutine French? If anybody speaks French.
Oh, poutine. You're thinking of poutine.
Poutine. That's
I'm not
Canadian French. That's French Canadian.
Yeah. French Canadian, still French.
All right, I like that you can tell which way the shot's gonna go if you
Nope.
shoot high or
That's
low.
not how it is. Or is it? Maybe? Oh, maybe.
Yeah, if he shoots high, it's the
You're right,
it's the cardinal directions. If he shoots low, it's diagonal directions.
I thought you were gonna say the shape, because I was like, that's not different. I thought that was the case at first. That was good.
Yeah. Yep. Ah, thank you, Zoc. Yeah, apparently it is French.
I think this was a really solid level.
Yeah.
Making
Not bad.
good use of the Snowman ice.
Sticks good to the theme of an ice level. How bad were the ice physics?
I don't have too much to say other than that. I don't really mind the 2 level paths, or the split path. Since you could just die and change paths. I don't have a lot to say on this one, I'm gonna be honest. Anyway, let's go to the score! Woo!
Yeehaw!
The only thing not dope about that level, Mick, I was saying was, well, YouTube, not gonna like that level, but... Gotta love Latin auteur. Did you know he made the Undertale soundtrack? I know you might have said, that's not true. Because Toby Fox did. No, you're mistaken. Latin auteur did. Sorry. I think it was a really well-designed level. I'm gonna give it a 20. Fun? Yeah, I enjoyed it. The 13. Creativity? It wasn't the most creative, but I liked it. 5. Aesthetic. Didn't do too much with the aesthetic. I'll give it a 6. French for small crystals of ice. It's not Latin author, it's Latin auteur. There's no H. I have to make that very clear so people can search Latin auteur and learn how easy YouTube scamming is. They're like a Brazilian record company that just owns the rights to everything because they sample everything. Hop off now, thanks so much first. Functionality? I didn't notice any glitches. 30, 43, 8, 4. These are getting better. These are getting consistently better. No, it's literally just... I'll type it out for you. It's like that. Latin auteur. You go. Time for reviews! Oh no, I don't think Shamrock's here.
Oh, right, I have to read.
Learn to be a literate guy. Look at you.
No!
How dare.
Reading is for yellow bellies. As an ice level, this is a start. It's got an appropriate selection of gimmicks. Ice level should have ice. Chill blocks are good for platforming, and the crystal droppers mesh well with both. The GB icicles were a welcome surprise, and their introduction with the...
It's a curling stone.
I was about to say curling. I'm just...
Yeah, it's literally a curling stone enemy. It's from Mega Man 6 where they're doing a country-based game where everyone enters a tournament. And Blizzard Man is the Canadian robot, so they picked Robot on Skis. And they're like, what does Canada have that it's known for? Snow, curling, a battleship apparently. Am I forgetting anything, chat? I mean, you play a lot of Hearts of Iron. Isn't Canada known for its amazing navy? According to Mega Man 6,
yes.
it is. Feels.
I mean, I can
wins.
give you a fun fact. After the war, Canada had the third largest navy in the world after World War II. Because, everyone else has got blown to smithereens. With curling was clever. As for the enemies, curling has the odd flash of brilliance, like dunking 2 of them in a pit or dropping one on your head with a few seconds warning. Kona, is that Kona Ginu? It's a little more
Reeves.
threatening than usual. Keanu Reeves. Crystal Joe fits with well with the crystals, and Susie is a decent option to break up everything else. It's not innovative in any real sense, but it's appropriate. In general, the level can be summed up as not innovative, but appropriate. The level design is functional, keeping something of a variety going, but it's largely uneventful. The aesthetics are a huge part of that. A mostly purple cave isn't the most interesting visual, and this Blizzard Buffalo remix is a bit too relaxing.
I feel like that was always
Also
kind of the idea with his theme, but yeah, get it.
I also found the difficulty curve a bit lacking. There is an increase though that through the level. Jeez. But I can't say that it hits a serious peak. All that being said, there was one challenge for the E-Tank that was unexpectedly clever. Realizing that I had to jump back from the E-Tank onto a bunch of already cracked blocks got a smile out of me.
Smile.
The best design issues are Poutine, and the split path. The former is an okay boss fight, and he doesn't have a weakness that's really jarring. The split path is a neat concept, but in practice I found that the bottom path was poorly implemented, and I didn't like the needing to die just to get every token in one sitting. Combine that with some glitches, a broken wall, and missing ice visuals, and this doesn't pan out the best. Aha!
Here.
Where was I?
Nice level for sure.
Yeah, it's a nice level, sure, and it plays decently enough, but overall, it's only a start.
I wasn't really sure what I was getting into when I first saw this level's name. One, I didn't even know what poutine was until afterwards. Turns out it's a French word for snow and ice crystals. Uh-huh. I wish Polk was here because they're the one person who's regularly joined me for these streams that's actually French-Canadian, so they would have had interesting things to say. Turns out it's a French word for snow and ice crystals. With that in mind, I'd say the theming is pretty on point here. Level itself, it was alright, I suppose. The platforming here is relatively standard fare. Aside from 2 particular things, there wasn't much in here that made me sad. At the same time, however, there were very few moments where I was actually invested in the stage. Some of the setups demand careful timing on the player's behalf, such as the ice block and crystal generator segments along the final stretch before the boss. But for the most part, a lot of the room layouts don't really require a whole lot of thought to get through. They're not necessarily badly designed sections per se, just rather bland. What I do find bad, however, are these split paths. My problem with them isn't much their design, but rather the fact that both of the paths contain tokens. This means that if you want to get everything in one playthrough, you need to collect the token one route, potentially die or retry, then go for the other one. Perhaps not that big of a deal in the long run. I didn't mind it. It did make me wish both of these paths had been restructured in route. That aside, the only other issue I had with this level was near the beginning, where I managed to slide through one of the wall tiles and fell to my death. For the end boss, while I'm glad that Poudred Man actually shows up, his fight is a bit lackluster. Attack patterns are very basic and easy to avoid, with the slight exception of that icicle shockwave, depending on how close he is when you hit at least. Aside from that one attack, there's only 2 other notable things about him. The first is that he doesn't seem to have a weakness, and the second being his somewhat high contact damage. These are the only reasons Poudred Man has the potential to be difficult, as opposed to almost anything he does in this fight. So with that in mind, I can't really say I was a fan of his battle or most of his stage, unfortunately. Alright, while you read this, I'm just gonna get up real quick.
Oh, good.
Grab a thing.
Now, small crystals of ice. Palette is quite monotone, and combined with the music being a rather dull loop, makes the stage overall not really that pleasant to play through. Even outside of the aesthetics, the stage is pretty average as far as ice theme stages go. Standard icy physics shenanigans, chill blocks used in ways you'd expect. There's some crystal. Jewker said he was stepping about, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why I started to read then.
What in? Got a drink.
All right. There's some crystal dropper chill blocks used in ways you'd expect. There's some crystal droppers, I guess. Not really any huge problem spots, but there aren't really any remarkably remarkable spots either. Just an overall average stage. The boss is a little similar to the Chill Man fight in the sense that you want to keep away from his high contact damage while dodging with the slippery floor. At least he doesn't freeze you in place. He also boasts his own desperation attack in the form of an ice wave attack. I like that you can dodge according to the animation he fires, which determines what shape the shots are going to split into.
Oh, yay, more reading. This unassuming level doesn't leave a strong impression on me. I think it's the combination of graphics, which looks nice but could use more color and texture contrast, challenge progression, slow to start, then a little jumbled in difficulty, and challenge composition, perfectly acceptable but not remarkably different from Crystal Man and Chill Man.
Only's trying to be sus
Let's
right
not-
now.
Stop being sus. Be
Thank
more
you.
baka.
Yeah, that wasn't to you, Lonely. That was to Shamrock calling you sus as well.
Mm-hmm.
Somber music, subdued color scheme, and patient-oriented gimmicks and enemy collectively encourage the player to take it slow. This is the ideal way to play, as the challenges seem to be built on an observe then act mentality, which I very much appreciate. I especially like the 2 chill blocks with Susie's patrolling our overhead, the eating puzzle, the token hidden in the dirt, and the sneaky icicle rites before the boss door. However, impatience is also viable and kind of wrecks the level. Bypassing one challenge with Rush Coil allows the player to completely miss a checkpoint, for example, which also ties into some oddities with the architecture and level layout. For instance, there's a lot of wasted space in the opening stretch, ending with a brief split path that allows you to avoid a non-threatening curlinger. Nothing about the design is ever terrible, but it doesn't always seem like all the components are necessary, or like the split paths go where one would expect them to. The boss fight is pretty solid. Hoodrin Man may not have an especially distinctive visual design, but his attack pattern is the right balance of tricky and learnable. I only wish his desperation attack would kick in at half or a quarter health, rather than maybe one hit before death. If he feels like it. A noteworthy special weapon vulnerability would also be nice. If nothing else, I learned that Pudrin means small crystals of ice. Yay, edutainment!
I think we're all learning that now.
Yay!
You can tell that this level has had quite a bit of thought put into the design of the challenges and difficulty that the player is expected to face. The level has a pretty spot-on difficulty curve, though the intro is a little slow. The Chill Man blocks were the highlight of the stage, with a variety of platforming challenges and enemies that complemented the setups. Remember, the red token was particularly good. However, there is a few issues that heavily let it down. For all the care put into the gimmick placement, the level architecture has some very rough spots. The direction to go in some rooms was quite unclear. It could lead to you dying in a dead end and often skipping a checkpoint entirely, something we did. The room where the 2 paths combine, there's no indication that there is no transition to the left, and attempting that leads to certain death. This leads nicely on to the second issue. Checkpoint placement is bizarre. One of the checkpoints can be activated before progressing through the room's puzzles, the next can be easily skipped. There isn't another one until the boss. This makes the latter half of the stage very punishing. By definition, your gimmick involves a lot of instant death. Hoodrin Man ends the stage on a low note. The boss fight has a high damage output along with a physics-based attack pattern. It is hard to grasp on your first 2 attempts. The plus-shaped icicle spread was very hard to dodge consistently. I didn't notice that. The ice wave has no tells, and depending on positioning, he is almost impossible to avoid because of the speed he approaches you. So rare that you never expect it. Agree with that. Crystal Tower. I hate this level already. Fuck this level. Fuck Crystal Joe.
Uh-oh.
No. This level features an animation gimmick where the entire stage animates at once. This includes the enemies and item drops. Some judges experienced eye strain and determined that change should be made. We tried to slow down the animation, but it didn't look right. We had an option to disable the effect altogether. Shoot the switch on the left to toggle the effect on and off. off. Oh, now it's
No,
on.
that's on.
Okay. Well, we're leaving
That's
it off.
off.
What?
That's the beginning of the stage. It's
I
putting
was
you
I was
toward.
trying to go right and it just put me in the teleporter.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, short stage though, at least. Looks like.
How do I go up? That counts as a solid wall.
Is that a Met?
What? No, that's Mega Man's head. Oh, that thing.
No, right. Whoa, okay. Alright, props towards custom enemy looks. I can see where
It's
this does
a
get
little
a
too
little difficult. Yeah. Well,
But again, that's
They-
because they
but-
toned it down. So it's like,
but it's at least... Wait, did that make something? When you
what
went
did that
through
do?
I heard
That
sound.
made a ping. You know that episode of Fairly
Yeah.
Odd Parents where it's like, hey, who pinged me? That's me right
Hey,
now. I'm just
who
like,
pinged me? Yeah, no, I heard that too. Okay. I appreciate that all the enemies are, you know, given some custom looks. Why would you come over this direction?
I'm so confused. Hi, Twister.
I feel like we're missing something here.
There's 3 of them. Also, the tokens are differently colored. You know what? I like that. It's cute. Oh.
Oh, does it unlock the gates?
No.
It did something though.
I
It pinged
can't
you.
turn around now.
What?
Huh?
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
This
that a
gimmick is not
bug?
clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was not a clear gimmick, Mick. Ooh. Not a bug, I'm pretty sure. So... Okay. You just can't turn around.
Interesting.
Yeah, when you go there, it fixes it. You know how there's that meme and it's like powder that makes you say yes? This is the crystal that makes you not turn around.
Okay, I think now they want you to go. That's why you wanted to come over here, because now you want to go down. Okay. Oh, there's a key. Okay. All right, I see what going on here now. So now you're stuck looking right, aren't you?
Yep.
Ah, and that's why the block is there.
It's a pretty cool
Okay.
gimmick, all things considered. It's just not clear at all.
Yeah,
If
it's not
there's 2,
conveyed the
it
best.
fucks with you. If there's 1, doesn't do anything. I would ask
two
Nick how they
locked
felt
you in a
about this, but I
direction.
mean, I already know I'm not allowed to ask, so...
Yeah, you'll
I'll
find
learn
out
it
once
after.
you're. Yeah.
Convenient. It's not the most clear level as where you're supposed to go. I like the gimmick of not turning around. I just wish it was done better. They should make a stage about that and like Mag Mammal 2 with hands that grab you. You're not allowed to turn around, and if that happens, you know, get grabbed, get got. Which I like that stage because I'm a JoJo nerd, but like everybody else
mean-
hated it.
You mean like the activatable cheat that you might have bought?
Correct. Unironically, I really like that stage because I was like, wow, you nailed the gimmick perfectly, and everyone else is like, I don't understand.
What the hell is this?
I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand.
References.
Do the boss. I mean, I could just do the boss like that if you want. I don't really mind.
You picked something up there.
It was hell.
Oh, the gem's actually firing in cardinal directions. I can see why this would become maybe a little eye straining with all of these things constantly changing colors. The face gets angry if you shoot the shield off. That's a cute little detail.
My shield.
I'm over here. Up?
Up into
I
the
know we don't. Go to the right first.
right and then up. Yeah. I
Thank
thought
you.
they were about to be. I thought they were stuck facing one direction too.
This is why.
Like,
You can kill me now. I'm just gonna reset.
I was gonna say, it wasn't really a checkpoint for the stage, was it? Oh, no, no, after the
was.
first big fall.
See?
Yeah, yeah, okay.
I don't know if I need to take the death, but it's probably faster, so...
I don't know how I feel about every attack having the same sound effect.
Yeah, I
I
think
think
that's
that-
annoying, and it makes it harder to tell what I'm getting hit by, especially when it's all the same color.
Yeah. I think it needs to be differentiated up where, you know, the Met has a different attack sound compared to the Knights and the Gems. For using that gimmick, they aren't really having you do too much with it now.
Now, I'm gonna have to ask Mick this. I'm not a fan of every color being the same thing, and I know that's not the level designer's fault, but was the way that the level done, was this a thing that, like partially broke it? Was this a thing where, like, everything flashed individually, or what? Because I do need to know that.
I'd come back into the stage just for like a
No,
minute or two just
I
to
don't,
see
I
it.
don't want to do that if it's gonna hurt people's eyes. Even
Okay.
if it was toned down. Simultaneous? Okay. Thank you.
Yoink.
All things considered, not that bad to navigate around.
It's one of the Game Boy tracks too, now that I think about it, isn't it?
I don't think it is. I think this is just like Game Boy font-esque.
Now that I think about it too,
I'm pretty sure this is, I forget what
I
game
think this is.
but it's
I
like-
think this is Game Boy 1 Mega Man. So Wily? No, Wily was Genesis.
Yeah, so my
This
my
is Wily
complaint,
Station. This is Wily Station from Game Boy Mega Man 1. Okay.
my complaint is still valid though. Of I think this get really annoying having all the colors.
Mhm.
Sorry, what do you want me to do here?
Oh, I know.
Ah, clever.
There you go. I was like, why is that conveyor belt there? Oh.
Where is that large automobile?
Where is my super suit?
Dong,
That's not what that
where's
was.
my
No.
automobile?
The large automobile is once in a lifetime. How could you do this to me? This is like one of the best
No.
songs. Where is that large automobile?
So now that I'm thinking about this as a Game Boy stage, the monotone color makes kind of sense. Like, think of this in like the yellow, like the original Game Boy would be in, and it kind of fits that theme almost.
Maybe. Even then, I'm still not a fan.
Yeah, it's still a bit
Yeah.
rough, but I can at least understand what they were trying to do. The Mets not having eyes is also kind of creepy.
Don't even know where I am. I'm looking at the map now, and I'm just like, where am I?
Center.
You may ask yourself, how do I work this stage? If you want the best version of Once in a Lifetime chat, you look up the Kermit version. That's the best version. You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack.
Whoa! Wasn't expecting that to be a boss.
I think I've fought this boss before. I think this is like reskin.
You're not
God,
doing damage
it's,
to it.
It's not even doing damage. Alright.
Oh,
I
you have to
see.
crack the
Okay.
glass.
Yeah, now that I've seen that, I wanted to see what happened. Doc, is this supposed to do something? You said to use Tornado. It didn't do anything.
That's kind of a way to give a health a second bar without actually giving it a second bar.
I meant now. Well, whatever it is, it's not working.
You're supposed
well.
to use it before you shoot it. So I guess the shield can't take damage before you try to tornado blow
Does it
it.
just instant kill it?
Neat little Easter egg, I guess. Boss is actually
I gotta
like,
say,
pretty fair.
I'm pretty impressed with the stage not having a Crystal Joe. There's a lot of restraint for having Crystal Tower and not being Crystal Joe.
Yeah, this boss is pretty fair too.
Yeah, there was. It just hits the
Is this
ceiling and
Final
cracks,
Fantasy?
I take it? Or...
Is this Final Fantasy V? No, this is his Fiesta run, don't you know?
Yeah. I think this is a 13. It's a little bit confusing. Fun? I didn't really enjoy this level that much. 7. Creativity? Yeah, I think it was creative. I really like the gimmick. Aesthetic. A duplicate of the boss flies away. Oh, okay. I guess that's not supposed to happen. Aesthetic. Aesthetic sucks for this level. Ugh, I don't like it. 3. Flashing or not, it would have been monotonous, or not monotonous, monotone. I wouldn't have liked it. Functionality. Even the monotone nature of the actual stages, I feel like it does something to stand out and have the shots feel different in the Game Boy games. But, yeah, I guess it functions from what I can tell. 33, 40, 43. Go. Ready. Read, or else, Shamrock. Sending you back to Brazil.
They might not be here.
Oh no.
I'll kick in. This level did not sit well with me. While Crystal Tower is fairly linear in reality, it absolutely messed with my head for the first couple of runs, and not in the way I enjoy. This is thanks to 2 particular details, the main gimmick and the aesthetic, neither of which work to the level's benefit. The wall lock isn't a bad concept. It's quick enough to figure out, it's telegraphed, and the puzzles are generally alright. However, it also comes with a lot of roundabout backtracking and dead-end paths, which make it hard to tell where I was going. The dead ends might have been intended as previews of future segments, but there's enough in the levels here and now that the highlights don't really work. This is compounded by the visual aesthetic. Not only is the monochromacy dull, but the complete lack of visual variety demolished nearly all sense of visual progression for me. Combined with a low variety of enemies, several of which are shielded, and the whole thing just blended together in a linear maze of nothing. That's not to say there wasn't an attempt, though. The crystal mets are kind of interesting. The crystals are a decent turret, and the elite Joes versus the regular Joes are the one case where I could tell I was making significant progress. Unfortunately, the mets have too much shielding. The Joes tend to
Donate 151 bits, as we just learned. Thanks for the biddies.
to desync with each other, and there's really not much variety in how they're used. The poor variety is also a hit to the difficulty curve, magnifying the issues with progression and just making the whole thing a slog to play. The boss was at least... the boss was at least entertaining, even if it was visually dull. But the rest was just kind of bleh, so I ultimately didn't enjoy this.
Well, this was a rather polarizing level for me, to put it one way. Nowhere that more exemplified than in the aesthetics. I'm admittedly not really a fan of color shifting tiles due to how rough they could be on the eyes unless they have smooth transitions. These ones definitely didn't have change my overall opinion about them. Didn't find myself outright hating them either. I think the soft color palette is what makes it a lot easier to take in here, so I'm at least grateful for that. Aesthetics aside, this level itself plays out somewhat decently, but certainly not without its faults. The core mechanic of being locked into facing one direction is rather unique, and it's integrated well with what would be otherwise normal platforming sections. Nothing in here that's particularly challenging, but I wouldn't say that's a major issue on its own. I do think it contributes to a bigger problem, though. After the first few times I experienced the gimmick, there wasn't much left that held my interest. This isn't to say that the stage structure and room layouts are bad, rather it's all just kind of boring. The custom enemies helped spice things up a little bit, but seeing the same three over and over again, and the fact that they all use the same sound effect, quickly drained their novelty. Speaking of the enemies, I noticed the Joe-esque knights sometimes face the wrong direction, maybe because of the gimmick interfering with how they face the players, but still an issue that can make them a complete non-threat. More so than anything though, I mainly pin the level shortcomings on the gimmick not being used to its fullest potential, since most of the rooms involving it just have you going from one end to the other in base configurations. There's one exception to this, where you're required to use a conveyor belt to adjust your direction, which I really wish the stage would have played around with more. Last but not least, there's the end boss. While it's just as easy as the rest of the stage, it still found it to be a decently engaging fight. I actually really like how it incorporates enemy attacks from the stage into its arsenal, as well as actually summoning an enemy without it completely derailing the fight. With how easy that sort of thing is to mess up, I have to give major kudos for this alone. If the rest of the level was up to par with this boss, I could see this being a potential favorite of mine. Unfortunately, it just turned out to be a bit disappointing instead.
Spiral of the Shiny, Not So Shiny. Interesting aesthetics for sure, an interesting sound design choice of making literally everything play the laser trident sound effect. Oh, that's what it was. That doesn't get repetitive at all, no siree. The forced to face one direction gimmick is unique, I guess, but I don't think it was quite utilized as much as it is needed. It's been used for one purpose alone throughout, and it's to make the player take a longer way around an alcove so they can turn to shoot the blocks in the way. The only clever moment is when you can use the conveyor belt to pick a direction you want to face as you pass the line toggle. Overall, more of an annoyance than anything. The stage is overall on the easy side, and it gets a little bit mundane at times, especially when over 2/3 of the enemy roster is shielded, which doesn't help with the pacing of the level. Pardon me. The only real threat the level provides is its mazy nature, which, everything being one palette, it kind of makes it hard to navigate, a place without any distinct identity for each room. Luckily, the stage overall is fairly compact. Load time is a bit on the long side as well, would have gotten annoying to deal with had the stage been on the harder side for sure. It has a custom boss that is somewhat unique with its design and gimmick, so that's something.
In the music and clean monochromatic visuals, this feels something like a Game Boy game, and I'm okay with that. Though I'm not sure how certain elements, e.g. the hidden NPC, fit the crystal theme. Old fashioned, but I believe a tower should be taller than it's wide. I agree. I actually really hated that about the name of the level. Two brain-bending gimmicks are competing for supremacy here. I want to explore the unique movement gimmick through a series of carefully curated puzzles. Aspect pulling focus. By the end, I feel less like I've mastered a new gimmick and more like I bumbled through enough loosely related challenges to get me to the exit. These technical issues scratch the polish. Notably, the otherwise decent boss needs a damage, flashing animation, and a less comically catastrophic reaction to the player initiating the fight with Tornado Blow. Sometimes I forget whether the gimmick is active, which is a function of how similar the on and off switches look, so a sign the challenges were underdeveloped. When the genuinely clever conveyor puzzle shows up, the shock. Suddenly the time-tested tactic of walking to the end of the room and back, optionally breaking sequence with special weapons, doesn't work. There's so much potential for wacky platforming and tricky mini-boss fights, especially with all the interesting new enemies. But half the level is devoted to plain challenges we've seen countless times before. See them again repeatedly because paths branch, overlap, and loop and back in seemingly arbitrary ways. At least the level is relatively forgiving, save for an absence of weapon refills. I expect players will run out of patience before they run out of health. I think this would have been more successful as a totally linear level. See little moments of cleverness, hopping backward over a Joe, that could grow into something greater. This level starts off a bit screwy, and I'm disappointed it didn't really live up to that initial what the hell factor it had going for it. The locked direction gimmick is hard to decipher on first passes. On my initial encounter, I thought it was bugged. More work in the visuals of the gimmick would have helped, but honestly, the idea is kind of neat. There's a few segments that come across as strange and novel, but I think I was expecting more puzzles. The gimmick is barely a blip on the radar, and the back and forth nature of certain rooms feel more like busy work than the player figuring things out. I like the new versions of Sniper Joe and Metul. They don't really carry the stage, but they are functionally more novel than their stock counterparts. Key Crystal Met requires a very different strategy to deal with.
I think a T was missed there.
And being able to blast off the Joe's shields with a charge shot makes them much less annoying to deal with. And the gimmick gets combined with the Joe's is usually when the level clicks well. Layout is all over the place, which doesn't help matters. Levels that are ultimately this linear should not be this confusing to navigate. My issues were down to just how singed the whole thing looks. There's one part I detested about the stage is the aesthetics. It got very monotonous very quickly, not helped by unsuitable music and everything being the same color. Constantly rotating palettes get very weary on the eyes, not enough to become utterly unplayable, but the sheer contrast in the colors just, oof. We'll see what the others think. One highlight is the boss. Sure, it's simple, but it works. It's got a few neat attacks and was fun to fight and even refight. Just a nice end to the stage. And speaking to a nice end, time for the boss.
Dun dun dun. Also, I'm back.
Hi, where'd you go?
Tier 7!
Who's ready for a boss?
I'm ready for skiing.
Pain is correct.
Oh,
Usually don't.
it's a trap!
Hold on, why is the rank just sitting here? Where's the tier boss? There's a note stuck to the rank. Whoever comes across this letter, due to undecided circumstances, I have been forced to relinquish my role as tier boss. Feel free to take this tier rank with no strings attached. There is also no need to inform our benevolent genius host, Ernest Will, of these circumstances. I wish you the best in achieving legitimate victory in this tournament. Sincerely, Tier 7 boss. Something seems off about this letter. Can't afford to fall behind the other contestants this far in, and the sooner this is all over with, the better. Let's grab this rank and mark another tier off the list. That copy, Kitty? What are you doing here?
I was like, wait.
What the fuck?
That
Right,
looks like
tier
a
boss
familiar.
time. I'm going to beat you to death. Meow. Meow meow. Wait, tier boss? No. I'm just one of the contestants. You're on the other side of the room before it is the exact spot. You're holding the tier rank. You sure look like a boss to me. Or what? Did you just walk into the note saying you could take the rank without a fight? Well, actually, don't waste my time by playing dumb. Meow. I had to travel all the way from Zoankyla to this planet in the middle of nowhere just to deal with a lone cyber. So I need to make my time here worthwhile. Stop holding up the robot tournament action, Pajamas Man, or whoever you are. Cyber? Zoankyla? Wait, she seems pretty hardcore about the tournament. She'd accuse me of cheating if I just teleported away now? You should play along. Well, if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. But be warned, my variable weapon system can let me throw anything at you. I can even use your own powers for myself. Power copying, huh? Hey, wait, whoa, that's cheating. You can't do that.
Yep.
I know that's copy kitty, so yeah. Here I was thinking I was the copycat. Don't get cocky now, single-handedly taken down several planet-wide threats. Dr. Wily, the Star Droids, Ra Moon, I laser shooting lion man. Hey, the lions mentioned!
Oh god,
the lions
no.
mentioned.
Why?
Come on, is
the
that
frickin-
stilted exposition all you can muster? You know what? Forget it.
Ruby
Let's skip this
Spears.
cutscene and get fighting already. I'm not done. There's also the Dimension Doctor. Skipped it on road.
You're the boss.
That
You're not the
wasn't me.
protagonist.
Okay, we have to
I was
put
gonna
on
say.
the cat meowing buster for this.
You're the boss. You're not the protagonist. Now,
Oh,
this is pretty cool.
this is a really cool way to
Design
do this
for a
fight.
tier boss. Crystal Hornets, Wave. That's Elec Man and Metal Man. Homing. Whoa.
It's gonna take a few attempts.
Yeah. And it's exactly Copy Kitty's power, which is combining the things they copy.
Her dialogue is a bit different. Let me guess, if you play as Copy Kitty, she is like, I found you, faker! Faker? I think you're the fake cat boy around here. Or cat girl in this case. Okay, I see how to dodge those now. This is the hardest fight in the game yet.
Yeah, the attacks are very fast.
Yeah. It sticks to a pattern, though, I've noticed.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a warning of the attack they're going to use. It's just, you gotta
Yeah,
learn
I
how to
actually
dodge
think
them.
this is a really good boss fight.
Yeah.
She does not fuck around. Good.
Now it's just time to get good.
Honestly, charge shots are kind of holding me back in this fight.
A little bit. They don't give you a lot of time to charge them.
Uh-oh.
Three detachments now.
My attacks.
That's the laser trident. Yeah. So the big moves are, so once she gets to half health, she starts putting 3 of the weapons together.
The hub capsule's hint is only you could prevent forest fire. Only who can prevent forest fire? You have selected you, as in me. That is incorrect.
And start the fire.
Where is the hub capsule? You can get that after. Can ya?
Laser trident, magnetic shockwave, and I didn't see what the third one is. Tornado, ice, and... Whew! Oh, it's, Seeker weapon. So it's Seeker, laser, and magnetic shockwave together. Dang.
We should make a game where you play as a cat girl and you have to, like, copy things and combine them. That'd be so cool. I bet they've never done that.
Not at all.
Got her!
Ooh!
Ooh, that was a good fight. Kataro plus C. Kataro plus V. That's a really good fight.
You mess with the Kataro clan.
Alright, we're almost halfway there. I'm not feeling too bad either.
Hi, Ernest.
Funby catcher. Well, makes sense. This tournament would have aggressive advertising. Coming up next, an exclusive interview with not just one, but several of the tournament's top contestants. The competition is cutthroat, only around a dozen contestants remain now, which will make our remaining competitors and insights even more invaluable. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but that might be Dr. Wily under there. Maybe. Hi, Pokemon music.
Really Ernest.
We're starting with perhaps one of our most unexpected top-level players, Eco Unit W3 Element Man. Now, I certainly wouldn't say many expected a robot of your stature to get so far. What are your thoughts? Good answer,
Right.
good answer, good answer. Number one answer
Is
on
that
the board.
Wingdings?
It is.
That's speaking in wingdings.
Yeah, sorry, could you speak up a bit? I didn't quite catch that. I'm not sure if... you know what? Never mind.
Also, I appreciate the The Pokemon music.
That was what? Emerald, I think?
Yeah, that should be encountering Steven,
Oh.
the champion, before you fight him.
Apologies for whatever that was, but we did promise more than just one interview. We've also secured a talk with the enigmatic Cerberus man who has been tearing through gauntlet after gauntlet. It's kind of a cool design, I dig it. Fucked up what you did to Rush, though. And I
Oh god,
guess
it's Rush with
Quint's
Quint on
run,
him.
yeah.
Though. Oh no.
And the hot dogger. With barely a word, Cerberus man, there have been quite a few rumors about why you decided to enter the tournament. Care to enlighten us and your many fans? Very well, I'm hardly in this for the cheap televised glory. Rather, I'm here to fight for honor. The honor of not only myself, but for every robot throughout history who has been ruined by this so-called everlasting peace. Powerful choice of words there, Not surprising, many of our top competitors are in for more than just the Zenny. A focus like that would be fairly selfish, wouldn't it? Adding my strength to the world, a strength that comes from the want to protect others, to force the ones with power to reconsider their arrogance and wastefulness. What a moving sentiment. I'd say you're well on your way to showing stuff already, Cerberus man. I appreciate it, but my work and our work really is far from complete. Too much robot kind has been turned into collateral for far too long. High time some priorities are reevaluated. I remember seeing this guy way back at the hotel. I don't. Sounds like he's in it for a good cause, but he sounds so vindictive. Why? It would seem our time is about up. Thank you so much for your time. With that, we'll be cutting to a commercial break. When's my interview, huh? You're wasting time interviewing moral high ground chumps like this? Fossil over here, and not the strongest robot in the world. Take him in. If you're watching, listen closely. I'm coming for you. This is a real wrestling pay-per-view is what this is. Get all those ranks so we can cut through this idiocy and fight. If you don't, I'm gonna go. I'm going to fight you anyway. Cameraman, cut this out. Hey, Bass, why must we fight? We are not enemies.
Shut up.
Shut up. Bass, he's involved in this too. Remember, it's Bass. They canonically said that in English, so they wouldn't get it wrong, right? That's how it's pronounced. Man, this just keeps getting messier and messier. And Dr. Regal's still at large too. I don't like being on the defensive at times like this. Gotta keep going though, just 8 more ranks to go. Alright, let's put out that fire.
Man. Fire from heat, heat from fire.
Air tiki.
Air tiki.
It's not safe to stand on this plushie in midair. Oops. Okay, so now we go to the casino. Let's go gambling.
Yeah.
Oh, gambling.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, dang it.
We're not
Oh,
actually
dang
going
it.
gambling.
Slot machine.
First things first, we gotta say hi to the new boss. They're somewhere here.
Oh, but you gotta spin the giant ass wheel.
No, because I'm gonna lose. Oh, hey, we'll see this guy on Sunday. He's one of the Zoo Hero. Those are the Mythbusters. This is new.
God, I still in Captain America?
That's odd. No, that's the Sonic thing. Telling me that this bumper thingy is organic. Did it grow here? Is this a weird plant? Maybe it's photosynthesizing right now and I'm bothering it. Kind of looks familiar too, but I should probably just leave it alone. Oh, I gotta turn my cat off.
Forgot that was there. Meow. I still enjoy that. The Mythbusters fight was still the best so far, I think.
Another stranger. Another opportunity to test out my ability. Prepare yourself for my ultimate attack. Whoa! You're remembering all the most embarrassing moments from your whole life now. You're thinking about them all, aren't you? They're torturing you, ripping you apart, replaying over and over. Tell me that you didn't think about them, please, or this whole spiel will be pretty embarrassing. Nope, didn't work.
No, I'm not thinking about it.
Heard that casinos are dangerous places, so I came here after I got knocked out of the tournament. But this place is boring. Where's the action, the enemies, the explosions? All people do here is gamble. I did grind out a score of 10,000 on that Rift Wanderer game upstairs, meow, but I'm totally over it now. Really, though, when it comes to combat simulation, Flux already has me covered. Guess I'll just call it a day. Meow, meow.
Listen, no, I'm not thinking about, like, scarring situations and things of that nature.
I don't think I want to buy anything. I think we're going to save up for the ultra weapons. You're at 31. I don't really particularly need anything. Compass is nice, but I have the map, so save up. Who put that on? Who put what on? It was Mooch, by the way. Absolutely gonna snitch.
I didn't think it. No. What are you talking about, me? You just gotta stop thinking about horrible, horrible moments.
It's time for costumes. Great, this is the part where we talk to all the NPCs. Welcome to the costume party. Everyone here is dressing up to win some contest going on. Wearing outfits and finding embarrassing hats is a sucker's game. I can be anything I want. Don't believe me? Just watch. Actually... Oh,
no.
No, he's a cop. We hate him now.
Get him.
Greetings,
Get him.
citizen. Under the new law, everything you own now belongs to the state. Surrender everything of value or face the penalty for refusing to comply. Wonder if anyone else will actually fall for this. I might get just a little bit richer. Haha. Anything else?
Shoot him.
Greetings, citizen under the... Oh, it's you again. Want to see another shape I practice? Try this. Look at me, I'm so cool because I have fans in my wrist. Your costumes are so great, why don't you ride my magnets, coward? Not impressed with this shape? Me neither, how about this? Hey, it's Ultraman. Now I'm feeling like a true winner. Just like the real Ultraman, don't I? Surprised I pulled it off as well as I did. Guess he and I are more alike than we think. The joke is that he's from Magmammal too. New shape, new shape.
Drink product,
buy
buy product, do not think, only consume, embrace capitalism.
Ugh, I hate this man and everything his corporate masters stand for. I'd turn green if I wasn't already. Oh, thank Bravoon, an excuse to drop this awful capitalist shill of a shell.
Holy.
Surprise! Didn't think I could change into something this big, did you? Truthfully, I'm stretching myself thin like this. I feel empty inside. Maybe stealing some chump's life energy will make me whole again. Hey, I'm getting tired of holding this for up. I gotta stretch before I stretch myself thinner. Whew! I'll give shapeshifting a rest for now, at least until I hold that last one consistently. Still, I'm a shoo-in for first place with this ability, don't you think? No.
Burger is cool, though.
For some reason, I've had a hankering for coffee lately, but no one will give me one because I don't have any mouth. I'd throw the cup right back at them for that. Only problem is, I don't have arms or hands. Maybe I can get a lawyer.
God, I just...
Yes.
Do you get it?
Yes, that is the joke is that this is... Godot.
Yeah, the portrait, exactly. Oh my God.
We're hopefully starting that soon in Phoenix Wright 3, so you might get to see that soon. Everyone's been walking up to me saying, nice costume, and that scythe looks so real. Of course it does, it is a real scythe. What fool goes to a corpse party and without one?
Oh, it's the actual skull, man.
It said costume party on the brochure. It's just terrific, and I was planning on using this on somebody here too. Perhaps I can get Hunter Rowan to sign it. Least favorite level.
Really? Ooh. This far in? Oh, it doesn't have a score.
What is this? Disqualified. Worthless man. Oop.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it didn't have a number to it.
I wish to find this world's strongest warrior. Will I find them at this tournament? There are many promising fighters. Party holds little play to me. All I get are compliments about my costume. They only do the battles this blade has seen.
Why is Punk the pineapple?
Hey, because that's Mick. Keep getting thrown out because all of my
God.
costume ideas were too sharp and spiky for them. Well, how about this? I may look daft, but one touch of bam, you'll pop into a ton of colorful orbs. Or bland and boring white orbs if you're a vanilla normie who supports the man, unlike me.
Pirate Man?
Huh? Isn't that... Yeah, what are you looking at, partner? Oh no, he's a cowboy now.
That's
Ever
a
seen a
poncho,
desert
man.
bandit in a poncho before? Think I am, some kind of a pirate? Oh, if that's a poncho, I thought it was a pirate flag. It looks so real, though. Where did you buy it? Buy it? Shipwrecks of the Dam. You dare suggest I actually spend me loot on a tawdry costume, no less? Pirate man, I knew it was you. What are you doing here? I thought you were banned after what you tried to do last time. Of course I was, but do you think I'd let the opportunity to rob an eccentric billionaire sell me by? Alas, it seems this Ernie Will actually has more sense than money. I be seeing tough robots everywhere he goes. Those competitors, but his own private forces of Rozzers. Who does he think he is, Dr. Wily? No, don't tell him. He'll just make things worse for everyone. Oh, so you've been lurking at this party while waiting for an opportunity. I can care less about this tournament outside of it bringing in a crowd of rubes for me Kaizaks to pickpocket. That's pirate.
Yar.
Right here, I just so happened to learn a thing or two about costumes, things the shopkeeper ain't telling you. You ever wonder why things feel different when you wear a costume? It ain't just people playing along, it's for deeper reasons. If you come to me while wearing one of them, I'll tell you the secret truth behind it. If I do, will you promise to stay out of trouble?
Is this? It's the only way you'd be able to keep your eye on me.
Oh, so I guess they can tell you if there's secret things that you get for each costume.
Okay.
Or, like, interactions.
Oh, to be a ladybug robot in a green checkered paradise, the wind in my antenna, the sound of waterfalls, the speed I'd get from rolling down slopes. Yeah, this is the Sonic enemy.
Yep.
Seeing everything looks so blocky, am I right?
Mono rotor.
Also, shout out to the Eggman statue.
Eggman right behind him, yeah. Oh, hey, it's
Mr.
Mr.
X.
X.
Completely original character.
Yeah.
I swear, ever since he found these old costumes, Punk's been very judgmental lately. He thinks he's so cool in that stupid pineapple suit. Yeah, I mean, really, Mick, who would like a pineapple?
I don't get what Beat's trying to do with a or Ballad is supposed to do with Beat.
When clearly Beats are superior. I have the best costume out of anyone here, and I'll beat up anyone who says otherwise with Beats. Okay.
Okay.
I really thought this said brain rot, and I was about to go, yeah, me too. Is anyone out there? Ah, you there. Do you think you could assist me? I appear to be trapped inside this metal chamber. A pineapple said that an optimal costume for me was stored inside, but when I went to inspect, something pushed me inside. On closer examination, I can conclude that it is empty, but I cannot open the door. How unusual. Wonder he can't get out. Someone welded the locker door shut. Why would he come over to the outside of the locker door? You can't get this guy out, can you? I don't mind for hub stuff. People can tell me. Double Knight.
Yep. I don't get
Marissa.
who's the bottom left, though. Besides just like a Superman-esque costume. I get Marissa.
Eugene. For my next trick, I will make this spill disappear. Pretty nifty, isn't it? It's all thanks to my secret potions. Of course, by potions, I mean detergents. The kind that clean 99% of stains and kill 102% of germs. That's effective.
You can't...
I think that's
you can't
genocide.
You can't afford my potions.
You think this is a costume? As if. This symbol of a warrior from the depths of the underworld. Strange magic struck fear in the hearts of their foes, and all were helpless for them. Better watch your back, Mega Man, for I shall learn this technique. Expect you finally perish at my hands. Okay, Boomer.
Right there, Anchor.
Sagittarius. Isn't this golden armor impressive? I feel like a goddess. Strongest knight in this. Goodness, dear, everyone's wearing such stylish costumes. Hard to decide a runner-up, let alone a winner. Oh, sweetie, to me everyone's a winner, even if their costume isn't as fancy or elaborate as others. Entering at all is worthy of pride. I agree, and that's the problem. We're judges, we simply must decide upon a winner. And to be honest, I fear our third judge will be rather harsh. True, they are rather strict, but maybe it's just their way of getting everyone to do their best. Well, they needn't worry about that if you ask me, my love. Everyone looks so darling.
Is that guy the third judge?
Haunt Man.
Oh!
Hey, Haunt Man, what's up? Good to see you again. He's from 2.
I was like, that armor looks cool.
place. My costume is more elaborate than anyone else's, and they say I'm only going to win 3rd place because he got 3rd place in the other game.
Oh,
They think I
jeez.
can't impress the judges, that I can't scare them. How hard can that be? You had a cool fight.
Clever.
That's
Hi,
a Goomba.
Kino Jampu.
Yeah, that's Mushroom Jump. But my costume was good enough to impress the judges. Didn't have much to work with, but I got these sweet shoes. Of course, I don't have feet because I'm a mushroom. They're staying on with duct tape and hope. I believe in you. That's a Minecraft fucking... Look at him. Do you say anything else if I
Minecraft
talk to
armor?
you? No, you don't.
Minecraft
say it.
what?
Minecraft Steve armor. Do you not see that?
Yeah, behind.
Oh
the
god,
Goomba.
it's so blended in with the
It's
environment.
Master
I
of
didn't realize
Magnet.
it.
There he is. Didn't feel like climbing that long ladder. Took a shortcut. For I am Magneto, Master of Magnet. I'm glad he says magnet. I said I can't seem to get down. I blame that simulation down there, making my magnetism too strong. Oh well, at least I don't have to worry about losing this helmet, even if it doesn't fit me.
Please hit him with magnetic
Sparks and
shockwave.
sockets. I was about to. Doesn't do anything.
Damn.
Do we have any wooden guns to shoot at him?
Or wingdings.
What does this
Yes.
translate? What does it translate to?
I don't think anyone's translated this yet. No.
Mega Man, welcome to die. Where your curly mustache at?
Hey, hands off, partner. I ain't no concerned hat left by the wayside. I'm a genuine cowboy. Supposed to be helping out at the jailhouse, but some darn fool wore me as a hat while I was snoozing on the bus. To get myself a proper hoss again, so this doesn't happen again. I just need to figure out how to ride one. You actually can look at the map here. That's kind of neat.
Oh, there's one to the left you missed.
I see. Oh, that's sneaky. How do I get in there?
if I'd wager a guess, go up, look, see how there's two things right there? Maybe there's a
Well,
an area.
Neef is saying there's a switch somewhere. Where's the switch?
Oh.
I don't mind in
Okay,
the hub.
mind.
The hub is... Okay, we haven't reached it yet. Okay.
All right.
Hub
I was,
is fair
I was,
game. You
I was
just
trying
tell
to
me.
puzzle it out. Damn.
Hey,
hi, Mega
look,
Man.
it's Mysterio.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Oh, it's nice to take a break. Hey, your Mega Man costume needs work. It looks nothing like me. This isn't a costume, I'm the real Mega Man, and just who are you? Very funny copycat, but you're not fooling anyone. I'm famous across the entire planet, and the entire world's counting on me to win this tournament. Last thing you're gonna do is let some copy robot or shadowy imposter besmirch my good name again. I'm not a copy robot, I'm the real Mega Man. Stop insisting you're real and I'm just some fake. Crumble like a tin can in a serious fight. I've fought countless battles and emerged unscathed every time. That's not proof I'm the real Mega Man. I don't know what is. Heck, I'm so strong you won't even scratch me.
Hi, Dark Man.
Okay, maybe I had that coming, but I didn't think you'd actually shoot my costumes. You know how hard it is to get those things looking good? Especially for those spinning platforms? Oh, that's the switch.
Oh my god.
That's clever.
Yep.
I thought I was the only one who'd find this hiding place. I've been using it to practice my war face. Want the last thing my prey sees to be a face so fierce that they're paralyzed with terror. Tried using the mirror over there, but something seems odd about it. Almost like there's a castle inside the reflection. Maybe you should have a look. Oh, and watch your back. I'll be waiting for you when you expect it.
Why is Quint a freaking pineapple? Or at least in a kiwi or something?
Quince with a banana stuck to it? No thanks. I'd rather leave that for the flies. I have a beat. Costume party. What are you talking about? Where I live.
He's a quince? That's a thing?
Spider.
Spider.
Aw, no. Are more people moving in backstage now alongside that ugly Quince? I can't be seen. I can't afford to pay rent. I got 10 kids. I need to keep energized. I'm relying on them all to avenge me in the event of my untimely demise.
Oh, came down to you.
That does it. I'm tired of living in the rafters all my life. I want to get out of here and get into showbiz. Only problem is, her name's too appealing. How does Cog Spider sound to you? What about Art Gear? Maybe I
Okay,
can
that
workshop
actually-
ideas with Shotman and Friender. You thought Crazy Cannon and Hot Dog were their real names? Nope. Just fancy nicknames some advertisers came up with. Damn. I didn't choose this costume. The Mega Man killer stuffed me into it, then threw me in here. Turns out Quince is the only fruit that starts with a Q, but they didn't want me cramped with their style. So, you know, you can look forward to this in the future, past me.
Do you think the
statue back there holding an orb? A
It
switch
was.
or some kind?
No, it was
And
the Switch. I'm reading the rest of the comments, then we'll play that level.
okay. I was gonna say the
Hi,
mirror
Wario.
level.
Ugh, jump over a rabbit. And by and play the basketball with me. That's why I'm a ball genius. Have air in you? I could lost all mine because I farted. He doesn't say anything else.
I don't think you even have an hair. Well, you do, I guess.
Nope, didn't do anything.
Aw.
Missed opportunity. Ooh, now this is one real boosh going on here. Things all fancy like. Kinda wish I'd worn a costume myself. It'd be hard finding one in my size. Oh well, I wouldn't want to disguise myself from the fam cheering me on. Speaking of fancy, do you see that simulation up there? What's so gross about it? Looks amazing to me. Reminds me a bit of the steel mills back home. The grit and suit pulling red hot steel out of the fire, striking it. Guess a working bot like me sticks out on this fancy bash after all, huh?
What character is that in the background?
Oh, it's Hymax for X6, I think.
Is
Mega Man, you're right on time. It's a relief to see a punctual competitor for once. You'll find the tier boss up ahead. Now get going, the clock is ticking.
I can't tell if it's Hymax or not.
Is it Sunstar? It looks more like
No, I think Nova looks high.
Judgment Robo piled in. You have reached the judging panel. Puny mortal, are you ready to face your final judgment? Are you so huge?
Why are you so huge?
I am the arbiter of judgment, the one who decides which mortal's attire is worthy of glory. They told me I could be anything, so I became a god among machines, all quake in fear of my wrath. I'm ready. So be it, I see your costume and I deem it pathetic. I send it to you to death. Oh.
Okay then.
Get obliterated.
Well, I think you need to come back in here with a costume at some point.
Does it actually do anything different? I'll ask that.
We're gonna go play the level in the meantime, the hub level. What is the name of the hub level? I can write that down. Just a shortcut, that's it, okay. So it doesn't matter. Thank you. I had a feeling it was just a shortcut.
Looking good.
Seems to be something strange about this mirror, like something inside it. Oh, who dares enter through the enchanting magic mirror? We'll get it after. Just kidding, that mirror isn't magic. It's a device that warps local space-time for instant transportation, which is far more sensible than magic.
Ooh, the...
Mr. Fezzaway?
Oh!
In and spin
This
and
is
spin
for-
away. Twirl and hoot and kiss a fay. Is this the guy from Astro Boy?
No, this is,
Kingdom of Magic and Wonders, and why, I'm the court jester. Oh.
Didn't you fight that guy in the... Christmas Mega Man?
Second winner make a good robot master? He might have been, I don't know Christmas. Crazy Daisy, hey, stop, get back
Yeah,
here.
Christmas
hello.
Carol.
Mega Man, oh dear, this is quite embarrassing. I have this long dress. I thought I could get away with wearing my new boots underneath it. Now my legs won't stop. Don't worry though, I'll be catching them soon. Maybe. Please stop. Doc, I recognize you. You're none other than Mega Man. I see that you found our little mirror world hidden away in this rather regal party. You're curious. Your curiosity shall be rewarded. Right in front of you stands a simulation starring none other than myself. Her Majesty had a vested interest in showcasing the resolve of our Queen's God. Struck a deal with earnest will to craft an extra trial for the tournament goers. So, Mega Man, I look forward to meeting you inside. Don't hold back. I like that they made King Man a robot. Okay, time to add it to my spreadsheet. Once again,
King Man
if you're
by
not
whose
looking at the spreadsheet, we have stuff on there. I am cataloging just about everything. I'm ranking the levels even though I don't have to. There's no judge comments for these, thankfully, so a little less time to do all these. No! That's how they did the 8 categories for Robot Masters. Mega Man 8 basically was, you have to design the robots, the 3 robots they made, in a specific way. I love the theming so far. Oh my god, these Joes. Look at this.
Would you like your curry, my good sir? Oh my god, they have a mustache too.
I was
Yeah.
about to say, this is very Curry Skeleton from Castlevania.
So, the way Mega Man 8 did it, there was segmented robot, 2-headed robot, and... what was the other one? The long arm robot, I believe, was the other one. So it was Clown Man. It was Sword Man and Search Man. And then Search Man, they got rid of that for Battle Network. I don't know why they got rid of that. That was a weird choice. Ah, that's
Oh.
cool.
Hit the card. Know what attack is coming your way. There's actually turkey in there.
Okay, there's actually nothing up there. This is such a cool way to do this.
5 attacks from the left. Slide to the left. Slide to the right.
I think
Ah,
Ancient
the
Man
enemies
is
can hit him
maybe
too.
a better name than Sword Man, but they're both good. So yeah, welcome to Velatro Man.
I'm waiting for a Joker. You hit a card and the Joker comes out. 2 diamonds. 3 diamonds. 4 of clubs.
Is your card? Tried like 30 times. Come on, it's your card. Gotta be one eventually.
51 times. Come on.
I ate
it's
the card.
Your card was the Joker. Oh. One card that it wasn't.
You're not
Grenade
supposed
Man
to
was
forget about the
Explode
Joker.
Man. I like Grenade Man only because you go, Grenade Man, even though if one of the enemies in Mega Man 3 is called Grenade Man. The one with the legs. They're actually just called Grenade Man.
That felt good.
That felt good. I love Grenade Man, his goofy voice. Clown Man is
Goofy
also
voice.
a classic.
Goofy voice
because they
and a
go,
masochistic.
"I'm
masochist."
Clown Man. Look, what are you doing? Thunder Carnival. I don't know why
What have you
Frost
done to
Man,
me?
they were just like, yeah, Frost Man has to have like a cold at all times. Good Frost Man.
Oh my god, that is such the peach. Wait.
I see what I have to do.
Maybe
yeah.
you're supposed to... Yeah.
I did this wrong. This is a really cool boss.
Yeah, that's clever. Also, like, the animations is so much like Peach, I think. Hey, there's the
Clown
Joker!
Man. Thunder Carnival.
What have you done to me? Mommy!
He does
Oh,
say
she did it.
mommy, right?
Clown Man does. Yeah. Mommy!
I am gonna use an E for this because Age is good.
See you in my dreams.
My favorite is still Handsome Guy. I was talking to Dan once and he's like, who the fuck is Handsome Guy? Because he only played Battle Network and I was just like, you don't know Handsome Guy? I had to
call me
explain to
Aquaman.
him.
I'm Aquaman, but you can call me Handsome Guy.
The plushie for Aquaman is amazing in this game. It says, I'm Aquaman, but you can call me Adorable Guy.
No.
I'm Searchman. Okay, hello.
Yeah, Searchman's so boring the way he talks. I'm Search.
I mean, they just double up his voice because, you know, it's two heads talking.
Oh, that's so great.
Hey,
She gave me a little prize.
If you leave her alone, yeah, that's cool. Bye-bye.
I have a lot to write about
Man.
the stage.
Had to happen. Had to happen.
Had to happen. I can't take this anymore. Poor Astro Man, he doesn't deserve anything.
I will crush you, I will.
No reason to go left,
I
though.
will
Anyway.
beat you. Ace.
I hope none of these cards are used more than once. I don't think they are. I think they've all been different.
I know you've hit the certain numbers before, but I'm not sure if... I mean, that's... Nah, you've definitely... Actually, oh
King,
no.
Queen, Vault Man. Hey, that's clever. I like that.
Your playthroughs of Solitaire have come back to reward you.
Soltar, you mean?
Soltar.
You know, the Legend of Soltar. His best friend, Jack. he winks at you, too. Love that stupid joke from Aqua Teen. He winks at you, you know, Soltar. The Oog. Word.
Wait a minute, the card was upside down, so now it's actually throwing off the... It's actually... It doesn't
Oh, that's
change
clever.
the direction they go from, but it messes what you see. Ah, I like it. Oh no.
Drive the gauntlet, get a prize.
It's clever.
No!
Rip.
This is a really fun level. This could
Yeah.
have been a real level. I wonder if Pink did this one. I assume she did.
The author was in the, when you look at the stage name.
No, I said I wonder if Pink did this.
Oh, I thought you... Pink played it as, or... Okay.
'Cause I don't
thought you
think
meant
she
as in they
did
created them.
everything. We were talking about this the other day. In DMs, I was like, she was like, I think she said she didn't do all of the hub stuff yet, but I think she had to go back for some of them. This is really good though. She was in here earlier. She's probably already inbred. Did you have Kit Royal Flush? Yeah, do you not know that? That's how Solitaire is. No. Had to happen.
It had to happen. Mimic. Yes, Mimic.
I literally just got Dark Souls Mimic. Like, it was so obvious, but I was like, come on.
Nom, 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 nom. It had the last one, too.
Yeah, they're not on the map, which is... I don't know if that's a bug or not. I would maybe fix that.
Uh-oh.
Maybe the devs make Jewker Man for Solitaire? Nah. The
You
one
could
dev
be the
who said I
Jack.
was in there, the best way to put it is, I know I'm not in the game, and, well, that was a fucking lie, probably. I will not go into details.
Damn. Fast attack.
I mean, of course I'm aware. I made a strict point. I even said it on the other stream yesterday. I wouldn't talk about it on stream because it's not something I want to bring the stream down. We're here to have fun. Magmammal is about having fun and playing cool levels and seeing what people made. I'm not gonna go into details. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. That's literally all I'm gonna say. Please stop talking about it. I don't know how you think I wouldn't know. I'm in that server with you and I was talking about it.
All of his attack. No, never
Oh,
mind.
so close. Kingman is dope.
Speed.
Kingman is very
I was
dope.
gonna say, I think his attack patterns all work off of a 4 cycle, which makes sense for 4 suites or suits in a deck of cards. One,
He's going to flush
2,
you.
3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, never mind. I wonder if you can destroy the shields. You're taking
No.
damage.
You can't, because I hit him with a hard shot. That's a really good fight.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
It's an incredible stage with a crazy good gimmick. The aesthetic
His thematic, yeah, is
is-
phenomenal.
wonderful. This feels like a real Capcom Mega Man level. Very, very good review from me. So now we're gonna do the review, as I always do. So it kind of works as an Abby counterpart. Yeah, I assumed it was. Alright, design, I'm gonna give it a 35. It deserves it. Fun? Absolutely a 20. This might be 100, honestly. 25. Creativity? Ooh. Aesthetic? Yeah. Functionality? Yeah, that's 100. I love this stage. This is a great stage. That's 100. Just like, you know what? Amazing. I loved every second of it. Incredible fight with Kingman 2. I love that stage. That was great. Alright, so Zoc said there were 2 NPCs we didn't talk to. Go talk to them. Besides, we have to go this way anyway.
Back to the beginning. We gotta go back. We gotta go back, Marty.
And then we play a bad level. Well, we play a good level, not a bad level. I don't really care much for costume parties. I just enter as myself and I win easily. I'm just that perfect. Hanging outside with this guy is a total drag. He needs to accept that people are better than him and give up. I don't even know who this my curl is. I can go anywhere by myself before any slowpoke bus can. Who needs public transport? So fast I could be in 2 places at once. Maybe I could wear a disguise and finally make a worthy rival for myself. Presto versus the mysterious stopper. Who shall triumph? I will either way. Hi, Optimus Prime. Oh, that was Michael. Isn't it? I can't even do an Optimus Prime. Go up here. No. When it was being planned, I suggested we could public transport, but no one listened to me. Oh, but then came Michael with his stupid mustache and his stupid name.
Megatron. Oh, but then came
Happens.
Michael. Yeah, I can't do it.
Everyone praises his genius. No one shuts up about him. Door, can you believe that? I hate Michael. He thinks he's better than everyone else, but maybe if I look different, people will really notice me. Hey there, need a lift? I can take you up through a window. That's just to get up higher fast. Okay.
Megatron.
Metal Man steals
Yeah.
other people's conveyors. Very nice.
Oh, that's not Metal Man stage. Yeah, that's Solar Man.
Just a straight line? What? Huh?
I guess
Really?
there's conveyor belts. There's also something to your left.
Chat, how do I get through here? Wait, hold up. Ice wall mentioned?
Oh.
We used ice wall, we did it! Chat, everyone cry over me using ice wall, like in a good way. Like, but he did it, he remembered ice wall exists.
Oggies.
That is the thing that everyone forgets and has been asking the devs. Hey, I can't get this is impossible. Ice wall mentioned?
I like how this place is kind of making it look like a dilapidated Metal Man stage.
Chat, if moments were still a thing on Twitch, I would have made that a moment. Oh.
Whoops.
Ice Wall is one of your most used powers. Mods! Ban Ice Wall for Otter Slinger, thank you. I hate these enemies. I hated them in 48 Hour, and I hate them here. I hate them in the actual game. This is another one of those enemies that I'm pretty sure is from Challenger from the Future or a Game Boy game, and it's like either way, it's like I don't like it.
No, I think that's actually 9. Or 10. I think that's
That's
from,
not a 9 or 10 enemy. I played enough 9 or 10 to know that. Game Boy 5.
Oh, Mega Man 5. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
I
thought it
love
was
Game Boy
from,
5, but I'm just like, ugh, Game Boy enemies. Usually.
I thought it was freaking Nitro Man.
Nope.
With the whole wheel that comes off.
Nope. He doesn't have that. Got
Alright
trucks.
then. You've been hit by. You've been struck by. Struck. No! Uh-oh.
I hate this boss every time.
Oh, I didn't even see the other ones above you.
I didn't mean to jump on that.
Node right.
Oh my god. Fuck off. I hate this. I don't want to play Simon Says in Mega Man. That's not fun. It was never fun. Why would you make this Challengers from the Future?
Oh. Oh! I thought we were about to have up and downs.
3 on this screen? What?
Maybe you have to ride those things that are falling down to where they are.
Gross. Mega Man and Bass? I mean, I don't care what it is. It's still bad. I am at that point where so much of Mega Man and Bass has been blurred for me that I'm like, oh, that's Challengers from the Future. Thanks,
Who
I
can
can't
tell?
see. This is a really bad time game. What? Huh? How are you supposed to get that?
Very good jump. Mm.
Oh, gross.
Good? Question mark.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't remember any of it because the game is terrible. You know that. I don't like it. But, like, I really don't like when you do that every time I say something's bad like that, that you're just like, oh, well, he doesn't like it, so it has to be bad. No, I genuinely think the game is badly designed. I don't want to argue with you, but, like, it really comes off that way. I don't like how a lot of the weapons work. I don't like how the game is designed for one or the other. You either play the level as base and you have an okay time, or you play the bosses with Mega Man and you have a okay time. And then the castle is fucking horrendous. Oh, it's so bad. For those of you who don't know the castle in that game, and you're wondering why it's awful, how do you feel about a 3-level castle? That doesn't sound so bad, right? But, oh, fuck. The trade-off is that the level has a cursed gimmick to it. You have to fight like 5 bosses. And you get like no checkpoints, and also there are no E-tanks in that game, so it's very bad. What? How? Huh? Just fall in a pit and die? What? No, that's not fair, Commander Keen. That's not how this works. I guess they want you to use Ice Wall?
Maybe?
Yeah, I genuinely don't think it's a well-designed game. I think it's frustrating. It's not fun. And I think instead of lazily reusing sprites and 2 bosses, Ice Wall works? Okay. Instead of lazily doing all that, I would have rather had new stuff. I don't blame anyone for not finishing that game. Game Boy Advance? Oh, I'm talking about the SNES one. I don't even like that. Hey, thanks! Alright, it's time for Metal Man, and we're just gonna nuke him. Actually, I think this fight is harder with this, weirdly enough. You should have got a PS1 and Saturn. Yeah. It's rough. I just don't think it's a well-made game. This stage, however... I wasn't wild about how it used the conveyor belts. And I'm legally obligated to cackle like an actually evil person later. I respect it. You know, I respect it. I respect the sicko behavior. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with liking anything. I have to say this literally all the time. Need I cite Glover Guy one more time? The guy who unfollowed the channel and had to announce on Twitter he was unfollowing because I said I didn't like Glover. Cat, I don't care how you feel about my opinion. If I say something is bad, that doesn't mean it's fact. Make your own opinion, please. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but it, like, really grains on me. Please, make your own opinion. We have a spreadsheet for a reason. There's there are genuinely stuff here where I'm like, please. It is one of those things where I need to have this conversation because people are like, no, this is fact, and like, no, I say this with like Red Letter Media as well, or any reviewer on the internet. Make your own opinion, please. That matters so much to me. I will be genuinely shocked if I don't make you mad later. That's okay. Let's see. Not a fan of Simon says anytime it is used. It's a very hard thing to learn and know I'm guilty of it. I know, but like there are so many times where I've asked someone, did you play this game? And they're like, nah, but I heard someone on YouTube play it, so like, the game sucks. And I'm just like, what? It is not fact, so please, I am begging you, I'm begging everyone, do not take that as fact, because I don't want to keep having this conversation. Because it's not just this, it's with many other things in this room, like, no, that is not factual. Also, the Glover Spite stream was 10 out of 10 stream. That was a fantastic stream. That was really funny that guy unfollowed me to this day. I still find it really hilarious. Like Mega Man 1? Okay, well now you're just factually wrong. I'm fucking with you, seriously. Get him. Get him out of here. Send it to Brazil. It was competently designed enough. 12. Metal Man steals other people. Fun. I didn't have a lot of fun with this. Or creativity. I wouldn't call Conveyor Belts creative. 3. Mega Man fun when you know the tricks. I would say Mega Man 1 is fun if you play Powered Up. I like Powered Up a lot. I think that game has the best replayability of any Mega Man game. Nobody's gonna argue that. That game has so much replayability, and I wish it was ported to something else. And it never will be. And I wish it got a sequel, which also will never happen. Aesthetic. Fine. 8. Right in the middle of the road. I don't really have anything bad or good. Functionality? Yeah, it functioned. I didn't run into any glitches. I want to remind in general that there is a difference between I like this and I think this is well made, as you just said. Yeah, and again, how many times in a review of these levels have I said, I think this is well made, and then I still don't like the level? We got the first 3 Starfies. Starfy is different. I feel like it's a different scenario because apparently, I think it was made by Sakurai or something. Wasn't it made by like one of those teams? Is why it keeps showing up. I don't know exactly who made Starfy, but it's a big deal and I wish it got translated. It got fan translated, you could play those, but that's not the same thing. You have a flying robot in Brazil. Oh, fuck.
You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out.
Watch out. Alright. That is... You can start reading, by the way, Shamrock.
Yeah, it just says for the Starfy series, the developer is Costco. They have a reputation of being a ghost developer.
Cusco? So it's one of those fake things like Ultra Games, right?
Something like that, yeah. They're just it's an actual company, but they're just one of those things that just never get mentioned, so people just don't really know who made the
I heard
games.
they made new credits for the game apparently because like they're in English. I don't know if that's true.
No, they've made a lot of stuff. They still make stuff today.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, go on. To read this.
Given the name, I was hoping for way more conveyor belt types than just Solar Man's. I'm rather disappointed how little leverage how much this leveraged its own name.
I think you could have done some
At any
cool
rate-
stuff here with the conveyor belts.
At any rate, this is pretty upfront with its concept, and the end result is, well, it's slightly different from the average Metal Man level. It's a lot of conveyors and typical enemies, avoiding most factory-inspired enemies. you'd actually see in the stage, but broken up with things like mercury blocks. For the most part, this isn't terrible. Props for the double exclamation point warning preparing us for the falling blocks, and the platforming is overall solid. Granted, the difficulty curve isn't perfect. The latter section is much easier than the mercury blocks, and if you screw up and die getting the 4th token, you basically have to redo half the level. Still, what's there isn't bad. Unfortunately, this also is not enough. While the level is well made, it also isn't memorable.
Yeah, see?
Most of that is the concept.
Nick knows what's up here. I think the level is well made. I still don't like it.
Yeah, just nothing sticks out about it. Most of that is the concept. It's a conveyor belt factory with Susies, Joes, and falling blocks. Not exactly what I call distinct. Chainsaw sticks out to me, if only because I like MMV's unusual enemies. But for all Chainsaw's potential, it only appears thrice and barely does anything. Heck, most of the enemies don't do much, even considering how typical they are. Even when they're totally absent, I don't really notice that they're gone. The short length of level doesn't help things either, meaning the place ends before it can do enough with the items it uses. I can appreciate what's been done here, but it's both not long enough and not terribly interesting, so I ultimately don't enjoy it. Or didn't enjoy it.
Not funny, didn't laugh. I can't help but wonder if this stage went unfinished, since that's the general feeling I'm getting from it. For what little is here, though, I do at least see some form of potential in it. The platforming challenges, if they were given a better difficulty curve and fleshed out into a more decent length stage, would make for a rather fun level. Like the setups with the chainsaws in the first half, since they require some precision on the player's part. Not the point of being overly punishing either. Just a shame that both them and the Susies disappear completely for the second half of the stage. Instead focuses more on tight jumps across conveyors. That's not to say that this is a bad thing on its own, but considering just how short the stage is, the sheer disconnect of the design between the two sections sticks out a lot more. Not much else here that's really worth bringing up. Again, it's all comes back to the fact that the stage is way too short. So that makes it a really forgettable experience, one that could have been a lot better if given more space to combine and flesh out the enemy setups and platforming challenges found in both segments. Master Time Thief.
Master Time Thief? No, Master Thief of factory line components. It's a short level, but I don't
more
mind
chocolate
it.
milk here. He hates it. I just keep sending him random pictures of chocolate milk.
I like the interaction between the disc enemy and the conveyor belt, making this neat dynamic. With the disc it leaves behind that you need to time it to jump over it. I like the gravity blocks too, where you can stand on them as they fall to jump to gather some chalky milk. So you could jam the same trick with the ice wall. Quite a clever, subtle hint there. The only problem is that there's one part with several of these block dispensers in a row where you have to slide through at the right moment. This can send you back quite a bit if you mistake one of them, but the stage is short as it is, so it's forgivable. Somehow the Metal Man background really works well with the Solar Man tile set. Not sure if Uranus's stage theme really fits too well with this setting. The level ends with a bog standard Metal Man fight. Nothing else to comment about it, really. It's a decent way to wrap up the non-existent saga of Metal Man's crimes.
This is a by-the-book good level. A handful of gimmicks and enemies introduced in a clear fashion, gradually combined in progressively more dangerous ways. 2 distinct segments and a boss fight separated by well-timed checkpoints. Fair challenges that push players to demonstrate what they've learned so far. Thoroughly stable construction, clean, polished graphics, and that added interest without distracting from the gameplay. I was kind of hoping for a simpler pattern from different conveyor belt styles, but I think the level is better for staying focused. We've seen most of the objects pairing, most of these objects pairings before. Good lord. And I've waded through enough Susie's blocking hallways to last a lifetime. But the level never feels derivative. I appreciate the very varied architecture and effective use of spikes and sliding passages. I applaud the justice of meaningful uses of Joes. The secret room is truly sneaky. I even encourage the bigger reward for finding it.
Yeah, I agree.
I questioned the choice of mini boss, and I would have liked more color contrast with the spikes or a different style of spikes altogether. Otherwise, everything looks and feels perfect for the level. Metal Man and Solar Man's tile sets work surprisingly well together. And the exclamation points there are a creative warning sign for falling canisters. Token placement is devious and fun. However, I would have preferred keys where the tokens are and tokens behind nearby locked doors, thus requiring the player to survive the token challenge. Drill Man switches would have worked for this purpose too. My biggest lament is the generic Metal Man fight. Falling canisters feel like an obvious twist that's missing.
I think you'd have to have a bottomless pit for that fight, then I don't think I would like that.
Yeah. Also, the music doesn't quite fit right for the pace of the battles. I want a little bit more from this level, but I'm happy from what it offers.
Really feels like I've just played this before, and a better version of it, indeed. As if you took Mercury's stage and added more spikes, swapped out some of the interesting enemies for the overused and generic, and replaced the Crusher segment of Mercury himself with a mediocre mini-boss and boss. Boss. I'd say that Mercury and Metal Man were some of the less memorable stages of the respective games, so while the mashup is thematically appropriate, it's also thematically dull. Harsh. Sheer number of spikes and pits are the only threat of the stage. Spikes that somewhat blended if you weren't paying attention, could have used a different color palette. Notice any problems. Frankly, only the sheer generic layout prevents confusion from unmarked pits. Maybe it's because we just played the crystal stage, so like, I don't know, I think the monochrome stuff like that is more bothersome to me. Monotone. I question the use of Susie's here. They don't complement the stage layout and just act as roadblocks to slow the player down, rather than a genuine threat. The Chainsaws and Sniper Joes end up as slow time wasters. Very little requires you to actually dodge or maneuver. Very British spelling of that. Worst part is, the stage repeats its challenges. We had 2 challenges the entire second of the second? You mean second half? And the rest feels like you just copy-pasted them. First time you encounter the slide timing challenges does frustrate since it offers little warning it's coming. The others are just repeating what you did, but not 1 second previously. Aesthetically, it looks pleasing enough. Using Metal Man's cog animation combined with a prettier official conveyors helps ensure the stage isn't lifeless and the tiling is all rather solid. The stage seems to get more and more broken and damaged the further you go in. Nice touch. I'm a fan of the trickster tokens here. I don't mind having to rely on weapons for some of these if it offers just bits of spice and distraction in an otherwise fairly sub-average, obvious, and standard. Overall, it was honestly fine, even if I didn't like it. Worthless Man. Alright. The reason this got a 0.
Ooh, all 4 of the skip bosses are here.
I recognize the JoJo. This might cause issues on YouTube.
I think it's distinct enough.
Nah, you'd be surprised. This level's a long one, a very long one, and punishing too. If I lose my keys here, I might never find them. This level so long for one thing. Time starts to add up when the end boss alone can take 5-10 minutes per attempt.
What?
One of the tokens of this stage is locked behind the super boss that turned Fragile Man into shrapnel. Too distracted, itching to even dare face a foe like that. I will not be grabbing the tokens here. This level is unforgivable. I've got enemies that could best be described as damage sponges and so much instant death. Wildly difficult super boss at the end. I'm still pulling myself back together from that last one. Even considering doing it in there. Learn from my mistakes, bring some upgrades from the casino, and stock up on tanks.
Oh boy.
This level was disqualified. One judge was unable to beat it due to a migraine caused by the end boss. Fortunately, we can't tone down the visuals. Doing so would fundamentally alter the boss fight. If epilepsy, migraines, or eye-strainer concerns for you, skip this level and go left to collect all the loot. That warning, I've now unlocked the entrance to the level, and ugh, it hurts now.
This one's gonna be a long one.
Are you gonna get all the tokens on the side, or?
Nope. We're gonna play
Really?
this one legit.
Oof.
Up today for the first time today. Man with a balding head said he created me. He says I have more potential than any robot ever created. I asked him why, then my designation is Worthless Man. You're just gonna have to tell me, chat, when we get to the super boss or how to get there. Dane Vorla. This is just gonna be a lot of reading. Done? The Toho guy? It's very obvious. Okay. Ooh, I like this.
Ooh, Spark Joes.
They do have a lot of health. I will agree. How do I get up there?
Maybe you have to hit something later in the level.
You going? Ah.
Oh.
Okay, I like the gimmick here. I don't know why they went with the JoJo music. I don't really even feel like it loops very well. Who said I'm not reading the signboards? I didn't say I wasn't reading the signboards. Sorry, but JoJo's a really easy way to win me over. I'm extremely biased, and I admit it. Oh, fuck. I see why this level has a
Air
skip.
Joes.
I can't beat this level if you're gonna do this. That's not fair.
Well, that's not Air Man, that's Air Joe.
Nobody can defeat Air Joe either. Do you think Aelita's played Mega Man 2? I understand if she doesn't want to play it because there's an impossible boss in there, but...
She has. That's actually her first Mega Man game.
Good, I'm glad she didn't play 1. I would have been very upset if that was her first game.
Nah.
Again, you can go back. Nothing wrong with that.
Top Joe.
Apparently my chassis is a repurposed Joe unit. I don't think I'll be finding my true potential with this body. I wanted to try fixing that by studying the Joe units. I don't know if I found any of my own potential this way, but I did figure out how to make weaker versions of other robot masters. Dr. Vorlath has started calling them Joe masters. She seems impressed with what I've done. Ow. Yeah, I thought you were someone I could talk to. That's on me.
You got hit. You got hit by Top Joe. Ooh. Those being instant kills a little
Aelita must be the first person that's ever beat Mega Man 2, considering that boss is impossible. Who knows?
Maybe.
I mean, Shamrock's never played a Mega Man game. He's just like, no, that's just too hard. I've seen Air Man.
Why the fuck am I here?
I mean, have you heard The Legend of Airman?
Impossible, isn't he?
He is, yeah. There's a whole song about it. Well, that's how we know he's unbeatable. Like, yeah, see, I defeated him and he came back. Not actually defeated. Never forget the dabbing Airman in Meg Mammal 1. Maybe like, dabbing Airman. Oh, whoops. Yeah, he's like, oh, I forget what he says outside the level, and then he just goes, I lied. And then just starts dabbing aggressively, and it's one of the best moments.
No, you got that backwards. So in Mag Mammal 1, they put in the, there was the Airman that was before all the Wily Castle stuff.
Air Capsule, yeah.
Yeah. No, Air Capsule was actually both of them, kind of. But what Airman said he wasn't in this, like, what, you think I'm gonna make a, you can't beat Airman, like, no one can defeat Airman joke in here? Please be real. And then the first boss of Wily Castle in Mag Mammal 1 is Airman, and he comes in saying, I lied. And then there was an extra boss that somebody just happened to make that was Airman, the Air Capsule.
The Air Capsule, yeah.
Yep. Because as he comes in, he just dabs as the capsule closes.
We get some dabs in chat for Airman. The Slam Jam remix of this song is very good, by the way. I would play it if I could. I don't really have a problem with this level at all so far. I don't understand.
So far.
Subject made alterations to the design of a previous Robot Master. I have a feeling I know what the boss is gonna do at the end if this is a Joey Jojo Jr. Shabadoo Jr. boss. It's the stupidest name I've ever heard.
Hey, Joey Jojo!
Adding the Joe visor to its design, she renamed the resulting creation Honey Joan.
Hello, honey woman. Whoa! Okay.
Okay, this is interesting.
Gravity abilities.
Naka 2 is worth playing? Well, if there's a remastered version, you're always gonna play the remaster. Unless it's Silent Hill, that game sucks.
Silent Hill remaster poopy.
We don't talk about Silent Hill remastered. That game is actually really bad. Remember how someone dies and then their eye became teeth? Good times.
Yeah.
That's real, I didn't make that up. To be honest, I genuinely don't know what's different between 1 and remaster. I just know I streamed Magmammal 1R. The day-night cycle stuff gave you a headache? Okay, that's valid. God damn. The super boss is more just the worst of it. I'm very curious to see what you and Shinryu say. I wish I was better with using Ice Wall, but Ice Wall is Unga Bunga weapon, so I'm like, no. Figured out how to modify my chassis. Flash Woman as an inspiration, but I also like Dr. Borlaug's poofy blonde hair. She asked me if I still wanted to be known as worthless. But I still didn't know what my potential is, but I don't feel like I am, man. He suggested Worthless Woman as an interim name. Is this a trans level? Hell yeah.
Say, we're getting trans
Top tier level.
here?
This is a 10 out of 10 level suddenly.
Hey, Gyro Joe.
I don't have any problems with the health so far. 'Cause usually I'm already mashing lemons anyway, so like, maybe it's for people who use weapons. They're like, oh no. The creator of this level has a brisket from Guilty Gear PFP. I know who that is then. Tell them I like their level. I've seen them on the Discord. I'm also not the average Mega Man player, and I liked Identity Crisis, so like... I admit I'm a little bit of a sicko. I mean, like, every once in a while, there's a Mag Mammal judge in my chat during any of the Mag Mammals, and they're the sicko in the window. Mick's probably doing that right now, considering the evil comment from earlier. Sicko is laughing in the window, just going like, yes. I built some new solar panels, and I've converted them into my chassis. Panels are 40% more efficient than other solar panels. In addition, they can also get power from Moonlight and Starlight. It's affected my personality, though. I think I'm 2 people now. At night, I'm Lunar Woman. During my day, I'm Celestial Woman. Lunar Woman feels like the me that was already here. Celestial Woman is really different, though. Like Corella says, she's a very excitable personality. I think I'm scared of her. I have to write down some comments about this level right now. I'm just gonna write trans rights in all caps. I can understand how someone could hate this, but I love this. Like, they checkpoint you really well. You know how frustrating this would be if I had to walk back like 20 screens? I don't. Great.
I mean, there's got to be a reason though why this was disqualified.
Well, they did say there was flashing issues, and the fact that a boss fight can be 5 to 10 minutes is very unusual for a Mega Man level.
That's ridiculous, honestly, considering that's like how long the stage should take, period.
Yeah. I know you're trying to cheese it, but I think they're gonna have to make it, you're gonna have to go back now.
I do.
I can see a little bit of, I guess, visual trouble, considering the constant moving parallax in the background, too. Specifically the bottom area for that section. But I can see where that can be distracting or cause some motion issues.
I am not most people. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, I'm just saying from trying to understand how others might think about it.
Well, it wasn't disqualified for length. We don't know exactly why it was disqualified. Apparently, it might have been giving someone some serious seizure stuff. So, respect. Very valid. That's a very valid reason to DQ. Shortcut. I'm burning strong. Like I'm burning strong. That ladder is hard to see, but that's not the game's fault. That is my fault for using the input reader. Because again, input reader's there for streamers.
Yep.
We're at 3 out of 5, so I guess you get the last 2 tokens from the boss. Subject made this next RoboMaster after watching something that she described as a Chinese cartoon. Named it the JoJo Joe.
Oh
I
no.
have to make a note Not to let her watch the Powerpuff Girls. The Mojo Jojo?
Modododo.
Of course he's using Break Dash. Oh shit, he's got a stand? What the fuck?
The
That's
stand
so
is
cool.
cut, man.
That's a lame stand, though.
Should have had air.
He's running with scissors, man. I know that's an album, not an actual song, man, but come on.
No, albums work.
Yeah, in which
Songs
case,
and
running with
albums
scissors.
both work, yeah.
I mean, metal just is its own genre, so.
Still shout out to my favorite song, Oozeworm.
Ranni
Go check out Oozeworm, very awesome. Thank you for the sub, Ooze. No, I love in the newest part of JoJo. Yes, I'm sorry, this level was a mistake because now I'm playing it. This is why they put the skip in. I get to talk about JoJo for like 30 minutes. I'm a big fan of... the newest part has the hustle. And it's just such a stupid name for a power, the hustle. Because they're all thieves. Length and difficulty are just additional skip things, yeah. I played back some memories that were recorded by my Celestial in person, like Dr. Wiley wanted to see my progress, so he took me to a populated city. What happened next? Celestial, when I had no idea how she had that much power. The city was there 1 second, the next it was scorched glass. Dr. Wiley looked impressed. Dr. Vorlov looked terrified. I like what I've become.
This is getting dark.
Yeah, I like JoJo because it's like super creative. Oh! We support trans wrongs too. Trans rights, trans lefts. Love them both. Okay, that worked once. Trans centrals? Trains ups, trains downs. I always say, you gotta respect the pronouns, or yours are gonna be was, were, and it's true. I'm trying to find out how to do that. I think the best way for me to do that is to jump in the air and shoot. I will say, I failed because, not in this, but I can't even get Ooze to watch JoJo even though I'm like, Ooze, it's got Lady Gaga.
Nah.
No, the game knew. They said no.
Nope.
I'm sorry, is that the fucking Ricochet thing from Symphony?
Oh, okay. You have this the skull shot, I take it? Yeah. But I also, Mick, I love garbage, so like... I completely admit my bias. I'm surprised they don't give you the stuff, but I guess the idea for the contest is, if it's good enough, you should be able to beat it without any of that stuff. Pin's a nerd. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Pin's a nerd. Gaga was enough to get us to watch House of Gucci. We ain't watched JoJo. Well, you can't watch it yet for Gaga. You can only read it at the moment. Can I convince you to read it? I've never read anything in my life. Fucked up. Donation incentive for the Elixir stream. When Ooze does his charity, I'm gonna be like, alright, Ooze, here you go. But you're not talking about upgrades. Ooh. You know, I only communicate in memes. There's so many good JoJo memes you can do for your meme series, Ooze. God fucking damn it. I can't wait for Ooze to actually fall in love with it if we hit the 6,000. Ooze is gonna be like, fucked up, I can't believe this. Jewker is never gonna shut the fuck up about this. I just need a good way to hit this. You never talk about things you like? You talk about Hudson Hawk. You love Hudson Hawk. Ooze loves Hudson Hawk, man. That's his favorite Robot Master. It's just Bruce Willis with the extremely long Hudson Hawk head that I made that one time. Baby game. Oh god, there's no checkpoint for that? Ugh.
Oof.
Okay, take it back. It's not a baby game. Interest of saving time. I'm gonna think.
There's a checkpoint. Ooh. Map not working? That was weird.
I guess the last two are in the thing?
Well, where are you even on the map?
I don't know. My humor program D.
I was like, who the hell's hitting that on the frickin'... Forgot that it's actually in this game. The vine boom right as you die. Perfect.
Any vine booms in chat? I saw the token. Whoops. Oh. I really wish the map paused the game while you looked at it. Instead, it's a fucking Dark Souls map. Which I love and hate.
Oof.
I'm very aware that I was getting hit. I was just talking about that. I was just like, oh, geez. I still need to look at the map. Trust me, I love Dark Souls, so I know how that is. Oh, Dark Souls. I gotta play Elden Ring now that I picked it up.
And various amount of other games.
Steam sale do be like that.
What did thou get in the Steam sale, everyone?
Picked up a Cobalt Core. out of it.
That's pretty good.
Not bad of a roguelike deck builder.
Opposed to Kobold Core, which you are.
I'm Cobalt coded.
Oh, hold up, let me find my
Steal all the shinies.
Yep.
let me find my shady ass fucking irresponsible spending from the Steam sale. A lot of minor things. Biggest thing that I picked up was Infinite Wealth.
Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy.
I've still got others to go through.
I'm gonna spoil the game for you. The real Infinite Wealth was the friends he made along the way.
Wrong. It was all of the money.
It is the friends he made along the way. I'm not kidding.
I would be doing the same. I would not try to make that jump after all that.
E.
Oh, hey!
First try, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I'm disappearing. My personality will completely be overridden completely by Celestial Woman. I don't want to go, but I don't think I can do it. I don't know. If you're reading this, you're most likely here to destroy me before Dr. Riley can use my power. You are, be advised, I'll be much weaker at night. You must fight me at night. Okay, so you fight at day. Seems Dr. Vorlov locked me out of access for my day night switches. I blew her up, but I still gotta deal with you. Force you to fight me in the daylight.
Oh no.
You don't want this happening to Mega Man after a climb like that.
No.
Oh, you're gonna do that then? Oh, she's pretty. I kind of want to see the design for the other one.
I was gonna say, they did say base it off of Splash Woman. Neat. Jesus!
Or... Oh, this is cool.
Okay.
I can see how this would be bad for other people, but for me, I'm like, yo.
I'm digging this Windows 95 background.
Yeah, this is the Windows 95 background. I actually really like this
screensaver.
level.
Yeah. Is this custom sound? Or custom music for this one?
Alright, this is a heavy, long boss, so we are gonna use weapons. As much as I would love to do this,
When you put in, what was it, 5 life bars? Yeah.
I will be using E-Tank. Interesting you made her weak to her own thing. Can we get some trans rights during this fight?
Wow, it's only 2 damage for it, too.
That's a new attack.
Oh, yeah, this is Toho as hell.
Is this a Toho theme as well?
Somebody said this might be a Toho theme. I can see why they advised to bring E-Tanks.
There's not enough trumpets for this to be Toho.
Need more toot-toots on the flutes. Oh! Okay, alright. That's a little fair that...
That's totally fair.
To drop something, because, yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, this is a Toho-ass fight. Like, props on making a Mega Man Toho fight.
I really dig this fight.
Oh, that's bullshit. I know that attack pattern is the one from the Mega Man 7 Wily capsule.
He's already on. You want another one?
That is one of the most difficult attack patterns, the Wily 7 capsule.
And guess what? I've done that fight perfectly.
Yep. But at the same time, to include it here is...
I wasn't expecting it. Yeah, I can see how this can get a little bad.
Uh-oh.
I really like this fight.
Yeah, like, this is definitely, like, super boss fight, and, okay, oh god.
That's probably... Oh, whoa, hey, no flashing on stream.
Okay, wasn't expecting that. Ooh. Hey,
We'll use this.
will the water shield put out those fires? Well, don't need to know
Question.
now. God, you're almost out of freaking laser trident.
I'm trying to
There
dent
you are.
her the best I can. She gives 2 health. This is a completely fair fight. Again, I
I-
am not the average Mega Man player. I think this is cool.
Yeah, this is cool. This is not a Mega Man fight, but this is a cool fight in a
That's
Mega
the
Man
quality of life
style.
feature. Oh, okay. Respect it.
Oh, okay. If that wasn't in there previously, yeah, that's a bit rough.
RESPECTET. Respect it. Love that joke from Bobobo. Respect it.
Respect it.
Can you come down here, please?
Now I see why they said.
Please stop flashing me.
At least you didn't leave fire behind this time. Fire crotch notwithstanding.
The damage feels really fair too.
Yeah, it's not like you're losing like half your health bar in one attack.
I have to ask, Mick, did you think I was gonna hate this level, or did you think I was gonna love this level?
Oh. Uh-oh.
Whoa, that's
Whoa.
trippy. Oh, that's so cool. Made a 3D object? Oh, that's crazy. Look at this. That's so cool. Oh, I love this. This is amazing. I'm so happy we're fighting this. I expected positive. You.
Incoming, watch your health.
I know.
I don't know if you're
I
at
got,
the-
I got a sound notification.
No, but does it not only... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, I didn't know if it lasts only one...
Nope, it's every
life.
time.
Okay.
That's how I was like, nope. We have 5 more E-tanks, essentially, because of the M-tank.
At least you stayed pretty close down for a while on that one.
Crash my nose is a really bad time for this.
Flash! Ah, savior of the universe.
Queen of the impossible. It's king normally, but not here.
Mhm.
Queen's rights.
Play, queen. Play.
If only Brisket were here right now, what would she tell us? She'd probably say like trans rights or something.
And does she still have one? Is this her last health bar, or is there still one more to go? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah,
I'm
that's
just styling on the
visual
boss right now.
This is a visual overload, though, for sure.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
it's a Toho boss.
moving. Yeah, but that's moving at a frame rate that I think is weak. Even me, I don't usually have like.
I mean, the game had a warning,
emotional
so
things?
if you're still
True.
looking, it's your own fault at this point. I feel bad for the judges,
completely-
but I mean, they gave me a
completely
warning.
agree, but yeah, like I don't normally have visual things, but even this one's like, ooh, this one's a bit heavy.
There's just too much is what's happening. It's not even that it's like aggressive. There's just too much.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that was her last health bar.
Oh yeah, she's done. It's so
and
Jover,
look,
honestly,
it's-
Chad. It's so Jover. She's never been
And
this Jover.
And the sun has gone down. How much was that?
I don't know how
What-
much I
what
had
was-
earlier, but I've got 5,000 now.
Okay.
Victory spin.
To the right or to the left?
Yeah, that would suck. I would have said maybe
1K,
if there was like a
apparently.
teleporter to go back there would have been cool. Feel myself disappearing. Personality called Celestial Woman, it will soon dominate both sides of me. Happens, I hope someone destroys if anyone else is reading this. Probably because I've already been destroyed. How's the lunar fight? For this over my body being used for destruction. Before this all happened, I was happy. I'm glad at least got to experience that. And whoever destroys me, thank you. Trans
I mean, that-
fucking rights.
That's still kind of a sad story to
Yeah,
have
no,
for a
that's.
boss
I think
fight.
that's the best level in terms of story I've seen in a Mag Mammal.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
All right.
Why was... Okay, yeah, I was like, wait, why was they named that again? Oh, never mind. Now I remember.
I don't know if this should have been disqualified, but I think it's a good level. I really like it a lot.
Maybe we'll find out exact reasons for something.
I like a good, challenging, hard level. I'm gonna say this is a 20 design. Never was I frustrated during this level. In fact, I had a 10 for.
If you jump back in on that level at the checkpoint, would it put you right in front of the boss? Damn.
Ace couldn't finish it. That makes sense. Creativity. Never seen a Sun Moon gimmick like that. 11. At least for Mega Man. Worthless man. Headaches. Yeah, I'm a sucker for
So
Fine for me. Didn't run into any bugs.
that average is of the 4 judges, not including Ace. Just as heads up, the
Yes.
54.
Yeah, it's all combined that are actually
Yeah.
scoring.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was like the score divided by 5, even including the zeros.
Thank,
Nah,
thank
that's
you for
just of the 4
clarifying
scores.
it's unranked. I'm gonna change that in my notes. I would feel bad otherwise. 40, 50. I think this is a solid 60 for me. Yeah, 60. Being changed in an update. Okay, that's good.
Cool.
Ugh, this level. I don't hate this by any means. The Joe Masters were useful obstacles and a neat twist on old bosses. The day-night switches were a lovely mechanic with an excellent variety, including optional rewards for switching even when it isn't necessary. And the level design from an outside perspective seems conceptually sound. Unfortunately, this is bloody hard to play. The Joe Masters have entirely too much health to be the sole enemy type in the level. Only exception being the completely invulnerable top Joes. Not sure if that's an improvement. As for the day-night switches, if you screw up even once, you're either fallen several feet or you're dead. Either way, you can lose a ton of progress for one mistake, and it's not easy to make the comeback. Yeah, to make that back. Whatever. Combine that with the levels that's over 50 screens long, and whatever interesting design there is get muffled by the severe frustration factor. I wouldn't be surprised if my fun score seems lenient compared to the others, because this really was a slog. There are a number of boss fights to break things up. Sadly, there are not really any improvements on the level's fault. Honey Joan is an okay fight.
Honey Joan, I get
You
it.
didn't notice that?
Nope.
Yeah, my least favorite part of the level was Honey Joan, honestly.
Is it okay but the gravity shenanigans and her jumping behavior takes more time to get used to than she necessarily allows. Joe starts fine enough, but the Metal Man phase really needs to slow down on the middle blades. Lunar Woman herself, she's fine up until she starts firing 20 plus flashy speedy bullets all over the screen, and at that point even just parsing her attacks can be a challenge, never mind dodging them. But Celestial Woman, she warrants her own paragraph. I can see a ton of effort went into this, but I admit she's really cool. She's really cool to watch. Going through recording, I can tell every attack is avoidable, and that's good that you get healthy every time she drops a you get health every time she drops a life bar. I wish Lunar Woman did that between phases. Unfortunately, Bullet Hell and Mega Man mix extremely poorly, especially when the boss is
extremely poorly, because like I thought the hitbox was gonna be way easier to get hit on that final stage. This is the only thing I'm gonna say on the Bullet Hell stuff, because like I feel like you noticed I was dodging a lot of it and just like styling out her by spinning, but it definitely got a little bit too much where I just couldn't avoid damage. So maybe the hitbox needs to be a little bit more clear. Like maybe I think it's like the center of each sprite is what's hitting you. That might have been what it was. Yeah.
maybe. Poorly when the boss has 5 phases, taking less damage and spends a lot of time out of reach. She takes nearly 8 minutes to kill on a good run, and the average Mega Man stage can usually be done in 3. I used up nearly every tank I had against her, and if I died in the later phase, I need to restart the entire level because of the restocking issues. Going through this behemoth all over again just for another fair shot. She's basically the epitome of this level. Really cool in concept, but just the execution is it's too much.
Quite a few questionable things here and there. My initial impressions with this pretty good. The more it went on, however, the more frustrating it became, and it quickly began to wear out its welcome. Like I said though, things didn't start off that way. The main gimmick, while essentially just an on-off switch for platforms and lasers, made more interesting thanks to how much influence it has over the room layouts. Some genuinely good platforming challenges centered around them, especially in the first half of the stage. The room immediately after the first switch is one of my favorites, since you can actually day or night version of that section. I really wish the level had more rooms like this, as it would have added a lot more depth. What's there in the first half is still pretty good though. I'd say the only thing that really bogs that part, and unfortunately the rest of the level down, are the Joe Masters. While the idea behind them is fine, fighting them is more tedious than not due to how overly durable they are. Made even worse when you consider that most of them are unavoidable as well. That level's issues don't end there. Once it hits the halfway point, some of the challenges go from tough, manageable, to downright annoying. The vertical climb segment is one of the biggest offenders. The thing that confused me the most about that part is the lack of indicators for where the blocks would be in the first half. The background tiles serve as telegraphs. Second half, I have them for the first part. That really could have alleviated some of the frustration factor with that whole segment. Then there's the whole, there's the boss fights. While the two mid-bosses aren't anything to write home about, except maybe for the Metal Man stand throwing out blades way too frequently. The end bosses are a completely different story. Lunar Woman is a pretty rough fight thanks to her double health bar, high damage output, and tight projectile patterns. It's that E-tanks, but it does take some practice. And cannot be said of the other end boss. To say that Celestial Woman goes overboard would be an understatement. She is without question the most difficult boss out of all the entries, but for all the wrong reasons. 5 health bars, each with a unique phase and desperation move. I love that. But especially the fact that she just kind of like doesn't give up even after she does her super attack and just lays on the floor. I think is so. Attacks that deal huge damage and take up massive screen space. Projectile patterns that are near impossible to avoid. Phases that often have her floating out of the player's reach for extended periods of time. You could hit her theoretically with Spark Chaser. All this adds up to a nightmare of a fight that lasts far too long. You respect it, but it's far too much. Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah.
All this adds up to a nightmare of a fight that lasts far too long. The health items you get after each phase transition don't really help much, considering any benefit you get from them can be erased. Few mistakes, and you will be making mistakes in this fight, a lot of them at that. The absolute worst part about all of this is that prior to skip teleports being introduced, it was required if you wanted to get the final token. In short, this stage and the bosses could have done with some major toning down in several aspects.
No worth in self-depreciation.
Finally, someone says it.
Yeah. That Celestial Woman fight, it's not really an optional fight now, is it, when you lock an item behind it that counts towards completion. 5 bars of hell. While the boss doesn't have nerf damage and has no weakness and too much of an invulnerability window between phases, well, Mega Man still has his chunky hitbox for the bullet hell patterns. It's definitely impressive programming-wise, but the fact is that it still doesn't make it a fun or fair fight, at least for me. Sorry, but I just don't find these kind of fights very enjoyable, despite what my persona is based on. I was about to say, wait a minute, aren't you from Toho?
Yes, that is correct.
The normal version is fine, though I'd still give her a more prominent weakness, since she's still an airborne boss with more than 1 health bar. Oh, right, there was also a stage there, wasn't there? I really like the use of the Sun-Moon switchers, creating the neat swapping platforming challenges, although kinda a bit demanding at some parts with the strict timing. It's satisfying once you can manage it, though it could really use another checkpoint after that one laser pit crossing session. The JoJo enemies. While interesting to have them use their same attack patterns as they boss counterparts, really would appreciate them having less health, you know? That one Gyro Joe at the end was especially a huge slog when you want to go for the token but keep dying to the tight jumps between lasers. Though I don't understand what relation is there between JoJo and Celestial theming. The stage really commits to the Joe jokes. The enemies, Jotaro, mini-boss, JoJo music, tarot cards, I guess.
I don't think it really used the tarot cards, but sure, get it.
Two critical aspects of a good level design are knowing when to give the player an advantage and recognizing when something needs to stop. If these things are overlooked or ignored by the developer, it doesn't matter how catchy the music is, how stunning the parallax backgrounds are, or how gloriously inventive some of the puzzles are. The level and its garbage difficulty are going to make people like me upset.
That's a very fair point.
Between fighting exhaustingly durable enemies who are uniformly weak to laser trident and nothing else, backtracking for tokens, and easily losing progress with the slightest mistake. I'm looking at you, miserable Joe Tower Climb. It can take an extraordinarily long time to reach the next checkpoint. It's not unreasonable to ask for more health refills between checkpoints. Consistent use of background graphics to indicate where the day-night blocks will appear, and the ability to use invincibility frames to sneak past lasers and any weapon refills at all. Level length is out of control. Fewer screens and less demanding puzzles, especially in the last third, would have helped tremendously. I could have done without the mini-bosses, who make the level even longer. Honey Joe is essentially a Joe Master. Joe-Bot Master? With a health bar for some reason, and Jojo Joe seems more appropriate than the end boss or secret boss. I appreciate the ingenious method of earning the final token. I do not appreciate the 10-minute struggle requiring almost every tank I have to survive. The end of an overlong puzzle is not the right time to go on full-on Toho. The biggest shame is that I started off loving this level. There's a sense of humor, a tangible difficulty progression, and an engaging narrative. But by the end, I was annoyed by technical inconsistencies and utterly burned out by relentlessly punishing challenges.
Ooh, can't wait to read this. Can't do this one, it fell at the last hurdle, but boss, it is such a severe laser show, the entire screen more or less, getting filled with flashing lights and rapid imagery. It causes severe migraines, just can't do it, this physically impossible for me to barely look at the screen. So, was this before or after someone took over for Ace? I have to ask that question because I honestly don't know. I get forced some things, but I draw the line at physical pain.
Not a lot of reasoning.
This was after someone took over, and I guess they didn't do it either? Okay. That's fine. I mean, hey, it's valid reason either way.
Yeah.
Rock Fortress. Rock Fortress?
Lobster?
Rock Lobster! Oh, left and right to go. Oh, wait a minute. No, the map's just...
No, it can't.
The map's too big.
Weird. One of those maps too big. Leona also had problems. Okay. Graphics, mini macro. Is I'm on the brain. Hey! Oh, I forgot to turn this off.
A humor buster.
Did you ever say you wanted anything because you redeemed something and it was already D? Do you just want me to use D for this level? But I said C. Okay, I'll put it on there. Oh, fuck off. Of course Deet wants the fucking skelly dudes. Deet has this as a thing on their channel.
Doot. You're turning D back on, says Sonic Nintendo fan.
I don't know how you're supposed to get that. It's Ice Wall. Installing the humor program was such a good idea for a point redeem. I'm glad this is in the game. Yeah, let's just put the Paper Mario stuff in for the sound effects. Magna Beam was the play? Okay. Thank you.
Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. I'll at least give him props. You can see where the Yoku blocks are forming in the background.
Yes, I like this a lot.
That is actually a very good way to
Least
not have them be.
frustrating Yoku block
Eric.
section ever. Whoa, slid off.
You
there.
say as you walk off.
My controller is slid off. I was like,
Your controller heard that. It's like, nope, time to fix that. Time to fix your message. Your
heard you were
sentence
talking
you just
shit.
said.
That was on me. Oh, completely. I'm not gonna blame something I know isn't my fault. It's the same with playing in co-op. When we did the co-op, I was like, you know what? There's something that's gonna work and something that's not gonna work. That being said, I love Identity Crisis in co-op. I genuinely loved it. I was like, oh, this level's so good. You know how I would describe Identity Crisis, chat? You know the One Piece meme that's been going around lately of Blackbeard talking with Luffy and they're like, the cherry pie is so good I could die. The cherry pie is so bad I could die. That's me with Identity Crisis. And everyone else who's played that level and hated it. And then we look at each other and go, huh?
What? Yeah, not a bad Yoku box. Aw, that one wasn't obvious. Okay, that was actually a little joke of a like.
Was it
gotcha,
Identity Man?
Yoku box.
Identity Crisis might have been the one from 2. I just add some stuff to my spreadsheet.
Identity Man was the improved Doc Robot here. Identity Crisis was the level in Mega Man, Mag Mammal 2.
I had to write, you made Yoku blocks fun? Like, what? Wild. I'm curious if the team is gonna ever do like a co-op update for this game, where you make some levels more playable in co-op. I don't think you need to, so it's not something that I care about, but like it would be cool to see.
Still farther up, down, and then to the right. So next checkpoint, down and to the right.
Can tell you, I don't see it happening, but if it does, it's the kind of thing where I'm like, that's cool, respect. The machinery's level for Mag Mammal 2, yeah. I meant the one in this game, Identity Man. Well, actually telling me there's stuff coming up with lasers,
Yep.
That's fucked up. You can't do that. I love quick lasers. I'm a sicko.
Ooh, there's the get your coil ready.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't even see that.
Oh,
I
is
was
that-
like, where is it? Nice health.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice damage. Nice.
An entire game focused around multiplayer for Meg Mammal. I don't think it would work. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it would work. It's so hard to balance.
There was a fan game a long while back that I think was trying to do that as their basis. I think it was called like Mega Man 3.5. It kind of gave it like a 3D. It was hard to describe without actually showing a video of it, but it was a 3D remake, but still keeping pixels animations and stuff. So it's kind of like you tilted the game basically. 2.5D? Yeah, something like that. 2.5D. I'm thinking 3.5 because I remember they showed Snake Man in the level. But they had a co-op mode where you could be Proto Man, and there was puzzles where like you would have to stand on the other character and slide on them, almost as if they were like ice wall or something.
Yeah, these Yoku blocks are extremely fair. Look at this. Look how good this level is.
Giant Met!
I feel like I need to give this level bonus design points for making good Yoku blocks.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
absolute
boy.
unit.
Boing. The Mega Met.
Aelita, please. His name is Mr. Met. Use his proper name. Aren't you a Mets fan? There's also Miss Met, I think, is also a character. They're both terrible.
It was the Princess Met we saved, after all.
I say that as someone who lived in a Mets house. You may be like, how can you say they're both terrible? Because they're the Mets. Ah! Mega Man 10 was gonna have co-op? I do. I'd play it if it ever got fully working. They fucked up by not including that, because that was a great idea, and it turned out it was really fun in this game. Hey, that is a surprisingly tight jump. It's a shame this was a game that came out before the Mets meme was a thing. Oh, it's all about the Mets, baby. Jome runs? Oh, Aelita, are you still stuck in the Celestial Woman level? You're still stuck in Worthless Man? They got a Jome run. No Jomo.
You ain't Josh Joshin me? Oh god!
I'm trying to
Incoming.
read!
No map reading for you.
Oh, that was not clear. Come on. Bad decision, you read the map. I knew traveling by map was a bad idea. I've seen the Muppets. God, I love that movie.
Says we gotta turn right at a fork in the road. Ah, there it is. And it's a giant fork.
My favorite part of the Muppets movie with that is still when they're trying to get the band back together, and it's like, yeah, we had a whole montage and everything, but it's like, well, how come I wasn't a part of it? Ralph the dog ass, and then it's like, you remember how we got you? Then it cuts to him, and it's just like, hey, do you wanna get the Muppets back together? He's just napping on his front porch. Yeah, okay, I guess.
Was that the most recent one, or was that like
no? That was
older
the was it Muppets Back in Action or something? I forget.
the one where it was
not the one with the evil Kermit.
Auto scroller. No, it's the one with the like early 2000s, wasn't it? Or mid 2000s? Ooh, nice. Nice save. Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh? This is the easy Jewker blocks.
Yeah, that was just a surprise to see that all of a sudden. Like, yeah, this is maybe putting you under the wire, but this is actually pretty fair. It's not like asking too much of you, considering it's an auto scroll.
The best part is
Nice.
you could buffer out all those Yoku blocks like I was doing. Did you notice that?
Yep.
Because they always skip one beat, so I just go boop.
Yep. So if you jump and didn't land
Very
on
well
it, then
designed.
you jump again.
Very well designed.
Ah, Dr. L.
Dr. L plus ratio? Oh, actually using this fucker? Oh, goddamn.
Oh!
He's the villain.
Whoa.
He's using Ice Wall. You're not allowed to do that.
He's
How
actually
could you?
using your weapons. Neat. Okay, I would have given huge mega props if he also was using the same humor buster that you were.
That would have been very funny, but I don't think that was programmed. Didn't exist at the time. Oh god,
Yeah.
what is this slow part?
I think it's one to make sure that you have a fair chance to avoid it. Okay, does he jump every... Yep, he's got Crashman
Yep.
programming.
Probably just
He
a
jumps
Crashman.
every... Yep. It jumps every time you fire.
No, I defeated by my own
So
weakness.
close.
Ice wall.
Get wrecked.
Mega props. Yeah, I didn't even realize I said that. Is it? I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Yeah, it's not worth trying to do a charge shot with the way he jumps.
Yeah. Though, I will say, good programming in the fact that Tornado Blow actually made his jump go higher, too.
That might just be hard-coded. Like,
Maybe.
it might even affect the Mega Man. Like, actual Mega Man. I didn't try.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, Tornado Blow.
Oh, I
does
didn't see
that
you
for
use that.
Oh, wow, that was Magnetic's Shockwave.
That's a really
Nice.
good fight.
Yeah. Which, by the way, in case you didn't know, Copy Robot in Mega Man 1 reuses Elecman's AI.
Yeah, I knew that. This was
A capsule. What could it be?
Oh, gross. put
Toad
it back.
Man.
Anything Wily should be mocked for thinking he was meant for combat. I mean, I guess Dr. Cossack picked him for combat. I actually don't know.
I was gonna say Dr. Cossack. Then he's a Cossack number, not a Wily number.
All right, so let's see.
Ooh, time penalty on this one.
I really like this one a lot. Time penalty makes it. I'm gonna give it a 20. Fun? Made Goku blocks fun. 15. Creativity? It wasn't creative at all. I'm gonna be honest. It's 3. It was very, very run of the mill. But it was very good run of the mill. Aesthetics. Fine. Groundbreaking. Give it a 10. Functionality? Didn't notice any glitches. 30, 45, 5, 65. I think that is the 2 best level? Not counting Kingman. That doesn't count. It wasn't very creative, but again, it was a good level. Right, Shamrock. You're up.
If I would describe Rock Fortress in 2 words, it's pure design. I believe you can see where the Yoko blocks will spawn, and since it means less guesswork, I find the force beam sections played pretty well. The count bombs and the auto scroll also play fairly smoothly. But I found that they got too punishing too quickly, the auto scroll especially. Your first time with the gimmick shouldn't be so willing to kill you for a single mistake, and there's quite a bit of auto scroll to get through. The enemy appearances were respectable across the board, or at least none of them stuck out as bad. Although I can't, for the life of me, remember any individual counters besides Copy Robot, and that's mostly because it was a custom boss. Even then, I actually forgot it was a custom at first. Everything ran together so thoroughly that I initially thought I was just another dev kit element. And that leads to the big flaw. While none of the level is badly designed, it completely fails to be interesting. All the concepts presented here are ones that I've seen before, and none of them inspire much reaction. Even the aesthetic, while technically sound, is ultimately just generic Fortress. It feels like it was turned out of a factory, essentially. There was very little life to this place, and as a result, I didn't find this very fun, and it's certainly not interesting enough to be worthy of a replay. Sure, it's well designed, and it's clear that there was plenty of effort put into it, but all the design in the world won't help a level that feels lifeless, and this feels lifeless.
First impressions on this level are pretty good. The overall look of the stage is nice. The music is great. Nearly every enemy and gimmick is introduced fairly. All was going well, but as the stage went on, I have to admit I gradually lost interest. I don't honestly agree with this. I was excited to see more. The reason behind this is that while the stage design is relatively decent, it's also a bit on the generic side in terms of enemy and platform. I do think it is a bit generic. Granted, you don't need to make something complex in order for it to be good, but a little creativity can go a long way. Most of the stage is really forgettable, with the exception of a few things here and there. One of the more notable moments for me was when I tried to go down a ladder to a previous section and immediately died. I realized this is probably to prevent the player from easily getting the token in the room prior, but I feel there were better ways of doing that. Besides, none of the other ladders on the stage do this. Aside from that, there were only 2 other times this stage stood out to me. The auto-scrolling section and the boss. For the former, I felt like it was a bit too tight in some parts, especially when the Yoku block showed up. You aren't the type of game for fast-paced sections. Then there's the boss. He's not terrible, but much like the stage, his fight is really basic. His ice wall attack feels a bit off since it's projected a good distance away from his buster. But other than that, there weren't any other issues I found. The aesthetics and difficulty curve are certainly here, but this stage needs more interesting segments in order to really shine.
Familiar Fortress, Familiar Foes. A fairly standard level with a lot of commonly used gimmicks, but it's not a bad stage either. The difficulty curve is well adjusted. Gimmicks are introduced at a good pace. I like the touch of the laser shooting into where a player wouldn't be just a room before the actual laser section, so you can get prepared for them. The stage could have been way more evil for sure with all the Yoku blocks and the Count Bomb spike sections, so thank you for showing restraint. In contrast, the enemy density seems a bit barren. Perhaps it's due to the short length of the stage that it cannot fully utilize its enemy placements. The final section can be a bit mean too, since there is a long string of Yoku blocks near the end of the auto-scrolling session. Missing even the first cycle means that you won't make it. The boss is a copy robot-like fight, and it's quite chaotic as expected for a copy robot fight. It fights technically predictably. It fights technically predictably, as its attacks operate under a timer, but it can still be tricky to predict exactly where the attacks are going to appear on the fly, since Copy Robot constantly moves around the arena. And that's it.
I don't know, I thought that...
Yeah, I thought so too.
Hi, Shamrock.
No.
Did you say no?
I've considered every definition of rock I can think of, and none of them seem to fit this fortress. Blue backgrounds and a custom-dependent boss are a bit of a stretch if the title is meant to be a play on Rockman. I know I'm pedantic. Yeah.
Yeah, pedantic.
Shallow.
I find
Shallow
this
and
very shallow and
pedantic.
pedantic, yes.
God damn it, we both went for the same joke.
The easy joke, that's why.
Yeah.
About level titles, but I want to understand why I was promised a rock fortress and I got all-you-can-eat buffet of overused enemies and gimmicks. It's fortunate that the design here is quite competent, particularly with regarding to learning curve, challenge arcs, and pacing. The lasers are perfectly timed, and the auto-scrolling section is comfortably frantic. This easily could have been a real Hey-Mei. Where the level falls short for me is creativity. I've been chased by lasers around empty rooms. I've crossed large chasms via Yoku blocks. I've stopped to clear the Susies out of a hallway before proceeding. I fought Metal. It is Metal because it's 2 L's.
People just call them
Metal.
Mets, though.
Yeah.
Even the series.
Metars even, so. Yeah, there's many names.
Fought
for
Met
it
Daddies. Fought Met Daddies in a standard boss chamber. Too many assets live in isolation here. A number of professional touches helped a great deal. Capcom quality aesthetics, solid construction, architecture with a coherent flow, and an unassuming text box that promptly gets to the credits of gets the credits out of the way. Challenge is considerably fair and reasonably far from the nearest checkpoint. Laser Trident and Rush Dent only ruin part of the difficulty. Some trimming wouldn't hurt, but the level length is manageable. The first token, while admittedly a little inelegant, has a great puzzle slant. Visually and architecturally, I'm fond of the thick pillars in the area before the first lasers. The surprise laser from the sky are a hoot.
That is the only part of the stage I don't think I really liked.
I thought it was funny.
I can scarcely fathom going back.
What the fuck was I going to expect?
That's your fault.
I think most people would not stop, and it's just as they move forward, it's like, oh shit, as a cut comes out and chases them, while still giving them enough time to run away.
I can scarcely fathom going back to Yoku Block challenges without without wall markings to guide me. It's surprisingly fun to be on the receiving end of this contest weapon roster. Only a handful of screens get me excited to play this, but I respect the polish.
2 highlights. I like the boss in the auto-scrolling segment, while Unforgiving was a neat addition. The little fake out with the Yoku block introduced earlier in the stage made a deep... Here? What?
Back in a moment.
The fact it was actually telegraphed earlier in the level was nicely done. The rest of the level was a snorefest. What happened? The most generic enemies, gimmicks, the level had no identity to itself. Just generic, the level. These are gimmicks and enemies you combine with other gimmicks and enemies because by themselves they are not a theme. They're not an identity, they're just there. Even the tile set of music was generic and dull. The stage was competent, but so boring overall. That said, I did enjoy the boss encounter. The copy robot returns in a rather fun fight. Wish I hadn't used the entire player arsenal though, because frankly the water shield is rather unfair. What? I just spammed. You just mash hard, then you just go through the shield. I obliterated the shield and he just ran around doing nothing one of the times. The lack of tells for a couple of the attacks could lead one rather miffed if the wrong combination turns up. Still, he is fun to fight, I'll give you that. I don't agree with that at all. Technical support. Oh no. One of these levels. Turbo Dynamo Man. Hi, Mega Man. We're Turbo Man and Dynamo Man as one. Get a tip from a guy named Seversi that there's a trickster. Oh no, it's never good when people go, oh yes, or oh this level. That is either a good thing or a bad thing. this is where the sickos come in. Token in a warehouse down there. Yeah, just imminently fall there. Have fun collecting the token. All hell, Wurg the Mega Tuber. Never did buy my, Yeah, I never did buy more of my E-tanks. I should probably do that at some point.
You should buy my mixtape.
Where mixtape?
Buy my mixtape, bro.
Are you familiar with Dynamo Man? Of course you're not, because you don't play Mega Man.
No.
One of the only robot masters to say,
scrub.
fuck you and heal in the middle of the fight. How does that make you feel?
That sounds hilarious.
Okay, there's literally nothing down here. Your call is very important to us. No, it's not. By the way, I gotta give a huge shout out to the greatest person ever. Hit Bogo, the greatest streamer ever. And you may be like, why is he so great? It's one thing to entertain, it's another thing to teach. And he teaches you how to prevent scams. But he also goes over ways to fuck with scammers. And God, that guy has fucked with so many scammers since tech support's being mentioned. It's always like, oh, I got a virus on my computer or something, and then he scams them for like 5 months on end. What a legend. Mega Man, thank goodness you've come. Our factor recently has started to work bizarrely. I think it has something to do with the main computer. You can fix it by using that machine over there. Do you want to know how it works? Sure. You're inside the machine, press up button. Yes, there's a button with arrows pointing up. Anyway, press it. That will transfer your programming data into the main computer. Be able to move freely inside it. Watch out, however, this might be aggressive programs inside. Good luck. Also one of the few scam bidders who isn't racist. Hello, hello, hello. I ask how he existed. This is the classic timeline, not Battle Network timeline.
I was about to. I came back and I was about to ask. So when did we get into EXE here?
Intruder's bad. Eliminate. Doesn't look good. New objective: destroy entity Mega Man. Attack protocol engaging.
So is this next stage?
Yeah. I tactfully planned that shot. Oh my god. Get out of here.
One shot.
Yeah, we have a virus alert.
Yo! Look at that. The actual viruses.
Virus alert.
Oh,
So
why do you put that Weird Al song in my head?
I think I heard about this stage. Was this the stage that had the Battle Network chips that got disqualified originally, or is that a different stage? This is really cool. Oh, you got the cannon enemies too. Ah, that's a different stage? Okay, so 2 different stages went for the same thing then. One followed the rules and I guess the other didn't. That's unfortunate, because I'm sure it was a good stage. Is there any way to play that?
What was wrong with it that I had to be disqualified?
Broke the rules.
What rule, though?
You're not allowed to make weapons.
Yeah, makes sense.
You'll find it on the internet. Whoa, that's crazy! I'm in the internet right now! Going surfing on the internet.
No, you're not. You're the original Mega Man, not EXE.
Get ready. Get set.
Levels that changed your weapons got axed. Same with a break dash one. Okay. Did not know. Oh, there you go. Somebody put up a video of the excluded level. Big Met, Big Met.
That's not a Met.
Oh, that's
I
not
was
Big
lied
Met.
to. Oh yeah, I never took these off. I gotta take these off. You guys gotta spend those channel points. No scamming me out of stuff. Can't tell if these are reskin Joes or if they're an original thing.
I don't think they're
Because everything
Joes.
else feels reskinned.
The-
One joke, please. Oh, hey, this is the first time someone's redeemed the joke. You can read this while the level plays. Not
Hey, man,
anyone.
I know
in
you've got a
chat.
busy,
I meant,
but
I meant
I've been
like,
looking for a
yeah,
certain
well, that works.
species of fish ages for now, and I've had no luck. Can you help me find it? Possibly. What kind of
Oh
fish
no,
is
I
it?
got squished.
We'll never know what kind of fish it was.
I'll do another
The
one.
joke was killed. You have killed humor, Jewker. How dare you? Whoa! Is that?
I do.
Hello, Mega Man. We meet again. Duo? What are you doing here? Oh wow, the thing actually changes. I sensed a great evil on this planet once more. In fact, the evil was so powerful that I had to dash away for this planet at once. That sounds pretty serious. Have you gotten any leads yet? Well, that's my current predicament. I can't quite place where it's coming from. I was wondering if you had any guesses on who it could be.
Who could it be knocking
Let
at
me
my
think.
door?
No way, it's Dr. Regal. He's too pathetic for it to be him. Probably not Dr. Wily. He's just been kind of a jerk lately, not some evil mastermind. Same for Bass, too. He's not evil, just weird and annoying. No, those guys are still stuck in the ocean, I think. Those are just industrial robots. How could those be a great evil? What? Why did I think of that train? That's ridiculous. No. I think I know, Duo. Interesting. Do tell them. You know... this guy. Even the thought of this creature makes me shudder. Your insight is most likely on the spot then, Mega Man. It's becoming clearer to me now.
I don't know who
Thank
that
you
is.
for the help once again. I will deal with this threat swiftly and ruthlessly. I don't get it either.
There's supposed to be a puzzle here, but the creator had no idea how to make a good one. Sorry, Frowny Face.
Fair enough. I guess we'll find out later, as people are saying.
See him later?
So, what I was trying to say, the sword viruses, the way they jump in and attack, it mimics the worker robots in Gutsman stage. The ones that throw the pickaxes.
A little bit, the animation, yeah.
So at least they're mimicking that.
You know why Battle Network is a much better game than any of the other Mega Man games? Because it doesn't have the stupid up and down enemies.
No, it does.
Fact.
It's just not in the way that will auto-kill you.
And fall in a pit. That makes it better. Oh, that actually doesn't fall you in a pit. Okay, that's fine. Level's a bit too green. I've already done green screen, man, as a joke. Don't make me get the green screen out again, chat.
I will give the game this level props too. Look below you, to the right, as you near the ladder. They warn you that up and downs are here.
Yeah, no, I saw.
I didn't catch that the first time. I'm pretty sure I just saw 2 in the background.
There's things as twos.
Uh-oh. Gyro Man blocks.
Euro Man, thank you very much. He's Greek.
Oh, go Gyro my ass.
Warning, lasers down there, please avoid at all costs. Can't tell me.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the laser for the CD-ROM, right? This is the laser that scans the discs.
Clever.
Ow.
Ooh. What's one of those things again?
Barely made it.
Barely.
Barely.
Yeah, no.
Interesting. This is a very bad idea to use magnetic shockwave in here because we're in a computer and magnet beam doesn't work. I thought that was
You'll
an
destroy the
intentional
hard
joke
drive.
because we're in a computer.
No.
Game says no. A strange guy going down that ladder. Maybe you should check that. Strong energy from him. He might have an energy element.
Is there 2 or 1 in this stage?
It's 2.
Oh.
Discar, R stands for rest. Please talk to him. Right. Favorite level from Mega Man 2. Personally, I like Ancient Tomb. It's just oozing with originality. That one's pretty cool. I think Wily Tower is better. Sure, there's not that much level in it, but it has great bosses, and it's picked very rarely too. Besides, the author's nicknames. Okay, it's the fucking guy who made this. They leaked! You're not supposed to do that. Favorite level is Yggdrasil. I love Nordic mythology references.
No.
What is our purpose anyway? We don't do anything here, yet we have to exist just to... this ability to work. I would help you in your adventure, but I can't beat life.
Is that a Voltman, Mr. Prog?
At least there aren't any gravity flips in this stage, unlike a certain other stage with that music. Crashman, Flashman, Ashman,
Wink, wink.
Dashman, Cashman, Slashman, Bashman, Stashman. There's so many of them. You like my costume?
One fish,
There's
two
something
fish.
weird about it, though. Ever since I started to wear it, I keep hearing voices that like saying things like, join the Voltmen, pay the hive mind, simulate until there are only us, I really need to go to the doctor, or should I say programmist since I am a prog? Any progs in chat?
Why a programmist when you can just say programmer?
Oh, this was not made by Shitty? Or Shitey? Hey, do you want some battle chips? For example, the Mega Cannon Y for only 4,000 Zenny. Don't have Zenny. You don't have Zenny? Then what do you have? Screws? Who uses screws as currency? I don't want that trash. You're telling me Mega Cannon Y is trash? How dare die from what you call trash? Ow, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh god, it is a Mega Cannon Y. That's a good joke. There is no spoon or knife or fork. Why are these collectibles called trickster tokens? Why not righteous rubles or dazzling dollars or even yummy yens? For peeps' sake. Whoa! Can't say that. What the fuck? Can't fucking say that on stream. 2 hearts, 3 spades, 3 diamonds. Assembled all 3 pieces of the overused Dev Kit Royale Flush, Quint's Vault, and Camusa. Wait. What do you mean we're playing poker? I didn't know. Ugh, I'm out. I don't think Quint was that overused in Mega Mammal 2, was he? Was he? Don't remember. I know Camuso Man was. And Vault Man.
Oh. So, if you get hit by those... Yeah, there you go. So, getting hit by those ones, because it's Mr. Swordy 2, they have the ice element. That's why they freeze you. As Dr. Zoc was just pointing out. That's clever. Good sticking
yeah, I
to the
noticed
sword.
they're the ice version. Ow. Oh, what the fuck?
Ooh. No freeze
fair.
frame for being frozen.
So I assume
Nice.
going here is where the level splits off. Tank it. God damn it, you're making it hard to take. Stop. 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 Mom, come pick me
No.
up. I'm scared.
No cheating. No cheaping your way out past these past these enemies.
Yeah, they deal ice damage, or water damage, whatever it's counted as. I think it's aqua damage.
Yeah, water sounds right.
It's one of those... Yeah, that makes sense. The elements are strange in Battle Network. I say that because they needed to incorporate more for Battle Network 4, 5, and 6, and it's just like, ah yes, element of sword.
Behold, nice sword.
Yeah, fire, wood, elect, aqua, and then they made sword, cursor, invis, heals? It was wind, break, cursor, that's what it was. Oh, yeah, no, I respect the sword element. But Vault Man, what are you doing here? Don't worry, Mega Man. Oh, I'm fine. I love how they're playing the Crisis music.
I found out how to fix the factory core. Now just let me finish and go.
Watches
everything goes according to Wapla.
Thank you. Thank you.
Translator's notes.
Thank you.
What? What?
How could you do
Alright,
this to
Dark
Vault
Man.
Man?
How could you?
Vault Man did nothing wrong.
Well, apparently got stepped on by Ooh. A different Dark Man. Apparently has a charge shot.
You, like... Thank you.
No, you can fire. You just gotta time it right. You can actually get in between the barrier.
I know.
Oh, different shots. I don't know if they did anything.
Cool. That was kind of long to have to play twice. Did I actually put trash in this plushie? Shoot. It could be worse. Some people put plushies in jars.
No.
They leave them on the radiator. I would never do that though. That's like actually.
Radiator. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, that came up in Rich's chat.
I don't get that one. When you say something in a jar, something else comes up that I get worried about.
Oh, it's part of that. Don't worry.
Okay, never mind then. Okay, I see you are as a you have been along the
I hang
internet
out with
too long
furries
as
enough.
well.
They tell me this
Well,
stuff.
I meant that for albino, but still.
I have been to places you can't even fathom.
We're on the internet right now, though. Get ready, get set. We're surfing on the internet.
Concerned Doge. Yeah, much
Concerned
concerned.
Doge is a very appropriate thing.
Concerned Doji. Concerned Digi Doji. Oh no, I pinged! Hey, who pinged me?
Ping me.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Need to whack up. There you go, parents! Mother! I told you not to try to dress it without me!
Break object plus heal and viz. I don't know. It just, I feel like adding elements is fine, but I wouldn't really, like the way it did it, I wouldn't really call it elements. It's more of a
Classification.
classification. Yeah, like what do you even call them? Like statuses is almost better because it's like heals objects, stuff like that.
You kind of have to call them something, I guess, just because, you know, that's how they used to determine who you could soul sync with, right?
Yes, that's
Or
why
what,
they did
what
it.
you needed to use them, yeah.
And ultimately, it was a good decision. It's just, it's still weird. I'm gonna say it's weird.
Yeah.
Fine.
You're weird.
Fucking play your game. I'm not weird. What are you talking about?
I'm wired.
Don't know
I
about that
still
one, Chief.
cannot fucking believe. For those who don't know the story, there a bunch of people in the retro community started calling me the guy who plays all the weird games. And it all started with one person just saying that once, and I was like, "What the fuck do you mean weird games?"
It just has to be said once.
Hey, you're the guy who plays all the weird games, and they haven't said that much lately. So, yeah. It was very funny. I was just like, God damn it.
Congrats, you're the weird one.
I would argue you are not, considering what I know some other people are doing. I mean, have you heard what Ty's gonna be doing up in the next, like, week or two?
Probably. Remind me.
The heart rate monitor thing?
Oh, I know a lot of people who do that. The Pulsoid, but he's doing it where it slows down his heart rate or speeds up the game.
Yeah, it changes the game's speed based on his heart rate.
Yeah, he did that with Mario World already.
Yep, he's gonna be doing another grouping, but it's a shock to the Bart, so it's all Simpsons games.
Shock to the bar. You're
to blame.
So he's just gonna play shitty fucking Simpsons games on the SNES and
I'm
Genesis.
gonna tell you something. All
Yep.
Simpsons games, except for Simpsons Arcade, suck.
Even the Simpsons game?
Well, the ones he would be playing.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
isn't like
Cause like Hit and Run's great.
hit and run?
Love
Yeah, I was
Road
about to say
Rage.
hit and run. That
I love the arcade, but it's like knowing Ty, he's just gonna be
He's not
selecting for
playing
ones
one
he
of
can
those.
easily emulate. And like Simpsons game as well, also great. He's not gonna be playing those.
Yeah.
Cause I know
Luna?
Ty and I know what he plays.
Yeah, Luna, basically a heart rate monitor. He's got a heart rate monitor hooked up to him, and because
Depending
The
on the
guy's an
number.
yeah, the guy's an engineer, they've gotten it programmed well enough that depending on the heart rate, it changes the game speed. I don't know how exactly they've got it programmed, but they got it programmed that way.
No. Clear. I hated this earlier. go. We'll buy more later.
I like that the up and downs have a happy face on them at least.
I'm more happy to kill you with. See? I forgot that one was there. You almost fucking killed me. Oh god. No, the laser on the...
Lugia, sorry.
The laser
I'm reading from my
distributor.
second monitor. That's my fault. Here in
Potentially
laser,
take
but I don't
damage.
see
Let's go.
laser.
Piston core, please do not disturb.
Oh, I'm gonna disturb it.
Piston core has caught a virus. It's very aggressive now, so I can't fix it. I remember that the virus changed one variable in its code to minus infinity or something. I wonder what that means. Oh, well, as long as you're not dividing by 0, it should be fine.
Ooh.
Custom boss?
Huh.
This is Mega Man X2 looking boss. What the fuck is this? This is just, what's his name? Agile? Or Surges?
Yep.
I think it's Surges.
Serges. Agile.
Definitely not Dr. Wily, who, according to Japanese dialogue, is pretty much Wily.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of pathetic, if I'm gonna be honest. The missile...
You found the best cycle ever to be on that freaking missile.
a little too easy. You know what, I kind of like the Darkman fight better.
Neat to create. I mean, it fits the theming of, like, hey, you're trying to just defeat the virus that's on the program at the moment.
Ooh, I don't like the end of this.
Way too easy to die.
Not give me a clear way to get across.
A capsule? What could it be?
Second, writing my thoughts in level.
Technically, it's a recreation of Sergei's square machine from 4 minus infinity, so it was a reference to Mega Man 4 minus
Okay,
infinity.
I figured it was related to Minus Infinity. I forgot that was even in there. A Battle Network level is really cool, but I am not a fan of having kind of long level twice, just for a split at the end boss is kinda easy, but been easier to get into off and spike pits. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? I already have that one.
Got a train set. Twains. I like twains.
I like trains. I like turtles.
I like damn it!
Turtles.
I was about to talk. I like turtles.
Yeah, it was well designed. I'm gonna give it an 18. I think anything above 10 is pretty well designed. 10's where it's like, oof. If you're below 10, single digits, I'm just like, oof. Let's see. Fun? Alright, I'll give it an 11. Creativity. I mean, it's not even the only entry into this contest with Battle Network. I know the other one was disqualified, but just for that, I don't really think it's super creative, so I'm gonna give it a 6. I think people can agree with me on that. It's like, yeah...
Originality isn't there, but the custom work done
Yep,
for some
the
of the
custom
things.
work is really good. I think the aesthetic
Yeah, that I guess that's
probably
more
deserves
aesthetic than it
a
is.
12.
Yeah, that you're right. I guess the work into it is better, is more aesthetics than creativity.
I think it's I kind of agree it's a little too green, but I think if they went with some of the crazy shapes in the background, like you get in like normal Battle Network computers, I think that would have worked a lot better. I didn't run into any glitches, so let's. 29, 35, 47, 57.
Oh, right. The thing I'm here for.
You mean you're not here for fun?
I'm supposed
holding
to
him
have fun?
hostage.
Oh, you got him at gunpoint. Gotcha.
Ironic considering that we're holding guns at each other.
Ah, Mexican standoff.
He does
Yes.
own an AK. This motherfucker bought an AK, for those who don't know, in the middle of a snowstorm. And he's like, I can't get my AK because there's a horrible snowstorm outside. Oh, boo-hoo, boo-hoo.
Look, it is the only way.
Use it to shovel snow.
Exactly. In true Soviet fashion. A Battle Network classic level seems no weirder than some of the stuff that I've come up with. I generally enjoyed this level at first. The aesthetic really sold the digital nature, although the binary C can be distracting. And the use of different BN viruses made me smile. Sortie was a fun Picket Man variant. Cano Dumb was slightly more. That is
really its
That
name,
is-
yes.
Cano Dumb.
Yeah.
All right. Was slightly more useful than Tadaho. And Hardhead made an excellent shield cannon.
Look, they never have the Mega Man names officially, so I never remember these enemy names, but I will tell you one thing. All of the names are usually something stupid that they left in Japanese and never bothered to translate, even in the later game.
Figured. The level also does reasonably well with its gimmick. The move hover get plentifully varied. Because hover gets some actual time and to shine, even if he only appeared a grand total of once. And the later conclusion was remarkably fun, particularly the close chase sequence, though the sign was unnecessary. Top it off with some decent boss fights, and the level is almost great. Unfortunately, there's some significant sticking points. The less important one is the level intro. I get the idea, but the out of computer section felt completely unnecessary. Voltman's room is the only exception. And I very much don't appreciate having two-phase bosses before starting the actual level. I get wanting to introduce hostile programs, but the first sortie was just fine. I don't like having to do a minute and a half of unrelated stuff just to play the level. And it gets tedious on replays.
Yeah, if I
Which
wasn't
leads
using
to-
weapons, I would hate it.
Which is the biggest issue. The implementation of multiple elements is awful. Awful, 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 awful!
Agreed. I think this level would be a lot better if it was just the one. I say that about every level with 2 elements or 3 elements.
The individual segments aren't terrible, and as I've said previously, both bosses are decent, but having to replay nearly the entire level just to get the second element, that's far too much.
Agreed.
I understand the importance of replay value, and forcing it like this is annoying at best, and made the second playthrough a complete slog. It's a shame, as the level is pretty neat on the first playthrough, but it's not as strong enough to sustain the second element, which is completely sours the whole experience. One final comment. On the path to the club token, one of the sorties gets stuck in the wall continuously. It's a bit silly, to say the least.
Notice
What?
that.
Stop that. Silly. And a bit suspect too, I think.
I think we'll do one more level after this, by the way. I think that'll be a good stopping point. Trending on Mirror Woman, apparently. That's a good level. Maybe it's bad. I don't know. I can't say I was all that thrilled once I get through this level twice in a row, considering the extra energy element. Definitely a few positive aspects I can point to here and there. For the most part, I found more issues during my time with it than anything. Actual platforming and enemy room layouts. Not too many memorable moments here, or maybe 1 or 2 jumps involving the move hovers and exactly one of the guts hover platform. The rest of it revolves around dealing with pretty basic enemy configs, most of which are shielded. I totally agree with you. It doesn't need to. Have one or the other, and it's just like, fine, whatever. I don't particularly like the Surges thing. So maybe the Vault Man, I don't know. While I appreciate the effort to make the Picket Men into something less spammy and annoying, the sheer frequency of the sortie and hardhead enemies could really bog things down. Spamming laser trident everywhere. The plain aesthetics also didn't help much, but with nearly everything being a shade of green. The choice for the main stage is pretty decent though. I couldn't help but notice it doesn't loop properly. If anything, the one major thing I can count in this level's favor is the segment with force back and forth across the ceilings. This is easily the most engaging part of the level. Bring a decent challenge and forcing you to be careful of your positioning. Not in an overly strict way either. Force beam race leading up to the main boss is a bit less threatening, but either way, it's a welcome break compared to what the rest of the stage offers. Certainly enjoyed the position-based challenges there more than I did the sections up and down, some of which are placed in ways that people often cite as examples why they dislike that enemy. Well, there is a telegraph to their presence found in the tiles of the sections they appear in. It's very easy to miss thanks to the color palette practically camouflaging it. It also doesn't help that there's one instance of up and downs emerging from spikes rather than pits. Lastly, there's the two end bosses. Honestly, I would have preferred it if the split for the bosses occurred earlier in the level, or if there was just one boss. Having to basically go through the whole stage twice for full completion doesn't take too long, but it's still a bit on the tedious side. As for the bosses themselves, well, the core boss is basically a weak imitation of the square machine from Rockman 4 Minus Infinity. Dialogue before the fight even implying this. Yeah. As for the slight Darkman edit, this is hard to read. The exit. Actually found it to be relatively decent. It did take me a moment to figure out the different shot colors. Indicated whether or not they would have, would hone in on you. Beyond that, I didn't really have any major issues with this map. So, I have to ask, what's the second element? Is it the Vaultman one, or is it the other one? Did you die to Darkman? No. I almost did.
Have you tried turning it off and on again? The humor of this stage doesn't sit well with me. Maybe I'm just becoming a grumpy old man. I don't dwell on that one room in this review since I'm fairly certain other judges will give it a good mouthful. I guess Patchy's level in there might have gotten a little under fire, huh? That being said, the stage is overall not bad. The layout is vibrant and neat. The whole... Stop dabbing and scroll. The whole battle network inspired aesthetics are also pretty fun, and the reskins are really cute. The move hover usage is quite fine here as well, I'd say. However, I can't say the same with the usage of the guts. Of the guts hover. It's a one-off gimmick, not introduced well, and the room is crafted in a way that you'll die experimenting with it. There's a checkpoint right in this room, sure, but it's still not very ideal. The defense system boss at the beginning does way too much contact damage and moves too fast to reasonably avoid it. The fact it's placed right at the beginning of the stage is perhaps what soured the entire experience. Split path right at the end of the stage, making the player pretty much have to replay the whole stage to get the second element, is rather annoying to say the least. Feels like a very arbitrary way to extend the total playtime of an entry. Darkman 4 here is just Darkman 4, but with a damage buff. Aye.
Yeah.
I guess the color changing is a neat reference to Darkman.exe, given the stage's theming. I can't forgive the dabbing, though. What was dabbing?
See the dabbing. Apparently, if you die to Darkman, he dabs.
Oh, that's why you're all dabbing.
Yeah, I heard you mention that earlier.
This level has a lot of good ideas, but they never came together to form a fully cohesive whole. I wish I could have been a playtester. Almost every screen has a little something that could have been tweaked to improve the challenge or enhance the polish. Enemy positioning, ceiling shadows, the unnecessary teleporter tutorial. And there are oversights that should have been caught in testing. Sloppy music looping, projectiles that ignore break dash invincibility.
Oh jeez.
Hard crash if you die to Darkman's barrier attack.
Oh no, I assume that's been fixed.
I like the excuse to cross over with I like the excuse to cross over with Battle Network. The reskinned enemies look like what they're supposed to. The music choice is good, and the scrolling binary code in the background is a nice touch. I especially like the indoor windows towards the end. The theming could go further, though. Battle Network has more interesting locations than repetitive green buildings.
Agreed.
And has plenty of enemies. Fishy Windbox.
Yeah, the Windbox could have easily reskinned an enemy from 2.
Yeah. They could have been adapted from DevKit's assets to unify with the unfocused enemy / gimmick roster. The NPCs add a lot of character, but their humor is perhaps too dated and referential for its own good.
They should have installed
the story is
program.
The story is questionable. You fix a computer by destroying the system core? Darkman seems irrelevant to the plot, and he would have made a better token guardian. It's obnoxious to play almost the entire level to reach the split where you choose between energy elements. Also, the challenge and progression breaks down when you choose his path. Conveyors and attacks. Now. On the plus side, the Hunter mini boss is good. Some of the assets introductions are done well. Example, the move hover. And the up and down warning signs are smart. Regularly paced checkpoints balance out any instant death beginner traps. The laser sprint at the end is just creative. Is creative. Still, there's a lot of room for improvement.
I see so many levels putting in pity party signs. Oh, I wanted to do this thing but ran out of time. I don't see that as a problem. It's good to let someone know that, like, hey, I wanted to do more of this, and unfortunately, I can't. There were some people earlier in the contest who were like, I was in the hospital, so, you know, couldn't do that. I don't think that's fair to them. Apologizing for not including something is much more irritating than just not including the thing and makes it all the more glaring. It does not garner you points or favors and just feels like making... Hell, half the time the judge or player would not even notice the stage was lacking the thing until you brought it up. It really doesn't help that the constant Mr. Progs get rather tedious rather quickly, and trying to keep talking to them breaks the flow. I mean, I don't like that either, but I didn't really mind it. They didn't say a whole lot this level. Plus, that final large room that's full of the green gets is probably responsible for killing Comedy Dead as an art form. What? I do think this level even starts off on a bad foot with a rather pointless entrance that doesn't match the rest of the stage. I can't even say it's for aesthetics. It uses two unique gimmicks that never reappear and feels barren, and of course, the most pointless of dev kit boss fights. The actual stage itself has its highlights. The Battle Network enemies are cute, and there are some genuinely fun moments here and there. Some interesting setups. The use of force beams here is novel, and I think the shoot-to-move platforms on the 4th Game Boy game get some pretty good use here. Without the move hover, enemies can instant kill via crushing, apparently. Aware of that before this level. Not what I'd call great, but certainly acceptable and often beyond the bare minimum that you'd expect for a stage with so many gimmicks. Then the fact that the only show up for a single room just makes the entire stage feel rather disjointed and sloppy. Any of the up and down positionings are just brutal, with the double duo being particularly egregious. The sheer number of shielded enemies take what is already a level with pacing problems and attach a weight to its legs. Bring Laser Trident. That all said, I appreciate there is at least an attempt with the gun wall boss. I gotta say it doesn't really work. I can see what you were going for with sense more time and polish placed here rather than actually doing some of the more pointless additions in the stage. Might have ended the stage on a high note. There's one final big complaint with the level 2 elements that result from the path at the end of the stage. Why? Why did you even bother with the Darkman fight? Seriously, it is such a pointless filler addition to the stage that just forces players to play through the stage at least twice just to face a really mediocre boss. It's an utterly idiotic way to end a level. It just really sours the lasting impression and makes it other flaws all the more grating than they actually are. This was such an overly mean review. What the fuck? I feel really bad for that guy. That's just unnecessarily harsh. Like, wow. Mirror Woman. We might do one more. So, I have been waiting for someone to raid me because they're doing charity. And they're still live, I checked. So, I said we're going to at least do Mirror Woman. We will see if we stop here. Oh no.
Uh-oh. The skip crew is back.
5.
Oh, that's a new one. I haven't seen the guy on the right.
Mirror gimmicks here can be very disorienting and may cause headaches or motion sickness. It's long level too. You'll see them a lot. At least one judge felt very unwell after playing it as a result. You'll see some examples in the room to the right. Find every item to the left if it's too much to handle. This is why I hate Hall of Mirrors. Tell me, those tokens aren't just reflections, are they? I tried getting them legitimately, but those mirror puzzles make me break out in hives. There's one token that I swear you'll never find without the compass. Grab these if they're real. At least when I scratch myself, I know I'm not a reflection. Whoa! Ooh. Did not see that was a slant.
Oh.
Oh, hi. Don't worry, your NPC in this level hints that there might be a costume unlock for defeating a hidden mini-boss. Sorry, but there is no costume. They just got their hopes up. Shame, really. They used a costume. Ooh.
Oh. Okay, so that's the mirror effect.
Oh, the map doesn't work.
Well, remember, you have to go into the level.
Oh.
Oh.
Are you sure this isn't the level?
Is it? Well, they're showing how the mirror will be affecting
I
the
like
stages
that.
that they're going to expect from you.
Okay, now we're in the level.
Now you should be able to use it.
Ah, I see.
There's something up there.
I have to go back.
Here.
Fuck you.
Oh, reflective. The laser reflects. Okay, that's neat.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I like it. I dig.
I think you
I
need that
gotta
enemy,
say,
though.
I am not a fan of slants.
Or do that.
Now we go back.
Do your shots reflect?
You can shoot the things? Oh, you can? Oh, whoops. I didn't know that.
Yeah, wait, yeah. Do your shots?
Oh my gosh, is that you, Mega Man? Oh gosh, I'm such a huge fan. Well, I mean, everyone is making a My Little Pony character.
I think so. Looks like an MLP.
It looks like a pony? I can't actually tell if it's a horn or if that's supposed to be like a part in the hair.
I think it's a horn.
I
they're
suppose that is what
Pegasus.
you would call a moot point. Still, it's Mega Man, the real genuine deal. I would ask for an autograph, but oh, cruel fates. But lines and lines of assembly code in the shape of perfection. Oh well. Yeah, not sure if it's meant to be a horn or not. Regardless, teleported to your left will take you to a modification of Uranai that my partner in crime cooked up. Who knows? Maybe there will even be a dev room at the end and simulation festival organized depending on an achievement for those cool costumes. So there is not. Davin can have a costume for people with a fuzzy persuasion, and so shall I. I digress though. The right teleporter will take you back to the abandoned amusement zone as a bit of a shortcut to Mirror Woman. So there's literally nothing on the left. Or ghastly narcissism. By the way, deny all accusations that I made a sentient robot master for the purpose of helping me do my makeup in the morning. It would be ludicrous. Mirror Woman was totally built for helping harvest solar and doing mirror panels. Yes, that is the totally... Anyhow, I have to go tell every... Oh, it is a horse. Okay. Go tell every pony that I got to meet you. They are so not going to believe that I got to talk to you and hold you with so many text boxes. Okay.
So left is the boss, or left
What,
is the...
do you get any reward is what I'm going to ask. Is there any reason for me to go left?
You just don't get the reward she says you might get for it.
Is there a token? That's basically just a big bolt?
A big
Yes.
bolt. That puts you further in the level. Yeah, that jumped you ahead.
Oddly nice of it to teleport me. Didn't need to do that, but I appreciate it.
Ah! So here's the mirror gimmick.
I actually love this.
Clever.
I've played so many
your
games
side-
that does this, so I'm like, okay.
Your
I'm
side
gonna
is
see this
fake,
Mega
but...
Man.
Yeah, your side is fake, but...
Sure it is?
I would assume. Yeah,
Nope,
your side is
that's-
fake. So, you need to check what the mirror is to actually know what the structure is actually like.
Yeah, I don't see how this could hurt someone's head so far. I'm not judging, but it's like, no, this is fine for me.
Yeah.
If it caused actual strain, you know, I get it.
Ooh, that's a little weird for that Yoku block. Ooh.
All according to plan. Everything was calculated.
Sure it was. That's neat that they have it set that I can actually do that. Very cool.
You know what they say? I took a risk that was calculated, but boy,
I'm bad at
bad at
math.
math.
Nothing to the right? Pretty sure. That's a little too sus for me. Hold up.
What are you doing here? There'll be something above you, at least.
Not exactly above me, but yes.
How's that thing firing? There's no light out there right now. There's no sun for that thing to get solar power. I call shenanigans.
You know solar power stores the power for a bit, right?
Yeah, but currently it's night.
Yeah, they
not gonna
store
store
the
it,
power
it's-
for later.
So it should only have one shot.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Not activating the thing, though. Uh-oh.
Lucked out there? Nah, all calculated. Luck. Only Claw Kalash.
Ooh.
How do I... How do you get up, chat? I know this is where you want to go. Honest question, like, how do you get up?
Pure guess. Get back to that mirror kind of area and just hit up. Maybe there's an invisible, whatchamacall, ladder.
No.
Like that area.
No,
Yeah.
don't do invisible ladder.
Again, pure guess. I have no idea.
No. Nope.
There's a ladder inside the purple thing in the background. Yep, called
Oh,
it.
gross.
Oof.
It's not
Yeah,
even in the
oof.
right spot.
Now figure out my
What,
mirror
there's,
puzzle.
There's not even a gimmick here. What? It's just invisible. What are you doing?
Yeah, you just gotta.
This isn't fun.
force it.
Get out. What?
What killed you?
What the fuck just killed me? Did I get glitched out? Excuse me.
There's spikes in there. That's kind of fucked up.
Okay, what is the solution to that room? It is 1 a.m. I do not have time for this.
Is there any weapons that do light?
No. Do you think Brightman's in this game, the world's smartest robot master?
Oh, get you, Mega Man.
Oops.
The solution is go by the compass. Oof. Oof.
I'm not doing that because I don't have a way to do that right now. I already said I'm saving for the Ultraman stuff.
Maybe you can use Ice Wall to kind of help figure out where you can go up and back. Maybe.
Also, genuinely don't think the compass would help there. Isn't it just playing a sound? Isn't that all it does? That's not gonna help. That's not gonna help more than anything else. To suss out the layout? Oh, I would never remember that. I'm very stupid. I mean, if anyone knows the layout, you can just... Why am I not able to make this jump suddenly? Well, we'll get the compass when we've got 100 and we can get the altar stuff, so we won't get it this stream. Either one works. Also, I was meaning to tell you, Zach, I totally forgot until just now. One of the regulars around here is the person who's making Mega Man Archipelago. If you ever want to play that. Yeah, if you see Silverus around, it's them. Apparently they're also working on Mega Man 3. I was asking today in the Discord if it was possible for a potential... what was it? It was combo rando? It is not possible, apparently. Had to ask.
Oof.
The Mega Man games run on different engines. I think the first game and second game are on the same engine. I think the third game is its own engine. 4 and 5 are their own engine. I think 6 is its own. I don't know for sure. It feels like that. 6 has a distinct feel to it, though.
It's weird because they all look the damn same.
8. How would that work? Does any
So
rando
watch
work?
it. I was gonna say you could try Ice Wall.
I made it up there before, that's why I was like, hold on. Level data that you got trapped in 2? What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm trying to do monthly archipelagos. I was gonna ask about when the date is. We were gonna do it on stream. If that is your jam, hey. Oh, okay. I mean, apparently someone told me recently, they said, apparently internally Mega Man 2 was gonna be a failure. But they made it anyway, and then we're like, I don't know. It turned out to be a huge hit. Classic Capcom. Ow. At this rate, this might actually be the last level. This raid is charity. I feel bad because I was like, yeah, just read me. I didn't think he was gonna still be going.
Yeah, it's a weekend. You can put some extra time in there every so often.
Yeah, I think the funniest part though, Zoc, of what the fuck do you mean you're the person who made the Mega Man 2 Archipelago for me is, what do you mean you just never told me? You watch my streams regularly, you just never fucking told me. That is such a, yeah, I'm down to do that. And then like, they just didn't tell me that that was them. I found that out because I was like, let's read about Mega Man 2 for Zoc. What's in the Archipelago? And then I was like, wait a minute, I know who fucking made this. Excuse me, how did you not tell me about this? That is really funny. I wasn't upset, I was just like, this is just funny.
It's a small world after all.
Done.
Gone, Satan! Hello, Shamu. Okay, danger. Danger to that, then.
What?
Yeah. Alright, there's a wall there. Can we get above it? Oh!
Gamer,
Oh, wow.
you don't need
Good guess.
anything.
Wait, how did you... You went through the area where there was spikes. I guess it was...
Oh, I think you
guess
can
they
just
were
slide
only-
under them.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I appreciate it either way, Zoc, but thank you. It is appreciated, no matter what. I'm a little good at figuring out stuff that I shouldn't be able to figure out.
Jewker's a smart cookie.
Use logic.
Oh, so you've played Ace Attorney 2. Or Ace Attorney Investigations. Gotcha.
I actually have not used them yet. I wasn't going to play them, and then they announced the games are coming, and I was like,
Damn it.
gotta
Gotta
I
wait for
gotta
that.
play them. Yeah, I'm hoping to start 3 soon.
Yo!
It's one of these machines.
Okay. It's a fortune teller device.
He's
That's
doing
cool.
different attacks based on Zodiacs. That's great.
That's
Praise the
cool.
almighty Zoltar!
It is
Zoltar!
a Z. I guess the Z is more for Zenny than it is anything else.
Yeah,
still.
but I appreciate this. Is a cool mini boss.
I like
That's
it.
clever. Kamehameha!
It's a hard boss to hit, but I like it. Game attack again.
Stun. The move? Aries. Or Sagittarius? And I don't know if
Maybe,
this is
maybe
supposed to
they're
be
not all
Arcana.
Zodiac symbols. Never mind.
I was gonna say, is this supposed to be the Arcana, or is this supposed to be, freaking
Oh my god, what the fuck? Why is this so
The-
hard?
constellations? I'm gonna say, yeah, this is taking a lot. This is a lot of damage for
Oh
this.
my god, yeah, that
That's
took way more health than I feel like it should have.
mirror time again.
It's a mini boss. What do you mean there's a mini boss coming up? So there's oh, I see what you think.
Yeah. I don't. What's the point of the mirror this time around? Because your side is the correct side this time around.
Is it though?
Yes.
Though?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, it is. Don't fuck with me, Jewker.
Is it though?
Yes.
How can you see if your eyes aren't real?
I'm going to
You
kick
aren't
you in the
real.
shins whenever
Not
I
real.
find you. Oh, and now you're on the opposite
Oh, that's
side.
so cool. That's some sicko behavior. Trying to look at the map just to make sense of it. That's so cool.
So that's why the map is mirrored. Okay. Gotta do it all again from the opposite direction. You trying to whip you with his belt?
No, it's a cane. You know that cane that you jokingly pull people away? Go, alright,
Ah,
alright,
got
get
it.
out of here.
Okay, got it, got it. The hook. It's the hook cane.
Okay.
Oh
I'm
no,
not-
Zoltar's
I'm not
back.
fighting You again like this. This is such a cool concept for a level.
Mm-hmm. Like, the theming of this definitely feels like a Mega Man boss. Or like just a Capcom stage. That's why they were Mets, but they were upside down in the previous one. I get it now. Hadouken! Yeah, I think the damage on this guy kind of needs to scale back a bit.
The mini boss
Otherwise-
is terrible. Otherwise, I think it's really.
Yeah, aiming, great. Damage needs to be scaled back. Oof. Alright, I can understand why would be a little jarring. This is a little hard to make sense of, like left brain, right brain kind of getting mixed up, but the worst.
I don't know what kind of rabbit has 2 brains, but I've only got 1. And at 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m., I am using 0% brain to play this game. I'm playing on autopilot.
I don't use my brain ever.
Who needs a brain?
Any brains in chat?
Well, only if there's pink
this is the
too.
room.
So this is how you're supposed to know.
Doing Taboo Toad, what's up? Okay,
So I
this
guess
one it's
either-
the opposite, you fall down.
Yeah. So I guess you're supposed to know, hey, this is here by doing the stage once and then finding out about that. Huh. Maybe not the best there.
I respect it.
Little inintuitive, I would say. Maybe cumbersome, but yeah. Little, I get a phrase I'll keep saying. A little more time baking with that concept. It's not bad. You probably need a little more baking time with it.
So how do I go
What?
here? What do they want from me?
Well, now, check below you now. So you block the spikes. I think you can,
God damn it.
or that too.
Oh, it's the... Okay, that's misleading,
Yeah.
the map. I see.
Yeah, they want you to go right.
Okay,
Ooh,
yeah, that makes way more
snipe.
sense. You've never heard of Make a Good Mega Man level? What? That's crazy. Oh, you gotta play it, Toad. So much fun. If the level itself was inverted? Oh yeah, I could fix that.
Shenanigans.
Whoa! Whoa! Look at this! That's crazy. How did I do that? Hey, real talk. I'm actually still playing the level upside down. It's pretty obvious, but like,
But now, for the rest of you, you don't have to deal with that.
no, it's going back. Don't worry. It was only for that one room. Weird, this screen is upside down. Strange.
Are you sure it's not downside up?
The platformer game dev yourself. Oh, nice. What have you made? Always love seeing what people have made. Did that checkpoint me? Okay. Oh, hey, that checkpoint actually helped me.
It got you across.
That is sicko behavior we're looking at. What?
Whoops.
Not sure? Oh no, that's valid. Don't worry. All creators are valid. I have people who have acted in like horny games in here. Yeah, absolutely talk about your game. I don't care. Where do you get a platform to talk about your amazing game that you might have made? I encourage you to talk about it. Also, a lot of horny people watch my stream. I'm gonna be real with y'all, know who you are.
Embrace it.
It's too bad Jumney's not here. Or Tiger. No. Or Icy. Icy had it coming. That's weird. It's slide.
Jump, jump, slide, slide.
Your Fragments is the name of the game. Hell yeah, gamers. I mean, me though, I'm not a horny person. I'm a saint.
Sure.
I've only straight up jorked it in the club one time, and by it, well, I mean my peanuts. Is it on Steam? Let me check. Hey, it is. Hell yeah. This game is marked as adult only. Hell yeah, gamers. This actually looks really good. Holy shit. Defeat 7 bosses and 25 plus enemies. I'm not showing this on stream for good reason.
Yeah.
Wow, the artwork's actually amazing too. You know what? I wish you told me about this game a week ago when the Steam Summer Sale was going on. I would have picked this up. And I'm gonna wishlist it, so I know.
I don't know. Considering its release date, I'm not sure it would have been on sale. A lot of games don't usually go on sale within its first
Also true,
initial
but
months.
I am gonna wishlist it to pick it up later, because I spent a lot in the Steam sale. That is a... absolutely going to pick this game up and play it at some point. So, yeah. Very cool. Peanuts, hi Diggy. How's it going?
And I know it's a weird thing to talk about, but I always do appreciate when a game, even if it's a more adult content like that, is actually still a game.
Yes, I agree. It genuinely looks like a really good game, and the artwork looks good. Everything about it looks good. I'm going to play that game at some point. Not on stream. That's never happening. But
Like
your game looks amazing.
All of the adult games, it's just visual novel porn. That's all it is.
Ooh, you had to wait to fall.
Yeah, no, genuinely it looks really good. I am super excited about that.
It was this, and there was one other game that looked like old school Castlevania that I know is adult content, but it's like an
Midnight
actual game
Succubus?
as well. Yeah.
God.
Those
yeah.
games
There's
are
a-
apparently really good. I do not own them. You could check my Steam. This isn't a joke. Like, I actually just do not own them.
Yeah, they're not too bad, but obviously they got the complete, full-on NSFW with them.
Yeah. So
But otherwise, they are competent games.
have to
Oh,
make
shit,
that
whoops.
disclosure. Buy it. You can't buy it unless you're an adult, etc., etc., etc. Always appreciate when there's an actual game behind some of that.
Yeah, agreed.
There's another one that came out recently, if I remember right. Switch Witch? I think that's what it was called.
I've not kept on top of these, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a top, so I keep on top of these. So.
Nah. Nah.
Actually, I'm a
Womp.
Wow.
Ooh.
Is that an M tank or a
Pixel.
W tank? You'll never know.
Because we're not getting it. Pixel art on this is really nice.
It is. Yeah, no, genuinely, like, I recommend it to some of the people in the back. I really think the game is good. What kind of game is it, though? Oh, you already put that in chat. Mega Man X, sold. Undertale, tracking what you do and you can kill anyone you want on steroids, and Detroit Become Human, every choice you do matters for the final ending. You know, my girlfriend would love that game. I would ask if you have, like, a key to give away. I would do that, but I don't think I want to do that because minors might be watching.
Yeah, it's too risky.
Yeah, genuinely, I want to pick that game up. I will make sure of it. It is a game I'm proudly going to be like, yeah, I bought this horny game. What do you do about it? Speaking of horny, I don't know, DG, if you want me talking about this. Digi made a pretty cool model today.
Oh, that model stream was cool.
I take it you found the stream because of Mega Man, so like, yeah. I love Mega Man. We're actually playing some Mega Man bootlegs. On Sunday.
Hi, I'm Major Mooch.
Don't trust Mooch.
Listen. I'm the rabbit. Trust me.
No.
And
I hate
then
you
there's
all.
also Shamrock, who,
I'm just here.
Dr. M you're against, huh? I guess this is Dr. Mirror.
and on Twitch since you were Justin. Yeah. Girl, you would love it around here. Yo, Board, thanks so much for the raid. Well, I guess it's the perfect time for me to talk about what I do. We do a lot of retro variety around here. Hey, how's it going?
I like that she's reflecting all the shots off
I
her mirror.
understand now. I understand. I
This
can't
is
tell
mirror.
if there's one or two.
This is very much the mirror ability from Kirby, though, for sure.
For sure. Okay, both of them take damage. Good to know.
Yep.
As the tiers
But
going,
they are
going
reflecting
good.
their shots off their mirror to get you.
I don't know if you want to watch this right now, Board. We are in tier 8. 8.5. So, I give a general warning.
I can see where the flashing can definitely affect some people.
It's not nearly as bad as the stage earlier.
That's true. It doesn't last long, but it is a very bright, quick white flash, which
I'm
is a
gonna use
little.
anything on this.
Eh.
Yeah, we do a lot of retro variety around here. It is a lot of fun. I love Mega Man. It's one of my favorites.
Question, Jewker? Can you reflect your shots off her mirror?
Yes, it's been doing that.
Oh, okay. Seen you reflect shots off like the floor mirror. I just wasn't sure about her moving mirror.
Okay, I hate doing this. And there's even an achievement in the game to do that. Okay, good. I made the right call. Order
Last
unlocked.
man.
Last man. If you're curious, Taboo Toad, I wanna give a quick shout out to this contest. This is the third one. It's not technically the third one though. They did a 24-hour contest and a 48-hour contest as well. All of those are over on my YouTube channel. You can check them out. They're all something we've streamed. Everything goes up there. There you go. Someone was nice enough to put in the command. You can see me play through all of these. I'm keeping a spreadsheet of scores and thoughts. I'm gonna actually update the spreadsheet right now. That was a confusing level to play at 1:30 a.m. But it was a lot of fun. It's a great level with a cool gimmick and it rewards you for thinking. I saw a mirror effect where you go backwards through the level. That was so cool. Not a fan of the mini boss, as almost never hit it with the Buster. God damn it! I guess we're doing another level on it. Fuck.
Incoming Cerebro.
All right, fine. We'll keep going.
Eating sleepy. Pass it along.
All right. Well, thanks for the raid. How's it going, Ryan?
God damn it, you and your baldness are making me stay here longer.
He's very bald. I'm so sorry.
Is that why the sun? Is that why I've got sunlight coming up right now?
It is, yes.
Or maybe the fact that's 5 a.m. for you.
Shh. Go with the joke.
No.
You're rude.
All right. Hi-Fi Rush is so
Hi-Fi
much
Rush.
fun. You found Corsica? Yeah, Corsica rules. Are you playing? I assume you're playing with the safe audio for streaming. Halfway through a new sad. I'm through a new sad every time I play a bad level in this test. I love the safe audio. I've never played the game with the audio you can't stream, but genuinely, I love the music with the safe audio, and I'm just like, I don't want to hear the other music. This is really good. Because apparently it's just like, they kind of do covers is the best way to do it. They're like covers, but not really.
I mean, who really needs copyrighted music in their games after all?
This is really
Tony
good. No. 18 for design. Fun. I'm gonna give this a 15. Creativity? I mean, I've never done something like this in Mega Man, so I'm gonna give it a 10. Aesthetic? I like the aesthetic. Functionality? I didn't notice any bugs. I might have slid through a spike. We don't know if that was the case. We don't know.
It did look like it. Off the mirror area, there was a spike you could slide under.
Yeah, that's just it, though. We just don't know.
So you don't make mistakes at Triplect.
You're proud of in the music. We got nearly 5 hours of original music. Hell yeah, I love dynamic music. 343, 363. That was a good level. Now this is the part where we read the judge comments. You slid under it. It's so hard to tell. So if that's what happened, it happened. Right, Shamrock,
yeah, I gotta
get the
I
ring
gotta
whip her. I'm gonna whip you if you don't.
Well, I definitely like the music. It fits the mysterious theme quite well. And indeed, Mirror Woman is a level that makes for a solid first impression. The enemy set is alright. Sola O is extremely useful, and Shadow Mega Man emerges from mirrors is a nice touch. That said, there are also spots where it needs work. Mirror Attackers is a fitting enemy, but it's really boring, even for a shield attacker. And while the whip attack... Is that whip? It's a little hard to read with the exit button there.
Yeah, that's whip.
Yeah, whip tank is a nice enemy. I have absolutely no idea why it's here. The gimmicks are similarly all right. Mirrors are the expected choice, and they get a lot of good puzzles. The mirror world is a fun concept, and I appreciate how much it shows up. Yoku blocks are Yoku blocks, with all the benefits and flaws that they apply. And the crash lifts are simple, but their application is interesting and fun.
I want to say real quick, I really appreciate that this level didn't do Yoku blocks that could only see the real one in the mirror world. That I would have hated.
As a whole, it starts out well. Unfortunately, the reverse gravity throws it all off, of course. I like the idea of trading places with your mirror duplicate and then doing the level in reverse. That sounds like a really cool concept. Unfortunately, there's a fine line between fun screwy and frustrating screwy, and stacking reverse gravity on top of Yoku's and mirror switch puzzles is absolutely in the latter camp. Combined with one of the most awkward tokens I've seen in a while, you are lucky to have the radar, and the level falls flat on its face. Are the bosses enough to salvage it? Well, kind of. Boo, Renai. Yeah, is okay as in regular gravity, a little over the top, but nothing major. Renai in reverse gravity is just plain irritating, easier to line up hits on, but noticeably harder to dodge. And the less said about it, about the dev room, whatever the boss, the better.
Buranai.
I'm just gonna ignore it. As for the mirror woman herself, the concepts are fine, and I appreciate that she doesn't have the reverse gravity. However, she fires a few too many bullets at once, making dodging a right pill. Okay, they're both okay bosses, but they should get some toning down, and reverse gravity level desperately needs toning down.
Apparently, Mick said he was Canadian. I guess that's a Canadian. Said that in the last stream.
Kind of like I think it's like an Australian guy saying taking a right pisser. Kind of like that idea.
It's always frustrating to come across a level that I have to file under the would-be favorite category. Type of stage that I want to like, and certainly is good. But it ends up falling short for one reason or another. To be fair, though, this one didn't start off too bad. Room layouts in the first half go a bit rough around the edges at times. Oh, there he is! Hey, what's up? It's Richard Stallman himself. Hey, what's up?
Ah, Stallwoman's back.
Yo, Stallwoman, how's it going? How did the charity go? Tell us about the charity. I don't know if you want to pop in the call to say that. Go the fuck to sleep. But promote your charity real quick. Drop a link in the chat. Tell people in the message what it's about. I'll pin it for the rest of the stream. I thought you were gonna end way sooner. I was surprised we're still up. 885 in the first day. They forced him to play Furry Feet, Furry Armpits, and Furry Femboy DLC.
Then you have raised good money for a lot of paws.
Yeah, he said at 1,000 he's doing a size reveal. If you want to see his real size, he's a few centimeters tall. He's gonna reveal it. Crazy.
Small.
Digi, you were in here earlier.
Small.
That's gonna be crazy to see. Yeah, Rich at his real size of like 2 centimeters. He's shorter than fucking Germa 985. Crazy.
Is there an incentive for punting, by chance?
Probably. I think Digi
cool.
said she was gonna do the punting.
Nice.
To be fair though, this one didn't start off too bad. The room layouts in the first half though, a bit rough around the edges at times, especially that narrow Yoku block segment with the shield attacker. Hi, I'm raising money for the National Children's Alliance, organization dedicated to helping kids in need with their trauma. Every few bucks gets a child some therapy at the expense of my own sanity. Yeah, Rich is gonna need therapy too, but go check out Rich. Oh, Rich is a VTuber, and he's the world's smallest streamer.
Kupo.
And he's like, what the fuck? I'm not that small. He's like 5 centimeters, 3 centimeters tall. Crazy.
Yeah, I sent you some Jewker.
Is that including or excluding the pom-pom?
Yeah, no, that is a real picture of Rich. Rich knows that's just the Moogle from 7. It's Miguel.
Yeah, leak pic.
You'll see. So pretty fun thanks to how the gimmicks are used. I'm a collapse. I'll be back on the internet. Yes. If you want to donate to the charity, absolutely be sure to donate to that. It is a good cause. I can't wait to see what Rich is going to be doing. Did you know that I have a government assigned persona because of Rich? Because he raised money one time, and I said, yeah, this won't happen. And then it happens, so I had to make one. So, hey.
To the credit, it looks good.
Yeah.
It's very classy.
It is. Yeah. Mirror surfaces stuck out to me the most, given it's a simple mechanic with a lot of potential behind it. Same goes for the mirror image rooms, and even though I've been personally overexposed to that type of gimmick thanks to others, still found them pretty enjoyable in the first half of this level. Either way, I was mostly on board with the stage up to the point. The only thing I wasn't a fan of were the tiles and their color palettes. I got near the second half of the level, however, I unfortunately found more things to add to that list. First off, the mini-boss. While I really like this concept and design, the actual fight can be very frustrating. The issue here is that his weak spot is largely covered for most of the battle. While you can sneak in charge shots during his idle phase, you need to be incredibly precise to land a hit. Unless you're abusing Tornado Blow, it takes a good amount of time to beat him. The game especially holds true for fighting him while upside down. Speaking of which, for as thematically appropriate as the second half may be in that it's a reflection of the first half, I really don't think a majority of it needed to be in reverse gravity. Rather than adding on to the main gimmick, it ends up making it disorienting as a result. Thankfully, this doesn't extend to the task of getting the tokens, save for the heart token. At first, I wasn't even sure if it was possible to obtain without trial and error. As it turns out, the light is actually revealed by the same one in the second half of the level. Definitely see this being praised as an inventive solution by some, though I personally just found it to be obtuse. And hey, Ice Wall, the answer once again. As for Mirror Woman herself, she's a rather decent fight all around. She doesn't do anything too fancy. Still manages to put up an engaging fight. The only thing I really had any trouble with was reflecting charge shots into her. I don't know why, but the mirror surface seems to act very finicky. It was when it comes to fully charged shots. Hitting the center and the top of the slope seems to reflect them properly, but nearly anywhere else, it's 50-50 chance of your shots flying off to the side. In any case, I ended up leaving this stage feeling a bit disappointed. Like I said, there's a lot of potential in the gimmick. General theming here, with a bit more polish, they could have easily been a far better level and potentially a contender for one of my favorites.
Seeing double mystical magnificence. I get what the stage is going for here, but this is a few too many disorienting gimmicks at once. It'd have been fine to just stick with the reflecting projectile mechanic and squeeze in more use out of it. Like implementing more puzzle-oriented challenges with its properties. The fact of the perplexing gimmicks comboed with a stage that is on the longer side with a total of 5 tokens to search for. I would not recommend replaying this without extended breaks. A few of the screens look a bit messy with the graphics clashing with each other, especially with the shines from the glass panes, making it hard to decipher where some of the stage elements are. Unfortunately, the unorthodox nature of the level layout doesn't make it much better. There are also some instances where a block is placed close to the ground near a slope where it looks like Mega Man can walk through, but it's a little too narrow to do so. Something weird about the mirrors themselves. If you get too close, the diagonal mirrors don't reflect your bullets as they should. Laser Trident also gets stuck in place and makes some horrendous noise. Some of the mirror rooms also kinda don't really utilize the mirror gimmick all that much, in which they are literally mirrors and the other side doesn't give out any more information. It's essentially made half the screen redundant in a way. Buranai, the fortune-telling machine mini-boss, is brutal. Oh, that's its name? At first, I wasn't even sure where the hitbox was because he kept spamming the move where he shoots scaled-up bullets at you, and his hands were in place where the hitbox is, deflecting all my shots. On top of that, he has a boss health bar, and the first ends up lasting for too long with hard-hitting, hard-to-dodge attacks. Mirror Woman, in contrast, is much more manageable, except for one attack where she splits into 2 copies on the ground with the reflecting mirror in the middle. I cannot find a reliable way to dodge the mirrored shots at all while also winning shots from the boss herself. I also think it's cool that the diagonal mirror gimmick is incorporated into the boss fight, especially during the last few attacks. Fine boss it was, with a nice aesthetic design too.
Back to reading, you fool.
No.
You're getting sent to Brazil.
Ah. Why is it always Brazil?
Because
One thing I've
the
learned.
only thing I can afford.
One thing I've learned from participating in these contests is that it's better to focus on a few good ideas than let unbridled creativity overwhelm a level. This level goes all out with different interpretations of mirror premise, reflected shots, clones, reversing direction, and that's awesome. But then it keeps piling on gimmicks, enemies, and extras until there's too much to handle. and a lot of potential gets lost along the way. Disorganization is one of this level's key weaknesses. Difficulty progression is all over the place, and gimmick introductions are never as clear or forgiving as they could be. Checkpoint frequency is erratic. The secret teleporters behind the starting point are a disastrous thing for first-time players to discover. Cluttered graphics and crowded architecture makes the scenery hard to parse, and a mix of texture/colors is lack of negative space and a lack of negative space to turn a nice tile set into an eyesore. And I died more than once on hazards I didn't even realize were there. Polish is another weakness, as demonstrated by custom enemy programming, sprite errors and game crashes, reflective slopes for starters. Try shooting for starters. Try shooting one of the one with the laser trident. The mini bosses with inconsistent weapon interactions. The choice of boss projectile. The fight is hectic enough without confusing your buster shots for hers, etc. Only the custom sprites are exempt. They look like Capcom sprites, and that's the highest praise I can offer to anyone. Oh, and the music is pretty much perfect. But that's as much positivity as I can muster, and I can't fathom a Buster only run. Brunei is an infuriating combination of everything that I hate in a mini boss. Locating and collecting each token feels insulting and not rewarding. Most of all, prolonged exposure to multiple perception twisting gimmicks, 30 minutes each playthrough, left me mentally exhausted and physically ill, a shattering combination that reflects poorly on the level.
Alrighty. This was close to being a very good level with a couple of specific areas that drag it down quite a lot. There are several segments of the level that were simply mean, involving tight jumps and missing checkpoints, compounded with quite a lot of instant. There are around 4,000 cutscene variants, 40 hours of voice work, 300 NPCs voiced by 100 plus VAs, 21 endings, and a load of secret events based in old style stuff where you have to explore. That's crazy. Do you know Slappy Meats? Because there's someone that watches my stream and do some horny voice acting. So that's why I'm like, hold on. The measurement between checkpoints should not be the number of rooms between them. Looking at your map appears to be fine, but the time it takes to get between them. That does sound familiar? Yeah, you probably know them. They're probably in that game, I wouldn't be surprised. But the time it takes to get between them and the penalty of failure, often you had to repeat puzzles or areas while waiting. One case, a lengthy mini-boss. If ever in doubt, add more checkpoints. There's a lot of waiting in the level between mini-boss phases where it is shielded, the solo being invulnerable. Frequent and Jewker block puzzles, the level often loses all sense of flow. Run into these obstacles, even if you have already completed the challenge, they bring multiple times. Yeah, Slappy was in Orgienizer. It's a game where people are having an orgy, and it's a puzzle game, and you organize them, hence the name.
That's hilarious.
Orgienizer is a great name. They did a lot of apparently moans in that game. Combining gimmicks is appreciated, but the second half of the level went a bit overboard. Combining reverse gravity, the doppelganger, and Jewker blocks all at once became quite the headache at times. Don't understand why the section was upside down when the mirroring had clearly happened left to right. There are a few rooms in particular which are unfair. Heart token room requires a lot of trial and error, or use Ice Wall. Everyone forgets about Ice Wall. And the mirror later on the level does not accurately reflect the dark room. For instance, where's the third mirror? The use of instant death in this room and the lack of a checkpoint here was very punishing. Later on, there is a room where the exit is mostly hidden behind the health bar. HUD needs taking into consideration when designing levels. Having said all this, I enjoyed the level quite a lot. The reflection gimmick is a really neat idea with a lot of potential that had been used. I wish I'd been used a bit more. I wanted to see more puzzles like this. Final room combining enemies, mirror blocks, and time puzzles, but the puzzles we got were well thought out and interesting. I like the idea behind the mini-boss and how the fight goes on, but I think the second one was a waste of time, especially as it was invulnerable for a long period of the fight. One of the attacks couldn't hit the player. This RNG wasn't great as it could reuse attacks that were impossible to hit without weapons, into segments of up to a minute where the player could do nothing but wait. Hero Woman was a solid, enjoyable fight though. Some of the attacks were placed in slightly unfair locations. And that all said, for what it's worth, this was the level played when the initial plan was to use a proxy player, while playing was physically impossible for me, and Loyana, in fact, did not like this level. It affected the review and scores much? Not really, I am the judge here, so it would have gotten a reasonable positive score, but did make back some fun score, as at the time I had to rely solely on him for that, for obvious reasons. Just one of those behind the curtain types of things. I think it's here? Perfect.
Refill them tanks. Oh, hey, you got a new costume.
Working in the rain. Okay, for real last level we're doing.
Uh-oh. Toadman. Toadman, but
no.
with... I was gonna say, this is Toadman song, rain physics, in Gutsman stage.
Level, yeah.
Okay.
With level 3... Or not level 3, Mega Man 3 Joes. I've never liked the Hammer Joe. I just kind of hate all Joes. Except Joe.
Yada yada dizzy.
Are you fucking kidding? Come on. That was just
No
adding
one
insult
up
to
for
injury.
you.
Yeah, there was a level earlier that I loved where you get to control the enemies. That was a sick level that you missed, Taboo. I don't know if you want me to call you Toad or Taboo, but that was a sick level. We played that one in co-op. This says co-op for up to 4 players. 5 tokens, by the way.
Big level.
I suppose this is a good one to end on. I'll probably go with Taboo, mostly because Mega Man has a lot of Toad. Checking. Okay.
I see falling rocks. That's Drillman stuff.
Yeah, rocks
coming
falling
in.
right now.
Rocks keep falling on my head.
Fuck!
Rocks keep falling on my head, making Jewker become dead.
The co-op in this game is so much better than it has any right. Now, I want to stress, for those who do not know, the co-op in this game was not designed to be co-op. Like, it was... None of the levels have co-op in mind. It's late. It's like 1:30. Tell me something.
2,
So,
but
2.
go on.
Fuck. Later than I expected. But, yeah, the co-op was added late, and all levels are designed for 1 player. But they've implemented co-op because why the fuck not? And it works, and it's fun, and very good. And the judges who've been watching were like, what the fu- how does this work in co-op? And like, how does it work so much better in co-op? I did some real stupid shit that they got pretty mad at me for doing. Okay, it's just whenever you get close, they appear. No.
Magnet, no.
I am Mega Man, I am Master of Magnet.
Master of magnetism.
Also, I forgot to show you something. Yo, Taboo, how familiar are you with Mega Man? On a scale of, like, 1 to 11, have you played all 11? And then, like, the other games? They have assets from, like, every Mega Man game in here, including, like, the Wonder Swan game. But, the weapon choice was voted on by the community for this game. And, one of the weapons is not from a Mega Man game, and you might be like, well, why'd they put it in? Good answer, good answer. That's because It is Magnetic Shockwave from Marvel vs. Capcom that he gets in his ending. So, that's kind of amazing. I love that. Honestly, very cool addition. Oh, that's kind of sick.
What was that?
Just the way I jumped.
Oh, missed that. Damn. Ooh, there's a bit of a messed up with the scaling in this one.
Oh my god, it's Meatwad.
Oh yeah, this is from Mega Man 9.
Hello, Frolic. I don't still doing anything. A banner somewhere.
It's not bad.
I don't have a good Meatwad voice.
That was pretty good.
But there was some odd scrolling there. When the boulders were falling, they were behind the rain.
I believe it's an unlockable super is the crazy thing. Thank you for noticing that, though, because that means I've taken a static point off. For that functionality, I guess it'd be...
I mean, it doesn't break anything. It's just
I'm
little-
pretty sure it's a static.
a little hard to catch. Yeah, it's still a little hard. It's just hard to catch it.
Because, like, tiling errors counts as aesthetic. So, yeah, that'd be that. I don't know why I did that, that was a waste. Rockman, wait. I don't know why, the way you said it's Rockman. This reminds me of that dumb Loop in the Third game we played on the PS2 a while back. That's so funny, where it's like, hey, it's Lupin! And I just kept running into the alarm. Lupin just kept going, that gave me way more joy than it needed to. F3, picking. Okay, after the checkpoint. Last one is in the checkpoint. Whoops! That counts. I love that it saves. This would be a bad game if it didn't save. Oh, we did half of a tier today. Holy shit, that's a lot. Boy.
You mean a tier and a half?
No, I meant like extra.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You're right, but like we've been doing one tier a day. So to see we did an extra half of a tier, wild, because I think this is actually the halfway point.
Oof.
Adding this to my document, hold on. Love keeping score. Go. Go again. Roman boulders inherently suck.
Yeah.
What are you even
because-
weak to? Magnetic shockwave? Good. Okay.
Wow, yeah. Ooh. Just getting the,
Yeah, it's just free.
Oh.
That's very nice of them. Get all 5. Don't even need to replay the level.
Toadman!
What
You are
do you
behind your
mean?
ring.
Here, we're gonna die because
You-
Toadman
nope.
deserves the win. That was on purpose.
You
No, that
died
was on
to
purpose.
Toadman.
He deserves the win.
Does he, though?
Yeah,
No.
he deserves the win. It is a running meme, so I'm just like, occasionally I like to give him a little win because I feel bad for the guy. I was like, fuck it, I got 1 health. You know what? You deserve the win. You may be like, that was not on purpose. Nah. I gotta give the guy a win occasionally. Being Toadman is pain.
Word.
Existence is pain.
Ashley for Resident Evil! Oh god, I
me,
hope
Leon!
Mousely
Help me,
is
Leon!
in here.
Help me, Leon!
Help me, Leon.
I still
No,
need to pick up
Mousely
Resident Evil 4 Remake.
Mousley was created too late. Remember, 6 years ago.
What are you
Mousely
talking
was-
about? What? This game isn't... This Resident Evil 4
I'm
isn't
thinking
even
of the
6
level.
years
I'm
old.
thinking of the levels. I'm not. You're right. Sorry. I'm thinking of the levels, and I'm not thinking of like the hub world, which would
Yeah,
take
hold
more
on, hold
recent
on.
things.
I gotta remedy this, because you really fucked up here. Let's see. This one? That's for you. That's what you get. I thought this level was really well designed. It doesn't mean I like it.
Revenge back.
I'm gonna give this a... Let's give it an 18.
This is all it's gonna devolve into.
Recursive bonks.
Ah!
Fun. I didn't enjoy this level. Or creativity. 5. Aesthetic. Looked good, but I found, you know, the layering thing, so I do have to take off some points for that.
A little bit.
I'm gonna go 6. 6 is pretty fair if you're gonna have an error like that. Functionality? Any bugs? Get fallen in pits? 20... Pretty... 43. Green boy.
Bah. Oh, it says a ZZZ on there. That can't be good.
It says ZZZ.
Be quiet, British.
Canadian.
Queen's English, King's English, whatever. Incorrect English. We speak American here. Well, this is certainly a decent attempt. The rain is exactly as prevalent in the title suggests, and it works well with the drill rocks, which are some of the most effective drill rocks I've seen in a while. Additionally, the whole rainy construction site concept communicates beautifully with the title. Also, props for the aesthetic. Did I skip something?
Nope.
Okay, I'm just spacing over here. So props. As for the enemies, Croakers, Hammer Joes, and Hey Hay's, yeah, seem to work well together.
Mega Man enemies have really weird names sometimes.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. Critic scenarios where they're occasionally a threat, combined with a fair difficulty curve and a lack of cheap shots. This doesn't seem terrible. However, rainstorms make for a very tedious core. Gimmick, particularly when it's pushing against you. and the enemy set, while functional, is both relatively bland and especially tedious. Design is definitely decent, but I just found myself bored the entire time I was here. It's a good start, but more active gimmicks would be more appreciated. For that matter, the 5th token was just completely arbitrary. Why was it even there? 4 tokens is completely acceptable.
Yeah, you don't have to put 5. Some people don't even put any. Makes the level easier if it's just one energy element. I'm like, don't gotta collect anything.
Beyond the above, the other thing to talk about is glitches. This used so much rain that for the first while, the level was crashing into unplayability and couldn't be judged. We obviously fixed it at this point, and being a dev kit asset, it's partially on the team, but it left a mark on the functionality score. I would advise being careful with gimmick usage. In the future, not everything works when it gets used all over the level.
By all accounts, this is a perfectly average level. Didn't do anything amazing, and aside from a few rough spots here and there, it isn't particularly bad either. It's noteworthy about the platforming in this stage. Even most of the sections revolve around pretty standard gimmick usage as far as the rainfall and the rock spawner go. That being said, it's clear that there was some effort put into a good chunk of the room layouts. Still need to be mindful of most jumps. Not all that challenging, but it's still just enough to keep your attention throughout most of the segments. On that note, I noticed that the checkpoints of this stage are placed apart from each other. If anything, I'd say this is the stage's most glaring flaw. Dying essentially means doing more legwork in previous sections than you would in most other levels. Checkpoints aside, the only other issue I have with this level relate to the ending. I get the impression there was either a lack of ideas or time constraints regarding the last token, seeing all the other ones required at least some level of effort to obtain. The final one is just sitting in the middle of the boss quarter. Speaking of the boss, while I appreciate trying to spice up a vanilla boss in some way, I don't think it really works here. The added rainfall doesn't really contribute anything to Toadman's fight. The thing is, you could beat him without jumping. He has the stigma of being one of the easiest bosses in the series for a reason. After all, and it takes a lot to make his fight interesting, or even remotely difficult for that matter. As said before, I don't think all these things make this a bad level. A bit rough around the edges, sure, but it's a relatively average stage.
Rainy with a chance of frogs. Pretty neat aesthetics of combining the various construction theme Robot Master tile sets together, though it would have probably looked a little less dull with one vibrant color or two in the palette. There seems to be an inverse difficulty curve going on here, as it feels that the stage starts hard and then gets easier at the end, at least in terms of enemy placement. Interesting choice of using Hammer Joe and the frog enemies for combat with the rain physics. Definitely makes you second guess about jumping to dodge the hammer while on narrow platforms. The rock dispensers, the initial introduction is decent, but it is not enough, as the rock falls immediately again if you try to lure it initially, as the rock falls immediately again if you try to lure it initially, getting out of and into the range of the drop again, leading you to get hit and be pummeled by the surprise second rock. Kind of a rude placement of the Stomper enemy right before the boss, Kate, after dealing with a rather tricky version of the Boulder mini-boss. Boss is just regular Toadman. Sure, there's rain in the area now, but you don't have to jump anyways to do the manip, so not enough to spice up the fight. Also, nice score. Nice.
The last thing you get to read. Your bedtime story.
Yay!
You have to read it
Yay! Rainy mining/construction site is a fun setting, and the music, while perhaps too obvious a choice, sets a nice tone. At a glance, or if using Rush Jet and Laser Trident to plow ahead, it's easy to write off the challenges at tepid variations of things we've seen elsewhere. Well, it's true that some setups, example the climb a ladder, fighting a Joe, so much of the level revolves around deceptively tricking combinations. Joes with hey-hays, a boulder-filled zigzagging platform climb, Stonehead with an uneven floor. Good stuff.
Hey, back. I'll get you breakfast in just a bit, girl. Sit down.
I like how each new section starts with a checkpoint, has a distinctive look. I'm a sucker for monochrome and a challenge focus, and builds on the section before it. With the exception of the frog ambush or two, everything is introduced thoughtfully, especially in the rain. I would have liked more interplay between the rain and regular backgrounds, both to mess with the player and to break up some long stretches of repetitive, but still pleasant, aesthetic. A little more standing water, if only as decoration, might also help. I've got a couple nitpicks regarding architecture, tile work, and exploding mini boss walls, but I devote my word count to things that limit my enjoyment most. A dearth of power-ups and a handful of samey/easier than before challenges make the level feel one checkpoint longer than it should be. Magna Beam ruins every token challenge except for the last one, which ruins itself.
Damn.
I would have swapped out Hammer Joe overused for Pickleman Dada, more thematic, comparably tricky, and adjusting the boss fight, altering the terrain further and replacing the boss to make the rain more relevant. It may not wow me to the way some other levels do, but I respect the premise and as well as the subtle creativity and deliberate design that characterize this level. Not a fan of that token. To be fair, it just sits there.
Hammer Joe is the enemy you use when you run out of ideas. It was your first enemy, and over 50% of the enemy Hammer Joes. It doesn't help that the other enemies either couldn't be killed or had a huge amount of health. Those who tried in or not in the engine, this is playable boring. It's a shame because I think that the level architecture and gimmick have been pretty so hard to tell around the enemies that covered the stage. The average checkpoint was around 4 dull repetitive minutes, and the end of the first section was particularly punishing for this. Given that you died if you did not understand the rock falling completely. Not much more to say as the enemy choice completely killed the stage. We are done. Means the next time, let's get a preview. Going to Storm Scraper. Thank you everyone for watching. It is late. We are done.
Yeah.
We're gonna make a quick trip to roll to end out the night. I guess I'll check the casino as well. Roll. For capsule. What costumes we got? Back to white. Oh, that's cool. I like this. Oh, he's got the Hadoken. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
The Mega Man X Hadoken. That's so good.
Oh, only his lab coat changed. That's cute.
That's his pants.
Item number 6. Oh my god, he's got his...
Item number... I can't tell if this is 5. Yeah, it's 4, 5,
It's-
and 6.
No, it's 2, but it's
No,
backwards.
no, it's 4. Because look, 4,
Well, 4, but
5,
that's 2.
6. I'm pretty sure that's
Okay,
5.
so it's a joke then, because it might be item number 5, but it was reversed in Mega Man 2. It would be swapped between 2 and 5.
There's a pacifist route to all the simulations, isn't there? That's a pretty good skin.
Yeah. I wonder who's left.
Trunkus,
Like those
Chungo.
Those definitely look like Megas.
That is Magical Doropi.
Oh!
I don't know how you unlock it.
Still a good amount of unknowns.
Yep.
And
But you know
I
how?
think you could...
I already played the Magical Doropi level. Is it something I could get? I'm not gonna do it now, but like...
He has a different break dash, apparently.
Oh, he does?
Dr. Light, yeah.
Check it out.
Please tell me it's a Tatsumaki.
It is.
Yeah. No, it's
Or
a
no, it's the double lariat.
it's a lariat. Yeah.
You need the solar
You need-
siphon. Oh, we're not getting that yet. check if we can buy any more cheap.
Nothing yet.
I'm not using them, but like they give you.
Well, you can
stuff.
only use them in stages you've already beaten anyway.
Exactly. But also,
Voice acting? Oh no.
Try that out at some point.
Question mark?
There are achievements tied to a whole lot of stuff, so that's why I'm like, gotta buy everything. I love this. Bro, why are you doing that? Don't worry, Mega Man drops January 7th. Listen.
I still don't know what, like, is that a song? What the hell is that all about?
J-Eazy.
I do not keep up with
He's a
modern
rapper.
music, so.
I don't listen to rap, but it was actually a pretty hot song.
Okay.
I was never book smart, I'm money smart. Call me Mr. Rock Mega.
I have absolutely no heads up on modern music, so that once that all started happening.
I can't play it on stream.
Oh no, I know at least the beginning of that. Like,
yeah, but you haven't seen the full song.
No, I haven't. I didn't even know it went into a song. I just saw the beginning of
That's
that.
That's why he keeps going. Mega Man drops January 7th. That was his new album.
Okay then.
Person.
Thank you. I'll check that out after I feed a cat.
He was never book smart. Funny smart. Makes me more intelligent. You made a brisket song? Hell yeah, we're saving up for the 100.
Oh, does a guy actually make like video game songs for their?
I guess I don't know.
Lyrics.
All of a sudden you're like, whoa, hold up. Best ever.
The only other hip hop artist I know that does that is Megaran or Random, and they are pretty cool. So it's nice to hear somebody else that does it too.
Right. We are done. Sunday, join us. We're going to be doing. That's right, Mega Man bootlegs. We're gonna play some Zook Hero. We zooking it, straight up zooking it in the club. So that'll be fun. Some other stuff we're gonna be doing. Tuesday, we continue this. Thursday is Jukebox. You can pick a game for a half hour. Always a pleasure. Friday, I think, is the stream with Ryudo. I think we're doing another bad fighting game stream. Nice. Unfortunately, that means next Sunday, not this Sunday, next Sunday is the highly requested Dora the Explorer GameCube stream. I can't fucking believe I'm saying this.
Yay!
I'm holding Trey hostage, and everyone is gonna fucking do what I say, or else. He's not even here.
Crisco.
I don't know if there's going to be a Mag Mammal stream next week. I say next week, the week after next week. 2 weeks? The reason being is Tuesday, we are doing the birthday stream. I have front page for that. That's pretty cool.
Ooh.
So, might Mag Mammal on the 26th? Probably not doing one on the 22nd. That's likely not gonna happen. It is not my birthday. The Wednesday is my birthday, but we're doing it a day early. Works out that way.
I mean, you'll roll into your birthday.
How things are going. It is late. I don't want to do a raid message. We're just gonna raid someone, see who the fuck is live. Sure. We're just gonna raid a buddy of mine, Brownie. He's doing Ghosts and Goblins. This is a game he likes for fun, and he's at the end of the game.
Oh.
Thank you all so much for watching. Support Rich's charity stream. He's doing more of that tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, but I'm probably chill the fuck out. Thanks for watching. Stay safe. Guys, listen to each other. I'll see you guys next time.
Latest.